A divine being praises the hero for finally slaying the demon king and the evil gods. The wounded hero realizes his sacrifice will bring 5,000 years of peace to the world. He sighs with relief while clutching the glowing hole where his heart used to be. The wound pulses. He stands victorious. Shortly after, the goddess offers a reward for his legendary deeds and grants him a choice. Apparently, he could choose to ascend to the heavens, to rest peacefully among the divine spirits. Alternatively, he could choose to be resurrected and continue living back in this medieval fantasy land. The hero contemplates these difficult options while staring into the distance with a heavy, thoughtful gaze. He considers the final possibility of returning to the bustling modern city he once inhabited years ago. He remains silent for a long moment while weighing his future against the life he just saved. His mind drifts back to the memories of the original world he once called home. He remembers the grueling days of unpaid overtime spent working at a soul-crushing and exploitative black company. 17 years have passed since he was first summoned to this world of swords and sorcery. He battles monsters fiercely, yet he cannot forget how backward and primitive this civilization is compared to modern technology and convenience. So he decides he has no desire to stay in a place with such painful memories. He asks the goddess to return him to his original world once and for all. The deity accepts his difficult request and begins to manifest a powerful and glowing transport spell. As the light consumes him, she wishes him a good life in his home world. He realizes that returning means becoming a middle-aged salaryman once again, but he immediately starts planning his first actions upon arriving back home. So he decides to finally quit his job and binge-watch all the anime he missed. While thinking about the satisfaction of throwing a resignation letter at his terrible boss, his heart swells with anticipation as the goddess initiates the transfer magic. A magic circle glows, and light envelops his body as the world begins to fracture and fade away. A dark rift forms. He is pulled through, apparently carrying with him the immense power he cultivated to defeat the divine. He takes one last look at the stars of the fantasy world, knowing that his godlike strength might be out of place in a normal society. A blinding flash erupts. Shortly after, the atmosphere of Earth appears beneath a layer of swirling white clouds. Suddenly, he stands on a school field while a bus passes in the distance. His heart beats fast. As he looks up with a dazed expression and a heavy nosebleed, nearby students burst into uncontrollable laughter at his pathetic state. One boy mockingly asks if he hit his head and lost his memories. Then he is asked for his name and the current date to check his sanity. He realizes he has somehow regressed back to his high school years. While a familiar figure walks past him on the sunny school field, a beautiful girl with long hair approaches and asks if he is all right. She offers him a handkerchief for his nosebleed with a worried expression. In a daze, he calls out her name, Yui. She reacts with a blush and a playful shove for being so informal. Apparently, Shiratori Yui is a world-renowned heiress and is known as the school's most beautiful popular student. She insists they head to the nurse's office right away. Kazu tries to process his situation while she continues to fuss over him. He recalls that she was his childhood friend long before he was summoned away, but he realizes there is a strange blank space in his memories after high school. Suddenly, an arrogant classmate steps on a soccer ball with a jealous scowl. He kicks it hard. The ball flies fast. Kazu's instincts flare. He deflects it instantly. It strikes the bully. Kazu looks at his hand in total disbelief at his own strength. The bully collapses onto the grass with a bloody face. Yui stares at him in complete shock and asks what on earth he just did to that ball. His hand glows as he realizes the godlike powers from the other world remain within him. Kazu stares intensely at his palm while Yui looks on with a confused and concerned expression. Shortly after, Yui tries to stop him as he moves toward the edge of the school grounds. Apparently, he decides to test his remaining strength by focusing energy into his outstretched fingertips. He fires magic. Energy shatters trees. He clutches his forehead in disbelief as the sheer scale of his power finally sinks in. In response, he turns back to Yui with a serious look and calls her name softly. He asks about the current year while staring at the urban landscape of his old home. Yui confirms it is 1997 and worries that his head injury might be more severe than expected. Shortly after, he is struck with shock upon realizing he has returned to a nostalgic era. Apparently, this is the legendary year when iconic anime and films dominated the entire social landscape. He curses the foolish goddess for reverting his physical body back to his teenage self once again. So he realizes with horror that he is living through his 17th year for the third time. While Yui continues to question his sanity, he calculates that his mental age is nearly 60 years. Elsewhere, fresh blood splatters across a wooden park bench under the pale light of the moon. A mysterious creature with pointed ears licks the crimson liquid from a fresh wound. This monstrous girl looms over a mangled corpse as gore drips onto the dark ground. Night falls over the quiet city as the stars shine brightly above the dense forest canopy. Suddenly, the surface of the moon begins to transform into a terrifying and unnatural shape. A mysterious figure floats silently against the backdrop of a massive, glowing moon. Kazu drifts through the starry void while contemplating the strange reality of his return. He looks down at the distant Earth and realizes he has truly traveled back to this era. He stares into the vastness of space while preparing to test the limits of his power. Apparently, he uses advanced magic to create a space barrier and achieve high-speed flight. Shortly after, he suddenly clutches his chest as a sharp pain ripples through his teenage body. He realizes that even a brief moment of reinforcement magic puts a massive strain on his frame. A blinding light erupts as he pushes his magical energy to the absolute limit. In response, he puts on his earphones and prepares to endure a brutal training session. He puffs his cheeks. He focuses his energy. The sheer intensity of the power causes him to grimace in agony as his muscles tear apart. Bright light erupts. He immediately uses high-level recovery magic to heal his shattered body. Despite the excruciating physical pain, he repeats the process. Magical energy swirls around him as he continues to forcefully remodel his physical vessel. Consequently, he manages to sculpt a professional athlete's muscular physique using nothing but his forbidden cheat magic. He flexes his arm and notes that his body can finally withstand the flow of his mana. A streak of light shoots across the cosmos as he finishes his secret training session. Fragments drift away. Kazu decides to repair the moon's crater while realizing he must adjust his godlike power level. Shortly after, Yui walks home alone through the dark streets under the glow of a street lamp. She reflects on how strangely Kazu acted earlier, while wondering what caused his sudden personality shift. In response, she looks down at her hand and remembers the touch they shared after years. Apparently, she blushes while thinking about how long it has been since they last held hands. She eventually reaches the local park, which serves as a place of deep nostalgia for her. So she reminisces about the very first time she met Kazu here, back in their kindergarten days. She remembers being lost and crying until a young Kazu arrived to offer her his comfort. The young boy smiled warmly while asking her to play with him, to cheer her up. Shortly after, she recalls how they both got scolded for getting their clothes covered in mud. Her peaceful thoughts are interrupted as she approaches a specific wooden bench in the dark park. Suddenly, she discovers the bench is completely splattered with fresh and horrifying pools of dark blood. She looks up in terror to find a monster girl perched menacingly on a tall street lamp. The creature growls hungrily while its face remains stained with the blood of its previous victim. Yi stands frozen in fear as the predator readies itself to strike from its high perch. The monster lunges. Meanwhile, Kazu completes his restoration of the lunar surface before preparing to head back home. Suddenly, he senses a disturbance and calls out Yui's name. With a look of immediate concern, he realizes the hidden detection magic he placed on her has finally been triggered by danger. So he resolves to return to Earth and rescue his childhood friend from her deadly predicament. Kazu remembers Yui helping him up while realizing he accidentally used otherworld magic during the soccer incident. Up in space, he watches the Earth while admitting he never expected his detection magic to actually trigger. He readies himself. He dives down. Shortly after, he streaks through the atmosphere like a falling star while desperately calling out for Yui's safety. Back in the park, the monster girl prepares to finish her hunt as her long hair flows wildly. The beast crashes. This demonic creature snarls with pitch-black eyes while fresh blood from her previous meal stains her pale lips. Yui stands her ground against the terrifying predator despite the overwhelming aura of death filling the empty park. Apparently, she recognizes the monster as a Dark Valkyrie variant and analyzes its lethal characteristics with surprising calm. Sharp edges glint. She drops her bag. In response, Yui moves with supernatural speed while a powerful energy begins to swirl around her small frame. She wipes her face and notes that the monster saved her the trouble of searching for it tonight. A spear manifests, so she stands within a massive glowing magic circle and commands her hidden power to finally activate fully. She gasps in pain while struggling to contain the massive surge of mana flowing from her divine artifact. She steps forward. Her eyes glow. The monster girl lunges toward her with a feral scream as the battle for survival truly begins. Yi kicks the monster. The beast strikes back. Their collision shatters ground. Shortly after, Yui readies her replica Gungnir while analyzing the combat capabilities of the deadly variant. She notes that a normal creature would have been obliterated by such a massive and direct impact. The monster girl snarls. The beast screams out. Kazu plummets toward Earth. He realizes that magical forces are active on Earth and wonders how such power remained hidden for so long. So he questions whether Yui is an innocent bystander or deeply connected to this secret supernatural world. Apparently, he pauses his descent to reflect on the strange circumstances of his third life as a teenager. He jokes that his current falling pose looks exactly like a hero from a popular robot anime series. Night Air rushes past. Wei swings her spear. The monster dodges swiftly. Yui gasps in shock. Claws tear through stone. Wei is thrown back. She hits the dirt. She struggles to stand. Yui realizes with horror that her Gungnir attack failed against this monster's superior durability. Shortly after, she acknowledges the massive gap in physical strength while the predator smiles mockingly. In response, Yui surges with power as jagged energy erupts from the ground beneath her feet. She activates Gungnir's edge mode while committing to a final, short-term decisive strike. Light beams pierce. Meanwhile, Kazu senses a sudden spike in Yui's magical energy while still descending toward the city. Yui strikes fast. She launches herself toward the trapped creature while trailing a massive wake of magical energy. She focuses everything. Apparently, she unleashes a devastating spear thrust that completely skewers the monstrous Dark Valkyrie. The ultimate technique, the monster shatters. Shortly after, Yui gasps for breath while the adrenaline of the life-or-death struggle begins to fade. She feels relieved. She collapses down. While catching her breath, she reflects on the terrifying difficulty of her very first actual combat mission. Smoke rises slowly. She starts walking away while feeling the crushing weight of the fatigue from using her divine artifact. A shadow strikes. Suddenly, blood splatters across the air as Yui is blindsided by a lethal and unexpected new attack. Yui tumbles away. In response, she looks up. Shortly after, she realizes with despair that two more powerful monsters have suddenly joined the fray. The creature looms over her with a sadistic and bloodthirsty grin across its pale face. She is struck hard. Apparently, the demonic trio revels in her suffering while their twisted laughter echoes through the dark park. Yui struggles on ground. So a monster grins. In response, the three creatures surround their exhausted prey while preparing to deliver a final, cruel blow. Suddenly, Kazu arrives. Shortly after, he stands firm. So he looks back with a cold gaze while ignoring the monster's overwhelming and terrifying presence. In response, Yui stares up at him with tears in her eyes while whispering his name. He stands protectively between her and the creatures while casually keeping one hand in his pocket. Apparently, he dismissively mocks their demonic appearance by comparing their high-level armor to mere amateurish cosplay. Suddenly, a monster lunges. Kazu raises a finger. Shortly after, light obliterates. He strikes through. Finally, he stands calmly while holding the monster's still-beating heart in his blood-stained hand. Yui watches in absolute silence as she tries to process the impossible feat she just witnessed. Shortly after, the monster's remains dissolve into smoke, while Yui marvels at Kazu's barehanded strength. She realizes that apparently even heavy military artillery shouldn't have been able to scratch that variant's armor. Apparently, Kazu casually crushes the heart into dust, while Yui wonders if he uses a divine artifact. Suddenly, the remaining monsters launch a coordinated assault as Yui screams a desperate warning to Kazu. He remains completely unfazed while casually asking if these creatures are indeed the legendary Valkyries. Suddenly, sharp weapons fall. Steel strikes ground. In response, the monsters prepare their next move with a look of pure, feral determination. Kazu readies himself. He senses his own immense power while holding black shards with a cold and focused expression. Shortly after, Yui screams in total shock at the sight of his mysterious and overwhelming power. Then he crushes shards. Energy beams erupt. The monster screams. Flesh shatters instantly. In response, Yui stares with wide eyes as the overwhelming power of her childhood friend is revealed. Shortly after, Kazu turns to her while the last of the enemies explode into dark fragments. So Yui remains standing in the center of the destruction while questioning the true nature of these foes. She looks up with a faint smile as the immediate danger finally passes. Yui stands in the wreckage while struggling to comprehend Kazu's impossible and godlike level of strength. Shortly after, she wonders if she should finally reveal the hidden truth about her own secret life. In response, Kazu contemplates if she would actually believe the unbelievable story of his long absence. Apparently, he decides to be completely honest about his identity and the reality of his mysterious return. He tells Yui he was reincarnated in another world and only just returned home today. Shortly after, morning arrives and a peaceful atmosphere returns to the quiet suburban neighborhood. A young girl calls out to her brother while checking on him from the hallway. She announces that breakfast is ready while waiting for a response from inside the silent bedroom. She stomps loudly. Futaba bursts into the room and yells at her brother to wake up before he is late. Kazu greets her calmly. He stands by the window and offers a simple good morning to his very irritated younger sister. Futaba stares wide-eyed. In response, they share a quiet and awkward moment as she notices something different about his behavior. She continues to scream at him, while Kazu apologizes for being lost in his own deep thoughts. Apparently, she finds it suspicious that he isn't frantically rushing to get ready like he usually does. Kazu speaks up. Shortly after, he smiles and tells her that he will start cooking breakfast for the family tomorrow. Futaba freezes up. She screams in absolute shock at the thought of her lazy brother actually doing the morning chores. Futaba continues to scold Kazu while he reflects on his 20 years of living alone in another world. Shortly after, she stares at him suspiciously while he struggles to keep his secret hidden from her. In response, Kazu gently pats her head and causes her to become completely flustered by his unexpected kindness. He tells her that they should support each other more since they only have each other now. Apparently, Futaba is deeply moved by her brother's sudden change in attitude and looks at him with wonder. Back at the park, Yui warns Kazu that being eaten by a variant means losing one's very existence. Shortly after, she asks him a heavy question about whether he still remembers his own parents. In response, Kazu naturally confirms that he remembers them, while wondering why she would even ask that. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes his head as a strange memory glitch begins to fracture his mind. Apparently, he realizes that his memories of his parents have been completely erased by some mysterious force. So Yui apologizes for dragging him into this nightmare, while Kazu clutches his head in deep confusion. She declares her hatred for the monsters and asks if his otherworld powers are truly real. Shortly after, she desperately begs him to lend his incredible strength to their fight against the variants. In response, Kazu senses a familiar and unsettling feeling that he has experienced once before. He realizes there is a massive blank space in his memory concerning Yui's past. Suddenly, a horrific vision of Yui being brutally impaled flashes through his mind and fuels his resolve. He grits his teeth in anger while the weight of his missing memories finally begins to sink in. Shortly after, he speaks her name softly in the dark park while making a life-changing decision. So he vows to join her and fight against the creatures that threaten their world. The next day begins as students walk through the school hallways, while the morning bell rings loudly. Kazu reflects on his cool-headed declaration while wondering about the true nature of the monstrous variants. Shortly after, he sits in class contemplating the hidden and dangerous side of his original world. The school day proceeds normally while he watches Yui from his seat amidst the noisy classroom. Apparently, he believes a normal student should have no way of knowing about such supernatural threats. He prepares his things. In response, he decides he must question Yui further, just as a familiar voice calls his name. He looks up, so Yui approaches his desk with a homemade bento and asks him to eat lunch together. Shortly after, Kazu is stunned by her boldness, while the surrounding students watch them with intense curiosity. Yui whispers that they should stay together to discuss their future battles against the incoming monsters. Apparently, she insists on sticking close for convenience, while Kazu feels the jealous glares of his classmates. A classmate seethes. Later on, they sit together outside while Kazu asks for more details regarding the mysterious divine artifacts. He listens intently. So Yui explains that her black tights are actually part of the specialized equipment she always wears. Apparently, these divine artifact replicas are crafted from variant materials to serve as humanity's only effective weapons. Kazu notes their extreme rarity while Yui confirms that only a few exist across the entire globe. Shortly after, she adds that finding humans capable of adapting to these weapons is an even greater challenge. Suddenly, a large and aggressive student approaches their lunch spot while complaining about Yui's choice of company. The bully slams his foot down and demands that Yui stop ignoring him immediately. The arrogant blonde bully leans in close and demands that Yui start dating him immediately. Shortly after, he smirks while promising to make her school life interesting if she accepts. In response, Yui rejects him firmly as Kazu watches the uncomfortable interaction with a tired sigh. Shortly after, he reaches out to grab her, while dismissing her excuses about family dating rules. So Kazu suddenly intervenes by catching the bully's arm before he can touch his childhood friend. Apparently, he claims his hand slipped. Shortly after, Kazu strikes. The object flies fast, so Kazu catches his chopsticks. In response, the bully clutches his face in pain, while Kazu calmly returns to his lunch. So he screams Kazu's name in rage and draws the attention of the entire student body. Shortly after, he grabs Kazu's collar. Apparently, he insults Kazu's weak appearance, while questioning why a girl like Yui would choose him. Then he threatens Kazu further. In response, Kazu stares him down and cold-bloodedly challenges the bully to a formal duel. So the bully stands stunned. Apparently, students run to watch. Shortly after, word spreads quickly through the crowd about the impending one-on-one showdown. Shortly after, they enter the hall. Finally, Kazu and his opponent face off in the kendo dojo before a massive crowd of spectators. Kazu wonders how he ended up in a duel, while Yui cheers for him from the sidelines. Shortly after, the bully tells him to put on his protective headgear and prepare for the match. In response, he smirks wickedly. So Kazu points out that his opponent isn't wearing any protective gear for this fight either. Apparently, the bully brags about his kendo expertise compared to Kazu's supposed amateur and weak status. Meanwhile, the crowd cheers loudly. In response, Kazu sighs at the bloodthirsty students who are eagerly waiting to see him get beaten. Shortly after, the bully declares that Kazu must stay away from Yui forever if he loses today. So Kazu questions the stakes. When suddenly the bully attacks rapidly. Shortly after, he lunges forward. In response, Kazu blocks easily. So the bully and Yui stare in absolute shock at Kazu's effortless and powerful defense. Shortly after, everyone freezes instantly. So the spectators whisper in total confusion about how Kazu stopped the strike so easily. Apparently, Kazu looks incredibly bored. So he casually asks if the opponent was aiming for his head or his torso just now. Shortly after, he trembles violently. In response, the bully screams that he is done holding back and raises his sword high. So he swings hard. Kazu looks up while observing his opponent's opening during the intense and crowded kendo match. He strikes the bully's head with a powerful blow and immediately ends the one-sided kendo match. Night falls over a far-off land as a crescent moon shines over a mysterious and ancient-looking structure. A talking crow flies through the air, while desperately calling out for the attention of a god. Apparently, the creature seeks the presence of the legendary thunder god to report an urgent and strange discovery. The bird enters a grand stone hall and addresses a seated figure as Lord Thor with high respect. A transition occurs. The seated man reaches for his drink while listening to the crow's frantic and loud interruptions from above. Shortly after, Thor complains about his severe hangover and tells the bird to be quiet for a moment. He threatens to kill the creature if it continues to screech so loudly in his aching ears. In response, the crow reports that a mere human managed to slaughter 3 high-level dark variants alone. Thor expresses pure disbelief that any human could possess the strength to kill multiple variants at once. He knocks over his table in a sudden burst of excitement, while his interest is finally piqued. Apparently, he becomes eager for combat and demands to know when the next door to Earth opens. Thor grins wildly while commanding the bird to call him to battle as soon as possible. The next morning, Kazu and Yui begin a rigorous training session at a traditional Japanese dojo. Yui performs high kicks. Kazu watches her movements with a critical eye while she continues her physical conditioning with intense focus. She screams loudly. Suddenly, Yui performs a flashy uppercut that leaves Kazu questioning her choice of supposed leg techniques. Kazu remains skeptical while noting that her previous flashy move was definitely not a proper leg technique. Shortly after, Yui catches her breath and looks at him with a determined and sweat-drenched expression. In response, Kazu acknowledges that her physical form is lean and lacks any unnecessary bulk or waste. So he bluntly tells her that she has only reached the level of a top-tier human athlete. Apparently, he explains that her current body is incapable of withstanding the immense strain of high-level mana. Shortly after, he references a legendary anime hero while warning that excessive muscle mass can decrease speed. So Kazu acknowledges the cultural impact of the legendary series while noting the unique charm of the 90s. Kazu emphasizes that the quality of one's power is far more important than the sheer quantity of it. Then he manifests a tiny glowing magical orb and asks if she is truly ready to try. Apparently, he plans to use magic to forcefully tear her muscle fibers to accelerate her physical growth. In response, Yui winks confidently while claiming that she is more than ready for his intense training. So he recalls how she begged him for instruction shortly after his victory in the Kendo dojo. Kazu readies magic. Yui looks stunned. Shortly after, she winces in sudden and intense agony as the magical muscle remodeling process begins. She collapses down. A nearby cat jumps in fright as her piercing scream of pain echoes through the quiet school grounds. Meanwhile, students gossip about Kazu's incredible one-hit victory over the school bully from the day before. So they wonder about the bully's current whereabouts, while assuming he must be recovering somewhere in private. Finally, the students' conversation leads to the school infirmary, where the injured bully is currently being treated. Outside the infirmary, students whisper about the defeated Kagakawa, while the atmosphere grows increasingly tense and curious. Kagakawa sits on a bed while laughing off his humiliating defeat as a simple and clumsy accident. He continues to smile outwardly while hiding the burning rage and resentment bubbling deep within his heart. Shortly after, he recalls the precise moment Kazu struck him and wonders how a weakling became so strong. Several concerned female students enter the infirmary to check on his condition and offer their sincere sympathies. One girl boldly offers to stay behind and nurse him back to health, while the others look on. So Kagakawa dismisses the crowd and asks only for her company to help soothe his aching head. The other students eventually depart and leave the pair alone in the quiet and secluded school infirmary. A heavy silence fills the room as Kagakawa prepares to act on his dark and twisted impulses. Suddenly, the girl straddles him on the bed, while the atmosphere becomes charged with a dangerous intimacy. They share a passionate kiss while the world outside continues on, completely unaware of the developing scene. Kagakawa whispers that the school nurse won't return for a long time, while he draws her closer. He pins her down. They embrace tightly. Apparently, his mind drifts to a dark obsession as he imagines possessing Yui Shiratori's body for himself. He envisions her bound in chains while his twisted desires begin to manifest in a truly horrifying way. Suddenly, Kagakawa transforms into a monstrous creature, while the terrified girl screams in absolute and pure horror. Dark blood sprays. Shortly after, the school building stands silent under a darkening sky as a sinister presence begins to stir. Finally, Kazu sits alone in the dojo while focusing his mind for the coming battles against the variants. Kazu suddenly senses a faint trace of magical energy while focusing on his surroundings in the dojo. Shortly after, Yui repeatedly calls out to him while he remains lost in his thoughts about the presence. In response, Yui collapses to the floor and begs for mercy after the grueling and painful training session. Kazu scratches his head and apologizes while she lies exhausted on the ground from the physical strain. Shortly after, Kazu helps her up while checking to see if she can handle any more magical training. Apparently, Yui feels conflicted because the recovery magic feels strangely good, despite the trauma of the pain. Kazu explains that a week of non-stop training would create a perfect body, but Yui fears for her life, so he suggests a more moderate daily routine while a nearby cat meows in the peaceful morning air. Shortly after, Kazu asks to see her divine artifact's power by attacking a specialized mechanical training dummy. Yui steps forward. In response, she activates her hidden powers while a determined and focused glow appears in her wide eyes. Kazu notes that her muscle training is already showing results and encourages her to use her full strength. Shortly after, he reveals that he also adjusted her internal magic circuits to improve her combat efficiency. Yui agrees confidently. Shortly after, she charges toward the dummy while channeling the full power of her legendary replica Gungnir. She unleashes a devastating and explosive ultimate attack that fills the entire dojo with a blinding white light. Kazu watches calmly. The high-tech training dummy is completely obliterated, while a shocked Yui stares at the smoldering wreckage. She realizes that her body feels incredibly light and experiences absolutely no backlash from the massive attack. Finally, she excitedly rushes toward Kazu to celebrate her sudden and overwhelming increase in physical power. Kazu warns Yui to stop using her divine artifact for now, leaving her completely stunned. He explains that the weapon places an immense burden on the user and will eventually kill her. Shortly after, he secretly wonders if this artifact caused her tragic death in his original timeline. Kazu questions why a wealthy heiress like Yui would possess such a lethal and dangerous item. In response, Yui sadly reveals that her own parents forced this heavy mission upon her. Apparently, her father sought a connection with the anti-variant organization by funding a specific Nordic group. She explains that her family lineage made her a suitable candidate for the weapon's power. Yui admits she is being exploited by her father, but still refuses to forgive the variants. Kazu remains silent while processing the dark truth about the people closest to his childhood friend. He strictly forbids the artifact's use, though Yui argues she is helpless against monsters without it. In response, Kazu leans in and clarifies that his prohibition is only a temporary measure. Where looks confused. Suddenly, Kazu grabs her leg and announces he must touch her directly to perform an adjustment. He massages her limb while insisting this procedure is vital for her future survival. Shortly after, Yui blushes deeply from the sudden physical contact and feels incredibly embarrassed. Kazu focuses intensely on understanding her internal magic circuit structure to minimize the artifact's burden. Apparently, he intends to use his own overwhelming mana to rewrite her fragile magical pathways. He continues the delicate procedure while Yui remains completely flustered by his unexpected actions. Suddenly, Kazu's eyes sharpen as he senses a new and hostile presence nearby. He turns toward a suspicious sound while Yui watches him with a look of pure confusion. A sinister and shadowy figure suddenly appears at the dojo entrance, while Kazu and Yui watch in silence. Shortly after, the figure is revealed to be Kagakawa, now transformed into a blood-soaked and terrifying monster. He holds the severed head of their classmate, while Yui gasps in absolute horror at the gruesome sight. In response, Yui realizes with despair that the victim was a girl from their very own classroom. Suddenly, Kazu experiences another sharp memory blank as he tries to recall his past with these specific people. The monster looms. It lets out a piercing and inhuman roar that echoes throughout the empty dojo with pure malice. The creature stares down Kazu and Yui while preparing to unleash its newfound and violent power upon them. Claws flex menacingly. Apparently, the monster revels in its transformation while blood drips from its twisted and fanged mouth. Kazu asks Yui if variants usually use humans as vessels, but she admits she has never heard of it. Shortly after, the monster gathers a massive amount of dark energy into its arm for a lethal strike. The beast attacks. In response, Yui is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of magical power radiating from the transformed bully. Kazu stops strike, so he stands firmly in front of Yui to shield her from the shock waves of the dark energy. The dark magic shatters into harmless fragments against Kazu's invisible defense, while the monster remains stunned. The beast growls. Kazu decides that the training session is officially over while reaching for a weapon of his own. Finally, he unsheathes a powerful black sword and tells Yui to stay back while he handles the monster. Transformed, Kagakawa laughs maniacally, while Kazu watches him with a cold and unsympathetic expression. Shortly after, the monster lunges, so ground shatters violently. Suddenly, a new powerful entity appears and comments on the small size of the portal. This arrogant god smirks. Shortly after, Thor laughs boisterously while asking if Kazu is the human who slew the Valkyries. In response, Kazu notes Thor's massive mana, which apparently rivals the strength of a demon king. Kazu asks about the door while Thor continues his loud and arrogant laughter without a care. Apparently, Thor declares his name. Then he readies a strike. Suddenly, lightning strikes down, so Thor slams ground. Shortly after, dust settles. Kazu stares unimpressed. Shortly after, he asks if the god is incapable of understanding speech due to his mindless aggression. Apparently, Thor stands amidst the wreckage while Kazu remains completely unharmed by the massive shockwave. Thor smirks confidently. In response, he asks how a mere human survived a direct hit from Mjolnir without any injuries. Yui trembles in fear. Finally, Kazu dismisses the attack as a simple hammer strike that only managed to shake the floor. Thor snorts in disbelief at Kazu's dismissive comment. Shortly after, the Thunder God breaks into a fit of hysterical laughter, while Kazu remains completely indifferent. Thor calls Kazu rude, but finds the human's arrogance incredibly interesting. In response, Yui is shocked to learn he is the actual Thor from Norse mythology. Apparently, she grows anxious about the presence of such an irregular and powerful entity. She worries that the massive explosion from earlier has surely alerted everyone in the neighborhood. Shortly after, Kazu tells her to stay calm while he addresses the situation at hand. He decides to make the arrogant god talk and reveal all his secrets. Thor becomes enraged at being threatened by a mere human and prepares to attack. So he charges forward with a thunderous roar while the ground shatters beneath him. He leaps into the air and challenges Kazu to survive his most powerful strike. Thor grins maliciously. Kazu realizes the god is concentrating enough mana to turn the entire area into a massive crater. Thor unleashes his signature Mjolnir attack, while Kazu notes its similarity to a classic anime move. Kazu swings back. The strike lands, Wei screams out. Shortly after, she cries out Kazu's name in a panic as energy fills the entire dojo. Thor laughs wickedly. Finally, Thor asks if Kazu is really human after witnessing his incredible defensive capability. Thor admits that few could nullify his strike even in the age of myths. Shortly after, he wonders if Kazu's power comes from a hammer or perhaps his legs. Apparently, the conversation shifts to how Kagakawa served as a medium for the monster's arrival. Kazu considers if the boy's membership in the soccer club had any connection to the transformation. Thor laughs heartily while Yui watches the two powerful beings with growing dread and anxiety. In response, Kazu demands that the god quickly hand over all the information he possesses. Thor agrees to talk while preparing to resume their intense and destructive battle once more. He declares that they should enjoy the thrill of the fight while they exchange information. Shortly after, Thor lunges forward again as Kazu prepares to counter his godlike speed. Kazu clicks his tongue in annoyance while finding the god's talkative nature quite bothersome. Thor asks if Kazu's kind manifests in this world by using humans as physical vessels. They clash violently. Apparently, Thor explains that the gods have long since lost their direct influence over the human world. Kazu remains silent, so Thor reveals that they must turn humans into doors to cross over into this reality. Shortly after, Kazu asks his second question about the nature of the summoning process. Thor screams that he doesn't know the answer, while Kazu finds his ignorance quite annoying. He admits that the gods themselves cannot predict who will be summoned next to Earth. Suddenly, Thor's eyes glow as he confesses to feeling an overwhelming and insatiable hunger. He notes that lesser soldiers would lose their minds to the intense starvation they experience. 501. Thor boastfully claims that someone of his divine status can easily control his insatiable hunger. In response, Kazu asks a third question about whether the god can survive without consuming humans. Thor simply smiles and denies the possibility of ever living peacefully alongside the human race. Kazu sighs while tightening his grip on the hilt of his powerful black sword. Apparently, he decides that Thor is far too dangerous to be left alive in this world. Kazu says kill. Thor laughs with joy while noting that Kazu's killing intent rivals the fury of the Allfather. Wood beams shatter, steel glints sharply. Kazu realizes he has learned everything he can and prepares to end the conversation permanently. Shortly after, the thunder god grins while lightning begins to crackle around his massive frame. Thor screams out. Meanwhile, Yui senses a massive surge in mana, while Kazu wonders if this is finally Thor's full strength. In response, Thor demands to know who this human is to match him in both martial and magical prowess. He bellows loudly. The god lunges. Kazu strikes back. Kazu identifies himself as an around 40 salaryman who has finally returned to his original home, so he follows through. Thor laughs wildly. Thor laughs while bleeding profusely from a lethal wound and praising the quality of Kazu's blade. The dying god expresses his deep satisfaction before challenging Kazu to a full-power hammer duel next time. Thor's physical form suddenly erupts into flames and vanishes, while Yui checks on Kazu's well-being. Smoke drifts away. Kazu contemplates the mystery of variance using human vessels, despite not understanding the underlying magical logic. He reaches for shoes. Shortly after, he tries to recall the face of the bully Kagakawa while his memories begin to fracture. Apparently, he struggles to remember the female classmate who was just brutally murdered right before his eyes. He walks away while realizing that his memories of the victims are rapidly fading into total obscurity. So he concludes that being consumed by variance means having one's very existence erased from causality. Night wind blows. Suddenly, Yui's family guards arrive while she worries about the consequences of Kazu's involvement in the battle. Kazu casually bids her farewell and walks into the darkness, while promising to see her again tomorrow. He takes flight. In response, Yui stands alone amidst the wreckage and whispers his name with a look of longing. Kazu streaks across the night sky while pondering the possibility of breaking the world's cruel cycle of causality. Apparently, he believes that defeating the gods might finally allow him to change the predetermined path of history. The city passes below, so he vows to use his overwhelming power to prevent Yui's tragic death from ever occurring again. Finally, he arrives back at his quiet family home, while the echoes of the night battle slowly fade. A mysterious dark-haired man with a silver ring contemplates Thor's sudden and unexpected defeat with a suspicious smirk. Two men stand over a blood-stained alleyway while noting that Thor's powerful presence has completely vanished from Earth. The man in the cap laughs while questioning if a divine artifact user could actually kill a god. Blood sprays out. In response, the dark-haired antagonist decides to ignore the matter for now, while maintaining his sinister and confident composure. Meanwhile, Kazu remembers a quiet moment with Yui, where they discuss the terrifying reality of fighting ancient magic gods. Yui smiles warmly and tells him she trusts his promise to protect her, no matter what happens next. Voices call his name. A new chapter begins. Back in the present, Yui holds out a vintage mobile phone and asks Kazu to take it from her. Kazu stares at the device with a blank expression while trying to remember why it looks so incredibly familiar. He shouts with joy upon realizing it is a nostalgic PHS from the legendary year of 1997. In response, Yui looks completely baffled by his over-the-top reaction. While Kazu tries to laugh off his excessive excitement, lightning crackles suddenly. Yui jumps in surprise while Kazu confirms that his quick magical modification of the phone was a total success. Apparently, he explains that he used his electrical magic to turn the PHS into a makeshift variant detection device. He notes that chasing individual monsters is too slow, and they must find a more efficient way to hunt. Elsewhere, a mysterious blonde woman walks through the city streets while complaining about her intense and growing hunger. Her companion agrees while his eyes remain hidden behind his hair as they continue walking through the urban landscape. Finally, they arrive at a massive building while preparing to satiate their dark and monstrous appetites. The blonde woman stares at the abandoned building while questioning why they have come to such a place. Shortly after, her dark-haired companion restrains her while reminding her that he was the one who lured her. Apparently, he prepares to harvest her while mockingly commenting on the delicious quality of her physical form. In response, the group discusses dividing their prey into 3 equal portions while maintaining a cold and clinical tone. Nearby, Kazu notes the presence of 3 mana signatures, but realizes they are intentionally hiding their true strength. Kazu suddenly commands Yui to move out while she reacts with a look of pure confusion and shock. He sweeps her into a princess carry while warning her about the high-level illusionists lurking within the shadows. Shortly after, Yui focuses her gaze as the reality of the situation begins to settle into her mind. She clashes with a laughing monster who expresses total shock at the sight of her legendary divine artifact. Yui tells Kazu to wait while she prepares to engage the enemy on her own terms. In response, she desperately begs Kazu to let her handle this specific battle to prove her own strength, so she initiates the activation sequence for Gungnir. While mana begins to swirl violently around her body, she leaps forward. The monster screams in terror upon sensing the overwhelming and impossible amount of mana Yui is now outputting. She kicks hard. She strikes down. Kazu watches from a distance and praises her technique while Yui offers him her sincere thanks. Shortly after, she confirms that her new Gungnir is performing perfectly thanks to his secret magical adjustments. Kazu smiles while knowing that her successful adaptation to the power is a testament to her natural talent. Finally, they discover the defeated members of Ratatoskr, while the immediate threat to the city subsides. A new elven-looking antagonist named Loki mockingly suggests that the heroes should at least serve as his dessert. Shortly after, Kazu realizes this entity is showing its true form, just like the god Thor did previously. Apparently, Loki grins while holding up a severed hand and taunting them about the meager remains of their allies. In response, Yui trembles with a pained expression while struggling to contain her rising anger and frustration. She suddenly lunges toward the trickster god despite Kazu's desperate shout for her to wait and stay back. She unleashes her doomsday blow. Shortly after, Kazu places a steadying hand on her shoulder as she gasps for breath from the exertion. So Yui looks back in total shock upon realizing Kazu has moved to protect her from the front. Meanwhile, Loki's companion warns him to stay focused while the trickster god dismissively tells him to shut up. Loki's ring begins to glow with a sinister light as he prepares to use his powers once again. He strikes fast. Suddenly, Loki skewers Kazu through the chest while explaining his weapon is designed to only cut living flesh. White screams out. Kazu remains remarkably calm despite the blood spraying from his wound while repeating the god's cryptic words. In response, Loki realizes Kazu is far different from the foolish Thor as he prepares his next move. Kazu sparkles brightly. Loki stands speechless. Shortly after, Kazu triumphantly announces he is fully healed while the 2 villains stare in absolute disbelief. Apparently, he casually explains to a stunned Yui that he simply used a very basic level of treatment magic. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appears amidst crackling lightning as a terrifying curse begins to manifest. Shortly after, a lethal poison begins to spread through the dark silhouette as the curse takes hold. While the Phantom is suddenly stricken by an incurable disease that ravages its mysterious and shadowy form, in response, Loki notes that he has already developed perfect countermeasures during his time in the Otherworld. So a powerful seal manifests and traps the target within a transparent and inescapable cube of magical energy. Shortly after, total paralysis sets in and leaves the victim completely unable to move their stiffened limbs. Apparently, petrification begins to take hold as the silhouette starts to fracture and crumble into cold stone. While a terrifying mental erosion begins to consume the target's consciousness from the inside out, Kazu strikes back. In response, Kazu notes that weapons of that type possess a fatal weakness against experienced magic users. Then Skirnir removes his cap while revealing a confident and sinister smile toward the two heroes. Kazu remains silent. So Kazu questions whether Skirnir is also a high-ranking entity originating from the ancient Norse myths. Skirnir looks down and expresses his disappointment, while claiming that he is fundamentally different from his peers. A powerful enemy. Shortly after, a thick cloud of dust erupts as the next stage of the battle begins. Kazu gasps in shock as he realizes his opponent has completely vanished from his sight. A hand strikes. Kazu is sent flying backward while Yui screams his name in a state of pure panic. Ground shatters violently. Finally, Kazu sits among the wreckage while noting that the enemy's movement was far beyond physical speed. Kazu realizes his opponent's presence has completely vanished from the area. Suddenly, a mysterious girl in a white kimono appears silently behind Skirnir. She approaches while the text hints at a secret only she possesses. Magic circles glow. Apparently, there is one feat that every legendary mage deemed absolutely impossible. Blinding light erupts. Skirnir stands victoriously while claiming he has mastered the art of perfect teleportation. Shortly after, Kazu stands up from the rubble and questions the meaning of Skirnir's words. Skirnir smirks while expressing surprise that Kazu survived his ultimate Divine Realm attack. In response, Kazu casually brushes off the dust and mocks the god's cringeworthy attack name. Skirnir looks confused while asking about the strange disease Kazu just mentioned. So Yui panics upon realizing that the term hasn't been invented yet in 1997. Apparently, Skirnir observes their interaction and begins to piece together the truth about Kazu. Kazu glares intensely at the god while sensing a dangerous shift in the atmosphere. He points his blade and demands that Skirnir reveal every secret he is hiding. Suddenly, the kimono-clad girl addresses her master by the legendary name Susanoo. She informs Skirnir that he is being summoned back immediately by a higher power. In response, Kazu clicks his tongue in frustration upon seeing a second enemy arrive. So Skirnir decides to retreat while mockingly bidding farewell to his fairy tale mage opponent. Finally, he signals for silence while promising a proper battle during their next encounter. Kazu stares at the spot where the enemy vanished while realizing they used high-level teleportation once again. Shortly after, Yui reaches out to check on Kazu's injuries as he struggles to catch his breath. In response, Kazu wipes blood from his face while bringing up the mysterious identity of their recent opponent. We note that the girl called him Susanoo while they stand amidst the wreckage of the urban battlefield. Apparently, Kazu wonders if the variants are divided into different factions based on various world mythologies. He remains deep in thought while focusing on a strange sensation he felt during the intense encounter. Shortly after, he realizes the enemy's teleportation felt exactly like the blanks currently fracturing his own memories. In response, he stares intensely while contemplating if the Divine Realm is the true source of their power. A shoe clicks on the pavement. The next morning, Kazu sighs under the bright sky while the weight of his magic use takes its toll. Futaba notices his exhaustion and asks if he is all right as they walk together toward the school. Kazu reassures her while they continue their morning commute through the quiet neighborhood streets. Shortly after, Futaba accuses him of staying up all night playing video games instead of actually resting. She expresses her jealousy about the newly released Final Fantasy VII, while Kazu reflects on the year 1997. Meanwhile, Yui spots them from a distance while the morning sun shines brightly over the school path. Wei calls out to Kazu while Futaba watches the popular heiress approach with a knowing look. Shortly after, Futaba bids her brother farewell and heads off in a different direction toward her own class. Wei asks about Futaba's sudden departure, while Kazu wonders if his sister is intentionally giving them privacy. Students walk to school. Finally, Kazu shifts the conversation back to the dangerous enemies they encountered the previous night. Wei mentions that her family's investigation into the mysterious enemy has finally yielded very little useful information. Shortly after, she clicks her device while admitting that their intelligence network failed to uncover any significant leads. Apparently, the Shiratori family specializes in Nordic variants and remains largely unfamiliar with those of Japanese origin. Kazu ponders the situation while realizing that even his advanced mana detection is unable to track their movements. Suddenly, the classroom door rattles open as Kazu suggests seeking help from a local anti-variant organization instead. A mysterious man arrives to announce he is substituting for a teacher who was suddenly and unexpectedly hospitalized. Kazu and Yui stare in absolute horror as the new instructor stands before the entire noisy classroom. The man introduces himself as Naruyama, while Kazu immediately recognizes him as the powerful god Susanoo. Shortly after, the part-time teacher smiles warmly and encourages the students to ask him anything they need. Kazu stares in disbelief. In response, he wonders what kind of twisted scheme the divine entity is planning by infiltrating his school. Naruyama smiles back mockingly. Kazu remains completely paralyzed. Shortly after, the school bell rings to signal the end of the day as students prepare to depart. Kazu enters a quiet room while a voice comments on the eternal beauty of the setting sun. Apparently, Naruyama sits alone while reading a classic novel and addresses Kazu by his full name. The office remains silent. In response, Kazu demands to know the true intentions of the man posing as his new teacher. Kazu identifies the god. Finally, Kazu calls the god by his true name, while Susanoo sits calmly with his legs crossed. Susanoo gazes down while maintaining a calm and unreadable expression during their private, intense confrontation. Shortly after, Kazu looks at the crowded schoolyard and asks if the god intends to take everyone hostage. In response, Susanoo laughs while noting that such a disturbing thought is unusual for a normal 17-year-old. Kazu remains silent while secretly wondering if the divine entity has already deduced the truth of his reincarnation. Apparently, Susanoo dismisses the idea as mere anime-inspired nonsense, while Kazu watches him with a wary gaze. He assures Kazu that he didn't come to the school to feast on the students' souls today. So, Susanoo reveals a small case of pills and asks Kazu for help with a specific investigation. Shortly after, he requests that Kazu find the original source of these mysterious and highly suspicious drugs. Kazu detects a faint trace of magical energy from the pills and wonders what they actually are. In response, the god offers to explain the nature of the substance in much simpler terms for him. He identifies them as special stimulants designed specifically to awaken the latent powers of the monstrous variants. Kazu reacts with pure shock upon hearing about the existence of drugs intended for such dangerous creatures. Suddenly, a memory flashes of the crazed variant Loki, who was obsessed with Kazu's divine artifact last night. The monster laughs. Shortly after, Susanoo explains that Loki was one of the many monsters currently using these illegal magical stimulants. Apparently, he was undercover as a Nordic variant to investigate the distribution of these illegal magical drugs. In response, he notes that Kazu's sudden intervention unfortunately destroyed his only lead in the ongoing investigation. Kazu apologizes sarcastically while asking if the god expects him to take responsibility for the failed mission. Susanoo chuckles softly. Finally, Susanoo turns his back and asks Kazu if he has anyone truly important in this world. Kazu remains silent while processing the god's heavy question about his personal connections. Shortly after, he bluntly denies having anyone important to him in this world. In response, Susanoo laughs heartily while calling Kazu a true professional in the art of war. Apparently, the god explains that knowing the existence of loved ones is a significant tactical weakness. While Susanoo continues his lecture, Yui walks through the school hallway completely unaware of the meeting. Suddenly, Kazu senses a disturbance and looks toward the door with an expression of immediate concern. Meanwhile, Yui worries about Kazu facing the powerful Japanese variant alone as she heads home. A low groan echoes through the empty corridor as a shadowy figure approaches from the darkness. Yi stops in her tracks upon encountering a student who appears to be possessed by a monster. The creature snarls with fangs bared, while its eyes glow with a terrifying and inhuman hunger. Shortly after, Yui realizes with horror that the student has already been fully consumed by a variant. The monster lunges. In response, Yui immediately initiates the activation sequence for her divine artifact to defend herself. They clash violently. Apparently, the monster's face contorts in pain as Yui lands a direct and powerful magical strike, which is thrown back by the force of the impact, while the creature continues its relentless assault. She struggles to maintain her footing as the predator's speed begins to overwhelm her defenses. Mana surges. Suddenly, Kazu intervenes by delivering a devastating blow that sends the monster crashing into the ground. Finally, Kazu stands protectively before Yui while the defeated creature lies motionless on the pavement. Kazu reaches out his hand to Yui while apologizing for arriving late to the scene of the struggle. In response, Yui takes his hand and blushes while trying to process her sudden rescue from the monster. She turns away and insists she could have handled the variant alone, while Kazu watches her with a faint smile. Suddenly, the sound of a shoe clicking on the pavement signals the arrival of a dangerous and familiar presence. Susanoo stands on the bridge while mockingly praising Kazu for killing the low-level ogre so incredibly fast. Kazu glares at the divine entity and demands to know what his ultimate goal is for this world. Susanoo turns his back while claiming that his objectives remain exactly the same as he previously stated. Apparently, he wants Kazu to find the cafeteria where variants consume those illegal magical stimulants he showed earlier. He notes that Kazu's group is better suited for infiltration because they are considered the food in this hierarchy. Susanoo leans in with a sinister grin while reminding the strongest mage about the danger to his loved ones. Kazu remains silent while the weight of the god's threat begins to settle heavily upon his mind. Meanwhile, Yui watches the exchange with a look of pure confusion while realizing that she might be the target. Kazu contemplates the enemy's perfect teleportation and admits that he cannot prevent the god from escaping his attacks. He clenches his fist while worrying that Yui will be targeted the moment she is left completely alone. In response, Kazu stares intensely and declares that he will follow the god's lead for the time being. So he vows to kill Susanoo immediately if he ever dares to harm an innocent person again. Susanoo casually accepts the terms while the sun begins to set over the quiet and unsuspecting city. Shortly after, Yui speaks his name softly as they walk away from the site of the battle. She questions if following the god's orders was truly the right choice while they navigate the evening streets. Finally, Yui looks down with a saddened expression and asks if she has become nothing more than a burden. Kazu contemplates the danger of having his loved one's existence known, while Susanoo looms behind him. Kazu tells Yui he doesn't believe Susanoo is just a simple man-eating monster, despite the god's threats. He considers that following Susanoo might finally lead him to the secrets regarding the true nature of variance. Night falls over the urban landscape as the two walk across a bridge under the vast starlit sky. Elsewhere, Kushinada approaches Susanoo while he looks out over the city from a high, secluded balcony. She questions whether he truly intends to form a legitimate alliance with the human mage and his friend. Susanoo simply replies that he is merely testing them to see if they are worth his divine time. Kushinada mentions the name Kagutsuchi while expressing her doubts about the god's strange fascination with the human race. In response, Susanoo coldly commands her to stay quiet unless she wishes to be sent back to Takamagahara. Kushinada bows her head. 1 week passes. Music pulses through a crowded and dimly lit nightclub where people mingle under the flashing neon lights. A disguised Yui sits at the bar while a persistent stranger tries to buy her a drink. She sighs in frustration. Apparently, she regrets agreeing to this mission while wearing such an uncomfortable and revealing outfit in this place. The man persists. Suddenly, a disguised Kazu intervenes by placing a firm hand on the stranger's shoulder with a cold stare. The man retreats after assuming they are a couple while Yui calls out to her childhood friend. Kazu vomits into a toilet while realizing his adult habits led him to accidentally drink beer as a teenager. Finally, Yui tells him to pull himself together as they continue their undercover investigation deep inside the club. Kazu surveys the lively nightclub while wondering if this location truly serves as the variant's new cafeteria. He recalls questioning why such a public place would be used for such dark and supernatural purposes. Earlier, Susanoo explained that his intelligence reports identified the club as a recurring gathering spot for monsters. Apparently, variants meet there on specific days of the month to consume victims and exchange information. Susanoo also revealed that these gatherings involve the distribution of the illegal magical stimulants he previously showed. Kazu listens skeptically while trying to determine if the god was telling him the complete truth. He readies himself. Back in the present, Kazu notes that everything seems normal so far, despite his heightened senses. Wafi leans in and whispers her suspicion that Susanoo might be leading them into a dangerous trap. She leans closer. Suddenly, Yui grabs Kazu's shirt and pulls him toward her with a strange and unexpected intensity. She pins him against the bar while asking him about his feelings with a dazed expression. Yui giggles uncontrollably while Kazu tries to understand why she is suddenly acting so erratic and bold. She clings to him tightly and expresses a desperate desire to be even closer to his body. Kazu notices her flushed face and asks what is wrong, while she whispers into his ear. Yui's pupils dilate significantly as the powerful drug begins to take full control of her cognitive functions. In response, Yui embraces him and boldly asks Kazu for a kiss in the middle of the club. Kazu realizes that something is deeply wrong with Yui's mental state as she continues to lean on him. Shortly after, he looks at the half-empty drink on the bar and realizes she has been drugged. He realizes the trap has already been sprung as Yui continues to lose control of herself. Yui blushes deeply while dazed and happily asks Kazu to kiss her multiple times. Shortly after, the two lean in close as the tension between them reaches its peak. In response, Kazu finally gives in, and they share a passionate kiss amidst the club's chaos. Suddenly, a strange energy begins to flow as Kazu initiates a secret magical process during the embrace. While they continue to kiss, Yui's eyes flutter as she experiences a sudden surge of unfamiliar power. Apparently, Kazu is performing a direct mana injection to counteract the effects of the illegal drug. They eventually pull apart while a confused and breathless Yui tries to regain her senses. Shortly after, Kazu tells her to look around at the surrounding madness filling the dark room. In response, they witness the club patrons acting feral while the villains watch the scene with amusement. Kazu notes that they have successfully found the location of the variant's literal feeding ground. Apparently, Loki revels in the chaos while explaining that this is what they call the cafeteria. So Kazu deduces that the magical stimulants were likely mixed into every drink served at the bar. Shortly after, he realizes his body's natural magic resistance was the reason he vomited the beer earlier. He remains deep in thought while analyzing the sophisticated and cruel nature of the enemy's plan. Wa finally understands the reason for her sudden loss of control and acts incredibly embarrassed. Suddenly, she realizes the true and intimate nature of how Kazu delivered the neutralizing mana. In response, Yui panics and frantically asks if they actually shared their very first kiss just now. Kazu calmly explains that direct oral injection was the only way to quickly neutralize the drug's mana. Shortly after, he offers a simple apology while looking away from his very flustered childhood friend. Finally, Yui covers her mouth in total shock while processing the intimate details of Kazu's rescue. A massive clawed monster arm lunges toward Kazu and Yui as they stand their ground. Shortly after, Kazu tells Yui to prepare for battle while she looks on with a surprised expression. Heavy claws strike ground. So multiple werewolves surround the patrons while Kazu explains that the monsters have finally arrived to feast. The beast snarls fiercely. Kazu readies magic. He lunges forward. Kazu slams a monster into the floor with a powerful strike that shatters the surrounding pavement. Shortly after, he stands over the fallen beast, while the remaining werewolves begin to circle him menacingly. Kazu notes 20 enemies remain while declaring that he won't let them harm another innocent human tonight. In response, he asks Yui to handle some of the creatures, while she accepts the challenge confidently. They stand back to back. Kazu enters a room. He watches intently. Shortly after, he encounters the mysterious girl in the white kimono, standing silently in the dark hallway. The girl introduces herself as Kagutsuchi while addressing Kazu with a surprisingly formal and respectful tone. She remains perfectly still. Apparently, she reveals herself to be a dedicated servant of Susanoo, while Kazu listens to her words. In response, she asks about the situation inside the club while a monster's corpse lies nearby. Finally, Kazu tells her that she will understand the full extent of the situation once she enters. Kazu informs Kagutsuchi that the variants are annihilated and the humans remain unconscious for now. He retrieves the evidence. In response, he presents the bag of pills and asks about their true purpose in this world. Apparently, he notes that these fresh drugs contain enough residual mana for Susanoo to track the supplier. He hands over evidence. Kagutsuchi then asks if Kazu is curious about Susanoo's deep personal obsession with these specific magical stimulants. Kazu cynically wonders if she simply wants to vent about her difficult and demanding divine boss. They share a long and heavy silence, while the weight of the upcoming revelation hangs in the air. Kagutsuchi hesitates for a moment. Suddenly, she reveals that Susanoo's beloved wife, Kushinada, was brutally murdered by humans using these very drugs. Kazu recognizes the legendary name with a look of pure and absolute internal mental shock. He contemplates the ancient Japanese myths while the weight of the tragedy finally sinks in. Kagutsuchi explains that Kushinada existed as a variant who lived peacefully alongside the powerful and protective god. She lacked physical strength, so she describes how humans took advantage of Susanoo's absence to kidnap his defenseless and beloved wife. A horrific memory shows Kushinada being restrained and tormented by humans who used the drugs to suppress her. Kazu remains silent while the dark parallels between their lives begin to haunt his mind. He finally understands Susanu's earlier warning regarding the extreme danger of having important people in one's life. Suddenly, Yui exits the club and announces that the unconscious patrons are finally starting to wake up. Finally, Kazu acknowledges her and prepares to depart before the authorities arrive at the scene. Kagutsuchi pleads with Kazu to understand the depth of her master's tragic and painful past. She explains that a human anti-variant organization was responsible for the death of Susanu's beloved Kushinada. In response, she desperately begs Kazu to lend his incredible power to Susanu's quest for vengeance. Kazu and Yui remain silent, while the weight of the girl's request hangs heavy in the hallway. Elsewhere, Susanoo stands alone under the moonlight, while reflecting on the memories of the life he lost. Kazu looks away as he contemplates the complicated morality of the gods currently inhabiting his world. Night falls over the urban landscape while the rain begins to wash away the traces of battle. In a quiet memory, Susanoo warns Kushinada that the cold night air might be bad for her health. Kushinada smiles gently while expressing her simple desire to watch the beautiful moon for just a moment. Apparently, she speaks of the strange and wonderful depth of human emotions that she has come to admire. Susanoo questions her fascination with mortals while they sit together in their peaceful and traditional home. She believes that even a mere imitation of love can eventually become something real and truly precious. Kushinada places a hand on her stomach while dreaming of a future where she can be a mother. Susanoo touches her shoulder softly as they share a rare moment of divine peace and quiet intimacy. They watch the moon together while the world outside their small sanctuary remains oblivious to their happiness. Back in the present, the city lights flicker beneath the dark and indifferent sky of modern Tokyo. Kagutsuchi arrives on the rooftop to report that the analysis of the drug's origin is finally complete. Susanoo stares out at the horizon while the long-awaited opportunity for his revenge finally draws near. He smirks with a dark and dangerous intent while realizing his plan is finally coming to fruition. Finally, he vows to go and retrieve the child while the moon shines through the drifting clouds. The alarm clock beeps loudly at 7:45 a.m. while the morning sun begins to fill the quiet room. Shortly after, Kazu groans in pain while reaching out a tired hand to silence the annoying digital device. He wakes up with a throbbing headache while struggling to process the lingering effects of the previous night. Apparently, he wonders why his teenage body feels so terrible after only consuming a single glass of beer. In response, he realizes that the magical drug might be causing this unnatural and persistent physical strain. He stands in the silent kitchen while noticing a strange and unsettling lack of activity within the house. Shortly after, Kazu calls out for his sister Futaba while walking toward her bedroom with a growing concern. He notes that she should have already woken him up by now as he reaches for her door. Suddenly, his instincts flare. Kazu bursts into the room only to find a swirling mass of dark and ominous magical energy everywhere. He discovers a stuffed toy surrounded by mana residue while realizing that someone has forcibly taken his sister. Apparently, he realizes that an enemy managed to bypass the detection magic he kept active during his sleep. Kazu grits his teeth in rage while realizing the sheer audacity of whoever dared to touch his family. So he clenches the toy while identifying Susanoo as the only one capable of such a perfect kidnapping. Elsewhere, Susanoo stands before a massive sacred tree while the morning light filters through the ancient forest canopy. The god smirks. Futaba remains unconscious while bound to the giant tree as Susanoo addresses her by the title of princess. Shortly after, Kazu frantically calls Yui to report the sudden and terrifying disappearance of his younger sister. He informs her that Susanoo has taken Futaba while vowing to hunt down the god immediately. Finally, Kazu streaks through the morning sky while warning Yui not to engage the enemy alone. Shortly after, Kazu tells Yui to contact him immediately if any other strange incidents occur. In response, Yui tries to protest, but the phone connection is suddenly and mysteriously cut off. She stares at the dead device in complete disbelief as the silence fills her room. So Yui screams out in frustration while cursing Kazu's reckless and stubborn nature to the sky. Elsewhere, a tranquil shrine stands deep within a lush forest under the bright morning sun. Susanoo stands beside a massive sacred tree while sensing a powerful presence approaching his location. Apparently, the god smirks while noting that the human mage arrived much faster than he anticipated. Kazu strikes ground. Shortly after, Kazu demands to know exactly where his sister is being held in a fit of rage. In response, Susanoo mockingly asks where she could be, while maintaining his infuriatingly calm composure. Kazu reminds the god of his previous vow to kill him for harming any innocent humans. Susanoo grins widely. Kazu readies strike. He lunges fast. Apparently, Susanoo is impressed by the sheer scale of the magical energy radiating from the boy. Steel glints sharply. Kazu attacks fiercely. Shortly after, Susanoo dismisses the effort as useless, while his eyes glow with a divine light. Blood sprays out. Finally, Susanoo activates his divine domain, while Kazu struggles to stay standing after the lethal blow. Kazu realizes that Susanoo's perfect teleportation makes him nearly impossible to hit during their intense battle. Shortly after, the god prepares to reveal the true extent of his divine and ancient power. Apparently, Susanoo unsheathes the legendary Kusanagi sword and claims it is the strongest weapon for close combat. In response, he mockingly tells Kazu that the world's strongest mage doesn't need any mercy today. The god praises Kazu's resilience while they face off once more in the quiet forest shrine. Energy erupts violently. Kazu focuses his remaining mana to quickly heal the severe damage caused by the god's previous strike. He grits his teeth. Shortly after, Susanoo notes that Kazu has already consumed a massive amount of his internal magical energy. He realizes that this human truly possesses a level of strength that rivals the otherworld's demon kings. Susanoo sighs softly. So the god declares that further fighting is meaningless and offers Kazu a very unexpected and dangerous proposal. Apparently, he invites Kazu to join him in completely destroying the corrupt human anti-variant organization once and for all. Kazu watches silently while considering the god's words as dark shadows drift across the bright morning sky. Shortly after, the memory of Kushinada's tragic fate at the hands of humans resurfaces in the conversation. So Kazu asks if this entire conflict is actually driven by a deep-seated desire for divine revenge. In response, Susanoo mockingly scolds his servant Kagutsuchi for being far too talkative about his private past. He turns away while telling Kazu that he is free to interpret the situation however he chooses. Kazu finally realizes that Futaba was taken as a hostage to force him into this bloody war. Finally, Susanoo offers a sinister smile, while Kazu clenches his fists in a moment of pure realization. Kazu tightens his grip on his black sword, while his anger toward the god finally reaches its breaking point. In response, he screams a death threat at Susanoo, with a face filled with pure and unbridled rage. He lunges forward. Suddenly, Susanoo's divine domain triggers and leaves Kazu reeling from a sudden and invisible magical impact. Blood drips down. Apparently, Susanoo mocks Kazu's direct approach, while noting his persistence against the overwhelming power of a god. Kazu is struck. Shortly after, he clutches his fresh wound while struggling to comprehend the true nature of the god's ability. In response, Kazu claims that he has finally begun to understand the secret behind Susanoo's mysterious combat techniques. He glares sharply. Kazu admits he is impressed by the terrifying scale of the variant's hidden and godlike abilities. Susanoo smirks while acknowledging that the human mage has indeed figured out the core of his power. Kazu notes that there is only one logical explanation for the strange phenomena he has witnessed so far. He focuses intensely. Apparently, he realizes that the erasure of a victim's very existence is the true essence of their power. So Kazu deduces that the gods are actually manipulating the fundamental fabric of existence itself. Susanoo remains silent while Kazu describes the terrifying reality of divine intervention in the human world. The god chuckles. Shortly after, Susanoo bursts into laughter while praising Kazu for being almost entirely correct in his deduction. Finally, he readies his blade while asking what Kazu plans to do now that the truth is revealed. Kazu swings his blade. Shortly after, Kazu strikes Susanoo while declaring that he has found the first opening in his defense. Apparently, Kazu explains that there are certain things even a god's absolute power simply cannot achieve. He notes that Susanoo cannot erase someone randomly, or Kazu would have been gone long ago. In response, Kazu reveals he can detect the slight motion occurring just before the divine power activates. Kazu moves fast. So Kazu lunges forward and successfully skewers Susanoo through the chest as blood sprays across the air. He explains that crushing the initiation of the power prevents the god from rewriting the current reality. Susanoo laughs darkly. Shortly after, the wounded god stares at Kazu while praising him for being truly wonderful and impressive. Susanoo notes Kazu's perfection, while the human hero maintains a firm and ready combat stance. Apparently, Susanoo mentions Yamato Takeru, while Kazu asks what on earth the god is talking about. Susanoo bites cord. The binding snaps. Light fills forest. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the god as the ground begins to tremble violently. Kazu gasps in shock while witnessing the overwhelming and terrifying transformation occurring right before his eyes. Susanu's mana explodes. Shortly after, Susanoo reveals a new divine form while holding a massive weapon amidst the swirling energy. Finally, he notes that he hasn't used this power since the legendary subjugation of the Yamada no Orochi. Susanoo raises his massive blade. Kazu braces himself. Susanoo asks Kazu if he has ever experienced the pain of losing someone truly precious. The god questions the very purpose of his divine existence and the cycle of devouring humans. He mourns Kushinada while venting his eternal rage against the world that took her away. He seeks answers. Shortly after, Yui watches from the city as a massive pillar of light pierces the morning sky. She stares in awe while realizing the battle has reached a terrifying new level of power. Yui whispers Kazu's name. Back in the forest, the air thickens with divine pressure as Susanoo prepares his next move. The ground shatters. Kazu stands wounded but defiant while clutching his sword amidst the swirling dust and debris. He notes with grim realization that 12,000 magical barriers were obliterated by a single divine strike. Kazu admits the impact felt like being crushed by a massive steamroller while facing the god again. Susanoo looks on coldly. In response, the god readies the Kusanagi for another devastating blow to end the human's resistance. Susanoo admits he is slightly shocked that a mere human survived a direct hit from his blade. Kazu senses danger. A massive vortex of energy erupts as Susanoo unleashes another overwhelming wave of divine power. Finally, the god repeats his ultimatum for Kazu to join him or face certain and absolute destruction. Susanoo readies a massive strike while questioning the true motivation behind Kazu's fierce and relentless resistance. He ponders if Kazu is driven by a deep-seated desire for vengeance against humanity itself. Shortly after, Kazu clutches his bleeding wounds while resolving to stop holding back his true power. Susanoo swings hard. Energy obliterates ground. Yet Kazu stands firm. Wind rushes past. In response, Kazu prepares to demonstrate his most proficient and lethal form of basic magic. Apparently, Susanoo questions the effectiveness of a simple spell against a being of his divine stature. So Kazu admits he struggled with complex elements and chose to master a single basic attribute instead. His eyes glow. Shortly after, Susanoo reacts with pure disbelief as Kazu reveals that his specialty is unmatched speed. Enhancement magic activates. Susanoo stands stunned. Suddenly, Kazu vanishes. He whispers too slow. Kazu strikes Susanoo. Blood sprays as Kazu unleashes his god-slaying technique while moving faster than divine perception. Susanoo collapses down. Finally, Kazu notes that a light-speed strike is impossible for even a god to evade or survive. Susanoo lies broken on the ground while blood drips from his mouth after Kazu's devastating light-speed assault. Shortly after, the god struggles to support himself with a trembling fist while Kazu watches from a distance. In response, Kazu gasps for air while the extreme fatigue from his ultimate technique begins to take hold. Ground shatters underfoot. So, Kazu collapses to his knees while noting the massive mental and physical strain of light-speed combat magic. Apparently, he reflects on reaching the absolute peak of magic by stacking multiple low-level spells into one strike. Susanoo stumbles forward. The god remains silent while his long hair drifts in the wind during this brief moment of respite. Kazu realizes that failing to finish the battle now would mean his own absolute and certain defeat. Suddenly, he reacts with shock. In response, Susanoo stands tall once more, while looming over the exhausted hero with an imposing divine presence. A blade flashes past. Shortly after, Susanoo sincerely praises Kazu's strength by acknowledging him as a worthy opponent for a war god. Apparently, the names of legendary human heroes from various myths echo through the god's ancient and cold memories. So Susanoo calls Kazu the greatest masterpiece among all the historical anomalies he has ever encountered. Kazu stares in disbelief. In response, Susanoo smiles while expressing his deep regret that such a talented warrior must eventually be discarded. Kazu watches him intently. The massive sacred tree stands silent under the bright sky as the forest remains still during the confrontation. Finally, Kazu contemplates the terrifying possibility of a divine power that can rewrite the very fabric of existence. Susanoo looks toward the sky while reflecting on the conclusion of his long journey from the other world. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierces through Susanoo's chest from behind. While he stands in a moment of vulnerability, he coughs up blood and glares at his assailant with a look of pure, unadulterated betrayal and shock. Shortly after, Kagutsuchi reveals herself as the attacker while expertly retracting her lethal and glowing chain weapon. Apparently, she has been waiting for this exact moment to strike down her master with her own hands. Kazu watches the scene unfold with total confusion while trying to understand the sudden turn of events. He questions if the girl truly intended to betray the god she had served for so long. Kagutsuchi stands firm while the weight of her betrayal begins to settle over the quiet forest shrine. A massive explosion of energy consumes Susanoo as the traitorous strike finally reaches its full destructive potential. In response, Kagutsuchi mocks the god for being so easily weakened by his intense battle against Kazu. Kazu demands an explanation for this internal conflict, while keeping his sword ready for any further surprises. Kagutsuchi remains cold and detached while staring at the human mage with her piercing and inhuman eyes. Apparently, Kazu realizes that a deep and dangerous rift has formed within the ranks of the divine variants. Kagutsuchi acknowledges his suspicion while explaining that her actions were necessary for the sake of the future. She reveals that she has been secretly collaborating with the Japanese anti-variant organization for a very long time. So she looks down at the dying god while explaining her plan to trap him was finally successful. Susanoo chuckles darkly despite his fatal wounds, while his single eye glows with a mysterious and terrifying light. Kagutsuchi declares that the era of divine rule is over and that humans and variants must now coexist. The bleeding god struggles to speak while realizing the true extent of the girl's long-term deception and treachery. Finally, Susanoo screams in agony upon realizing Kagutsuchi was the one who betrayed Kushinada to the humans. Susanoo continues to scream about the betrayal while Kagutsuchi stands before him with a neutral, open expression. Shortly after, Kagutsuchi smiles brightly and cheerfully confirms that she was indeed the one who sold out Kushinada. In response, Susanoo unleashes a heart-wrenching roar of absolute agony and fury at his former servant's confession. Suddenly, the air vibrates. Kazu lunges forward with a powerful strike aimed directly at Kagutsuchi to stop her cold. Apparently, Kagutsuchi finds it surprising that Kazu would fight for a variant, while he glares with murderous intent. Kazu continues his relentless assault despite her talk of the complex schemes moving behind the scenes. He vows to never let her leave this place alive while Kagutsuchi laughs and readies her chains. Suddenly, the heavy metal chains wrap tightly around Kazu's neck and pull him back with immense force. Kagutsuchi mocks his exhaustion while standing over the fallen as she notes he has reached his absolute limit. She giggles uncontrollably. Shortly after, her silhouette twists into a manic shape. While she screams about how splendid the situation has become, she reveals her true gluttonous nature while dreaming of an endless feast of human souls to consume. Kagutsuchi continues to laugh while Kazu lies defeated just as the legendary Gungnir begins its activation sequence. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts as Yui arrives on the battlefield to save Kazu from death. Yi unleashes her ultimate technique, Ragnarok Break, while the very atmosphere begins to shatter and collapse. Kazu calls out her name in total shock as he witnesses the overwhelming power of her determined strike. Apparently, Yui admits she never wanted to involve him in this carnage. Despite her artifact's lethal power, she declares her absolute hatred for all variants while the force of her attack begins to consume Kagutsuchi. Finally, Yui stands victoriously amidst the wreckage after delivering a single, devastating blow to the traitorous girl. Kazu gasps for air while staring at the motionless body of the defeated Kagutsuchi lying on the ground. Shortly after, Yui slowly approaches the exhausted hero as he remains on his knees amidst the debris. She walks forward. Apparently, she stands over him while Kazu looks up in total surprise at her sudden presence. In response, she reaches out and firmly grabs both of his bruised cheeks with a stern expression. She stretches his face, so Yui yells at him for being a total fool and fighting such a dangerous battle alone. Suddenly, she hugs him. She rests her head against his shoulder, while the tension of the battle finally begins to fade. Apparently, she asks if she wasn't supposed to be his partner and comrade in this fight. In response, Kazu's eyes widen as a wave of sudden realization washes over his tired and battered mind. Shortly after, he remembers the feat of his former allies standing together on a distant battlefield. He remembers standing alone under a vast and indifferent sky during his previous life. In response, his old comrades remind him to rely on his friends instead of carrying every burden. So he realizes he almost repeated the same lonely mistake he made in the other world. He contemplates the depth of her loyalty, while the silence of the forest surrounds them both. Shortly after, Kazu sincerely apologizes to Yui and admits that his solo approach was entirely wrong. Yui remains silent while staring at him with a deeply emotional and serious expression on her face. So Kazu smiles warmly and offers her his heartfelt thanks for arriving in time to save him. She punches his chest. Yui looks down while softly acknowledging Kazu's apology as the heavy emotional atmosphere lingers between them. Suddenly a blade flashes. Apparently, Kagutsuchi survived the previous blast and lunges at Yui with a face filled with murderous rage. Kazu intercepts the strike. Shortly after, Yui catches Kazu as he stumbles from exhaustion, while Kagutsuchi prepares her next move. Kagutsuchi trembles with fury. In response, she screams in pure hatred at the mere humans who dared to interfere with her plans. She swings her blade. Apparently, she mocks them by claiming that both the god and the human hero are now completely spent. So she laughs maniacally while declaring her intent to consume every soul present on this battlefield. Yui charges forward. Their weapons clash violently. Shortly after, Kagutsuchi unleashes a devastating counterattack that shatters the ground and sends shockwaves through the forest. Wakati is thrown back. In response, Kagutsuchi points her weapon at the pair with a twisted and victorious smile on her face. She declares this is finally the end, while gripping her sword hilt for a final, lethal execution. A blade falls fast. Kazu watches in silence. Suddenly, the attack is blocked. Finally, Susanoo rises from the brink of death to restrain Kagutsuchi and promise her a swift end. A massive pillar of divine light erupts from the forest as Susanoo unleashes his final, desperate technique. Kagutsuchi gasps in terror upon realizing the god is using the legendary Yasakani no Magatama against her. Shortly after, she screams in absolute despair as Susanoo prepares to drag her into the afterlife with him. Her eyes widen. Energy fills sky. A giant vortex of celestial power surges upward, while the surrounding forest is completely consumed by the blast. Yui screams in terror while Kazu shields her from the overwhelming shock waves of the divine explosion. Light fades slowly. Shortly after, Kazu checks on Yui's well-being while they both stare at the smoldering remains of the battlefield. The city looms. Kazu remains silent. Apparently, Yui wonders about the fate of the powerful god who sacrificed himself to end the traitor's life. Susanoo stands motionless within a massive crater while the traitorous Kagutsuchi collapses at his feet. Kagutsuchi gasps weakly. In response, Kazu and Yui watch in absolute silence as the divine entities begin to fade away forever. Kagutsuchi screams his name. Suddenly, a vision of the peaceful life Susanoo once shared with Kushinada flashes through his dying mind. Kagutsuchi bows her head while the weight of her sins finally settles upon her fading, ethereal form. Flames consume flesh. Finally, Susanoo promises they will meet again in Takamagahara as his body dissolves into glowing embers. Kazu looks down while Yui calls his name in the quiet aftermath of the divine battle. Shortly after, Susanoo stands battered and leaning on his sword while watching the two teenagers from a distance. In response, the god chuckles while mockingly commenting on the irony of being saved by a mere human girl. Kazu dismisses the god's pride while admitting he cares little for the reputation of a fallen war deity. Apparently, Kazu demands that Susanoo reveal the truth before his physical form completely vanishes from this world. So Susanoo smiles weakly while Kazu presses him for information regarding Futaba's current location and her hidden secrets. Susanoo starts walking. He eventually reaches the massive sacred tree and places a trembling hand against its rough and ancient bark. While looking up, he whispers a final apology to Kushinada for failing to see their journey through. Susanoo points toward the tree where Futaba remains unconscious and assures Kazu that she is perfectly safe. In response, the god walks away while claiming he never truly intended to harm the innocent young girl. Kazu catches Futaba while asking Susanoo to finally reveal his true objective for starting this bloody conflict. Susanoo pauses briefly. So he reveals the shocking truth that Futaba is actually a member of the Japanese anti-variant organization. Kazu and Yui stare in absolute disbelief while trying to process the impossible revelation about his younger sister. Futaba walks home. In response, Kazu desperately asks Yui if there is any logical possibility that his sister is a secret agent. Yui admits that the organization reportedly screens for artifact compatibility during routine school health checkups. She strokes Futaba's hair while contemplating the dark implications of the organization's secret and exploitative recruitment methods. Finally, Kazu glares with intense focus while demanding to know exactly why Susanoo chose to kidnap his sister. Kazu asks if Susanoo used Futaba as bait to fight the organization, while the god stands silently. Susanoo remains silent while his fading gaze reflects a deep and ancient weariness from his long struggle. Shortly after, the god offers a sincere apology while admitting that his time in this world is ending. Susanoo addresses Kazu by name while preparing to entrust him with one final and very important request. So he begs Kazu to protect Futaba before his physical form completely dissolves into the morning air. In response, Kazu stares in shock while clutching his unconscious sister tightly against his battered chest. Susanoo remains silent while his expression softens during these final moments of his life on Earth. Apparently, he laments his failure to rescue Futaba and Kushinada from the organization's cruel and reaching hands. He mentions Futaba and Kushinada one last time, while his body continues to fracture and dissolve. So he acknowledges Kazu as the strongest anomaly, while asking him to save their weak and suffering kind. Suddenly, Susanoo's body erupts into small flickering flames that drift peacefully toward the vast and open sky. Kazu reaches out toward the empty space where the powerful war deity stood just moments ago. Shortly after, Kazu carries Futaba through the forest, while Yui follows him through the quiet, sun-drenched trees. In response, Kazu grits his teeth while contemplating the god's final words about the weakness of variance. He walks on while pondering the true nature of the hidden world he has been dragged into. They eventually reach a traditional building where Kazu gently lays his sister down on the wooden porch. Suddenly, Futaba stirs and begins to regain consciousness as the warmth of the sun hits her face. Futaba slowly opens her eyes and weakly calls out to her brother with a dazed and confused expression. Shortly after, Kazu frantically asks if she is in any pain while checking her shoulders for injuries. Finally, Futaba assures him that she is all right despite the terrifying ordeal she just endured. Futaba reacts with pure shock while noticing the severe injuries covering Kazu's neck and battered face. Shortly after, she frantically asks about his wounds while Kazu tries to calm her on the porch. In response, Yui watches in silence while the text emphasizes the massive amount of blood Kazu lost. Apparently, the group remains at the shrine while the weight of the situation begins to settle in. So Kazu turns to Yui, while the atmosphere between the three teenagers grows increasingly heavy and tense. While Futaba stares at her brother with a look of deep concern and suspicion about his knowledge. Shortly after, Kazu explains that she was captured by a variant and remained unconscious until just now. In response, Futaba whispers the word variant, while her eyes reflect a complex mixture of fear and recognition. So she demands to know how her ordinary brother could possibly be familiar with such a secret name. Shortly after, Kazu freezes up while realizing that he may have accidentally revealed too much about himself. Meanwhile, Futaba notices Yui standing nearby and addresses the popular heiress with a look of pure surprise. In response, she apologizes for the trouble while thanking Yui for supposedly being the one who rescued her. So Kazu hesitates to correct her, while the true nature of their roles remains a guarded secret. Suddenly, Futaba reaches into her clothing to retrieve a hidden item, while her brother watches her intently. Apparently, she produces a mysterious black talisman covered in intricate magical symbols and ancient glowing runes. Shortly after, Futaba applies the seal to Kazu's wounds while telling him to stay perfectly still. In response, Kazu realizes her specialized recovery magic far surpasses the abilities of most elite mages. Shortly after, she finishes the first aid and asks since when he has been involved in this. Suddenly, a mysterious old man appears and offers to explain the truth behind the current supernatural conflict. Finally, he addresses Kazu as the Takaru of this era, while Yui and Futaba watch in shock. Kazu stares in shock, while Futaba looks warily at the mysterious old man and his masked companions. Apparently, the elderly man identifies his group as Yamato, the secretive Japanese anti-variant organization currently operating in the shadows. In response, he reveals that Futaba has actually been a member of their elite organization for quite some time. So he asks Kazu if they should work together to completely destroy the corrupt anti-variant organization from within. The old man remains stoic while Kazu processes the weight of the sudden and world-altering proposal. Kazu calls out to the group while the morning air remains heavy with the lingering scent of divine magic. Shortly after, one of the masked soldiers responds with a short and respectful acknowledgement to his superior's words. Wood confronts the group about the dark rumors and endless mysteries surrounding the elusive Yamato organization's true motives. In response, the old man finds it ridiculous that she is suspected of being a hybrid from Northern Europe. Kazu steps forward and warns the old man not to speak ill of Yui while refusing to hand over Futaba. Apparently, the old man laughs while declaring that Kazu is indeed a hero worthy of the legendary name Takaru. Kazu clicks his tongue in annoyance while struggling to understand the cryptic nature of the old man's bizarre claims. Suddenly, Futaba screams for her brother from the porch while the tension between the two groups reaches its peak. In response, she desperately begs Kazu not to defy these dangerous people for the sake of his own survival. Kazu whispers her name, while his eyes reflect the deep conflict of seeing his sister so terrified and broken. So, the old man asks Kazu to follow them for now, while acknowledging the hero's many lingering doubts and questions. Apparently, he asks if Kazu finally wants to learn the hidden truth about the variants and his sister's past. Kazu demands to know the true nature of that other world and the purpose behind everything that has happened. He glares at the organization members while his resolve to protect his family burns brighter than ever before. Finally, the old man remains silent, while his unreadable expression hides the many secrets of the supernatural world. Kazu accepts the old man's offer and asks what their next course of action should be. Shortly after, the old man praises Kazu's wise judgment, while Yui watches with a look of uncertainty. Apparently, the old man invites Kazu and Futaba to the Yamato organization's secret headquarters for a meeting. In response, Yui tries to join them, but the old man coldly rejects the Shiratori family's heiress. So Kazu mentions a principle of negotiation between organization heads while Yui remains visibly worried about him. Shortly after, Kazu leans in to whisper a secret plan to Yui and leaves her completely stunned. He asks for her help while Yui watches him with a look of deep concern and trust. Kazu tells Futaba it is time to leave while preparing to head toward the organization's secret headquarters together. Shortly after, Yui is picked up by a black car and prepares to return to her own family. Kazu and Futaba watch as Yui's car departs while they prepare to follow the old man's mysterious group. The urban landscape passes by as the scene shifts to the busy and modern city of Tokyo. Traffic flows steadily along the highway, while the group travels toward the organization's hidden and secure location. Inside the car, Futaba remains silent and downcast while Kazu asks her what is weighing on her mind. A heavy silence fills the vehicle, while they continue their journey through the bustling and noisy city streets. Apparently, Futaba apologizes for involving her brother in this dangerous world and expresses her deep and sincere regret. In response, Kazu looks out the window while lamenting his own failure to protect his precious younger sister. He contemplates the possibility that variants and organizations existed long before his first journey to the other world. Kazu narrows his eyes while the weight of his forgotten past begins to haunt his very core once more. So he realizes that in his original life, he lived in total ignorance of the supernatural threats surrounding him. Finally, Kazu wonders with a heavy heart if Futaba was actually the one protecting him all those years ago. Futaba grits her teeth while cursing under her breath as the car speeds through the city. Shortly after, she turns to her brother with a worried expression and asks if he is truly okay. In response, Kazu looks at her softly and offers a sincere thank you for her earlier help. Apparently, he reaches out to gently pat her head while vowing to protect her from now on. Futaba blushes and pushes his hand away while telling him to stop acting like a child. So Kazu smiles warmly and tells her not to make such a sad and heavy face anymore. Suddenly, Futaba worries about her school attendance record and leaves Kazu completely stunned by her normal concerns. The car eventually stops before a massive and imposing modern office building located in the heart of Tokyo. Shortly after, they enter a bustling lobby where professional employees go about their daily business like normal. Kazu marvels at the high-end office while comparing it to the terrible company from his previous life. Apparently, the organization maintains a perfect facade by operating as a legitimate and highly successful general corporation. So the atmosphere remains entirely mundane and lacks any trace of the supernatural world hidden beneath. In response, the old man leads them toward a secure area while addressing Kazu with deep respect. The elder watches. Shortly after, the group approaches a private elevator that is strictly reserved for the organization's high-ranking executives. While the elevator descends, the old man explains that even a god like Susanoo couldn't find them. Doors slide open. Kazu stands stunned. Suddenly, he discovers an ancient and massive stone structure hidden deep beneath the modern city's foundation. Finally, Kazu is overwhelmed by the organization's impossible scale and their seemingly endless financial resources. A masked subordinate bows to the old man while announcing that an important guest is currently waiting. In response, the old man commands the subordinate to keep the guest waiting as they continue walking. Shortly after, the old man addresses Kazu formally while they pass through a courtyard filled with glowing lanterns. Apparently, he insists on showing Kazu something important before they begin their formal discussion about the organization. So Kazu scratches his neck while dismissively telling the old man to do whatever he feels is necessary. Night falls over the serene traditional shrine as the group walks toward a secluded building in the distance. They enter a room where a man in a formal suit greets them with a very polite smile. Kazu steps inside. In response, the man introduces himself as the foreign minister, Keizo Ibuchi. While standing before a national crest, he smiles warmly while expressing that it is a great and sincere honor to finally meet the hero. Kazu stares in absolute shock upon recognizing the famous political figure standing right in front of him. Apparently, he realizes that even with his limited political knowledge, he knows this man as a major leader. A shadowy figure holds up a sign with the era name while questioning the nation's future direction. Back in the room, the old man confirms the minister's identity while Kazu remains completely frozen in surprise. The man repeats his name as Keizo Ibuchi while the weight of his high status fills the room. The old man chuckles softly while watching Kazu's stunned reaction to the presence of the powerful official. Shortly after, the two leaders exchange formal greetings while Kazu and Futaba watch the meeting unfold. Minister Ibuchi notices the two teenagers and asks the old man about their identity with a curious look. In response, the old man explains their deep connection to Yamato, while the minister offers a polite apology. Finally, Futaba calls out to her brother with a worried look, while Kazu acknowledges her with a nod. Kazu remembers seeing Ibuchi on TV as a child announcing the Heisei era. Shortly after, he recognizes the man as the future prime minister, while observing his formal and composed demeanor. Apparently, Kazu recalls Yui's warning that anti-variant organizations have been manipulating global events from the shadows for decades. In response, he questions what possible benefits a high-ranking politician could gain from such a dangerous alliance. So, Minister Ibuchi adjusts his glasses and suggests that it is finally time to begin the scheduled demonstration. The old man laughs softly while watching the politician walk toward a restricted area of the underground facility. Kazu and Futaba follow closely behind, while a masked guard bows respectfully to the group of visitors. Shortly after, a masked operative holds up a dark seal that begins to emit a faint magical haze. Suddenly, a prisoner tied to a chair appears on multiple monitors, while reacting with shock and confusion. Kazu and Futaba stare at the screen in disbelief while asking about the nature of this disturbing display. The bound criminal remains trapped in a small, sterile room, while the observers watch his every panicked movement. Ibuchi explains that this man was responsible for a tragic subway bombing that claimed many innocent Japanese lives. In response, he describes the hateful memory of the terror, while his gaze remains fixed on the screen. Apparently, he expresses frustration that the criminal remains protected by the law, despite his horrific and unforgivable crimes. While Kazu watches silently, Ibuchi mentions the unbearable suffering of the victims' families who still seek true justice. So the politician declares his desire to use God's work to finally protect the heart of the nation. The prisoner looks around the empty room with a dazed expression while sensing an unnatural shift in the air. Suddenly, a monstrous silhouette manifests. The old man praises the successful invisibility spell, while the horrific creature looms over the bound man. Finally, the prisoner screams as the monster reaches out to grab his head. Kazu watches in horror as the monster's hand crushes the prisoner's face during the brutal execution. Blood sprays violently. Monster holds remains. Beast devours victim. Shortly after, masked technicians monitor the creature's hunger levels from their high-tech control station. They record the data on a clipboard, while the horrific demonstration continues behind the reinforced glass. In response, Minister Ibuchi laughs with delight while calling the beast a magnificent creature from ancient myth. Suddenly, the prisoner's physical form begins to fracture and dissolve into small, glowing fragments of light. Apparently, the process of total erasure accelerates as the man's very existence starts to fade from reality. Kazu and Futaba stand frozen, while the old man explains that the event will soon be forgotten. The victim's feet vanish into the void as his presence in the world is completely and utterly erased. So Ibuchi adjusts his glasses while planning to rewrite the tragic incident as a mere natural disaster. Kazu remains silent while processing the terrifying implications of the organization's absolute power over human history. In response, the politician looks deeply moved and expresses his overwhelming awe at the supernatural display. The monster stands tall, while the text describes its role in correcting the world's disorder in secret. Apparently, Ibuchi declares that this is exactly the ideal and absolute power he has always been seeking. Kazu scoffs at the minister's words while questioning the morality of such a convenient and cruel force. Shortly after, he turns to the two leaders with a look of pure and unadulterated disgust. He bluntly defines the power as a tool for politicians to easily erase any inconvenient or problematic existences. Finally, Kazu notes that the government is simply using this magic to shift the blame for their failures. Kazu calls their supposed justice a total fraud, while Futaba watches with wide, trembling eyes. In response, Obuchi dismisses the criticism while insisting that their actions truly represent the people's will. Shortly after, the old man explains that Yamato and the government have secretly protected Japan for years. Apparently, he claims they have mastered the art of knowing and controlling the variant's divine power. In response, he stares at the empty chair while detailing their plan to eventually replace the gods. Shortly after, a massive multi-headed dragon appears behind him as he speaks of creating a new Genesis. Kazu remains silent while his anger toward the organization's twisted ideology continues to grow. So the old man declares that achieving their ultimate goal requires the strength of both Kazu and, in response, Futaba's indispensable cooperation causes the young girl to shrink back in absolute terror and shock. In response, Kazu declares that he has only one thing to say as her protective older brother. Suddenly, Kazu grabs Futaba. He leaps away fast. Wind rushes past. Shortly after, masked guards stand stunned by the hero's sudden and violent escape from the stone chamber. Guards chase them now. They fly away quickly. Kazu fires energy blasts. In response, masked operatives watch in total disbelief as their secret defensive techniques are shattered instantly. Apparently, the old man calmly praises Kazu's exceptional power and technique while watching the destruction below. Finally, he notes that Kazu is truly a rare talent who managed to corner even Susanoo. Masked guards apologize while the leader remains confident despite Kazu's peerless and overwhelming strength. Kazu carries Futaba through the shrine grounds while realizing they are trapped within an inescapable magical barrier. Kazu clicks his tongue upon detecting a super complex and powerful illusion-type barrier surrounding the entire area. Shortly after, he puts Futaba down while she looks at him with a dazed and fearful expression. Futaba realizes her brother truly is the legendary Takeru after witnessing his incredible and godlike power earlier. Kazu looks on with a serious expression while his sister continues her startling and unexpected explanation. In response, Futaba looks down while explaining the true meaning behind the mysterious and ancient title of Takeru. They share a quiet moment under the lanterns while the weight of the revelation hangs in the air. Apparently, Takeru is a specialized designation used by Yamato to identify powerful anomalies within their secret ranks. Futaba begins to explain the existence of multiple parallel worlds that coexist alongside their own human reality. She describes the human world where ordinary people live their lives in total ignorance of supernatural threats. Then she mentions the world of gods and the demon world, where powerful and terrifying entities reside. In response, she adds the other world to the list of known dimensions, while Kazu listens intently. Apparently, she explains that distortions occasionally disrupt the natural balance maintained between these various and distinct realms. These dangerous distortions manifest as the monstrous variants that currently threaten the stability of the entire world. Futaba warns that leaving these distortions unchecked will eventually lead to the total collapse of all existing worlds. She reveals that the other world serves as the specific place where these powerful anomalies are ultimately forged. A dragon flies over a vast landscape, while the text identifies this realm as the legendary Otherworld. In response, Kazu stares at the moon while learning the different names used to describe this mysterious plane. Finally, she notes that while Yamato calls it Tokoyo, Northern European groups know it as the legendary Valhalla. Kazu realizes he was specifically trained in the Otherworld to combat the threat of the variants. He grits his teeth. In response, several monstrous composite creatures emerge from a portal to surround Kazu and his terrified sister. Kazu shields Futaba. Shortly after, the old man demands that the legendary Takeru of this era finally submit to their authority. Kazu and Futaba stare in horror upon learning the organization has been synthesizing these many monstrous creatures. Apparently, the organization developed a dark technique to fuse multiple low-level gods into these artificial and obedient servants. The old man reveals they even use specialized drugs to lure unsuspecting variants into their cruel research facilities. He declares that sacrificing hundreds is merely a necessary stepping stone for them to achieve true divine status. Suddenly, the composite monsters lunge forward as the old man threatens to turn Kazu into a mindless puppet. Kazu notes dryly that the old man is speaking exactly like a typical and cliché fantasy world villain. He strikes back. Kazu effortlessly decapitates the artificial monsters while dismissing the various titles the organization has forced upon him. Kazu identifies himself as his sister's sole guardian, while the old man listens with a grim expression. Shortly after, he looks back with a confident smirk while declaring that his current role is more than enough. He swings hard. In response, the old man gasps in pure shock as his ultimate composite creations are annihilated in seconds. They walk away. Masked operatives watch in total silence as the siblings casually pass through their once formidable and deadly line. Finally, the old man acknowledges Kazu by his real name, while his previous confidence begins to visibly crumble. The old man gazes at the pile of slaughtered monsters while acknowledging Kazu's peerless and godlike strength. Shortly after, Kazu smiles mockingly and compares the old man's twisted behavior to that of a true villain. Futaba looks confused while Kazu dismisses his previous comment as they prepare for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, the fallen creatures begin to gurgle and twist as their shattered bodies start a grotesque process of regeneration. In response, Futaba covers her mouth in absolute horror as the mangled monsters rise from the blood-stained grass. Kazu remains remarkably calm while noting that the organization has gifted their artificial servants with high-level self-recovery abilities. Apparently, he notes his own sword possesses a specialized spell designed specifically to inhibit any form of magical healing. So Kazu narrows his eyes while realizing the old man is likely using an external force to bypass his magic. The old man chuckles while praising Kazu's sharp intuition as the regenerated monsters prepare to lunge once again. Claws strike ground. The composite beasts roar and swarm toward Kazu with a renewed and terrifying hunger for human flesh and blood. Kazu watches calmly. He swings hard. In response, the old man watches with a cold and calculating gaze while the battle continues to escalate in intensity. Suddenly, he signals his masked subordinates to move out and capture the targets while Kazu is distracted by monsters. Futaba stares wide-eyed. Kazu clicks his tongue. Apparently, a grid of dark energy suddenly erupts from the ground to surround the terrified and defenseless young girl. Masked operatives perform complex hand signs while commanding Futaba to prepare herself for her inevitable and permanent capture. Finally, a massive black cube manifests and completely seals Futaba away within an impenetrable and ancient magical prison. Suddenly, the dark magical prison shatters into pieces as Futaba stands unharmed amidst the explosive debris. Shortly after, the masked Yamato operatives scream in agony as the backlash from the broken spell strikes them. In response, the old man yells in fury while Kazu watches him with a cold and unimpressed gaze. Apparently, a defeated subordinate collapses to the ground while desperately begging for his master's forgiveness. In response, he admits that their secret technique was completely overwhelmed by an unknown and massive power. Shortly after, Futaba approaches her brother while the remnants of the broken magical seal drift away. In response, Kazu asks her when she managed to acquire such an incredible and unexpected level of power. Futaba looks away while struggling to find the words to explain her hidden and growing strength. Apparently, she declares her firm resolve to protect her brother as the reason for her sudden awakening. Kazu remains silent while staring at his younger sister with a look of pure and absolute surprise. Shortly after, the siblings stand together in the forest while preparing to face the organization's final assault. The old man grits his teeth in frustration while the weight of the situation turns against him. In response, he commands the artificial monsters to charge forward and slaughter the siblings at once. The beasts roar while Kazu and Futaba prepare to combine their strengths against the incoming feral threat. Kazu readies his weapon. Shortly after, the siblings fight back to back while unleashing a coordinated wave of physical and magical destruction. They stand victorious amidst the scattered remains, while the immediate danger from the monsters finally passes. In response, the old man watches with a pained expression as his plans are systematically dismantled. Kazu focuses his intent. Finally, he tells Futaba they should finish this quickly so they can return to their peaceful home. Masked guards tremble in absolute terror while witnessing the siblings' overwhelming and impossible level of combat strength. Shortly after, the leader chuckles darkly while staring down at the carnage left by the hero's devastating sword strikes. Apparently, he notes his artificial monsters were easily defeated, despite being the pinnacle of the organization's secret technology. In response, the old man prepares to unleash a hidden and far more dangerous power from within his body. An eye opens in his palm while he declares that inhuman power requires an equally inhuman response to win. Black liquid sprays violently, so the fallen monster parts dissolve into dark energy and begin to merge directly with the old man's form. Kazu and Futaba watch. Shortly after, masked subordinates scream a desperate warning that the Elder's fusion power is still dangerously incomplete and unstable. The old man yells silence. Dark energy swirls violently around him as he laughs maniacally while fully embracing the forbidden power of the variants. A black sphere expands. Darkness condenses into energy. Futaba realizes with horror that the perfect fusion between a human and a variant has finally been achieved tonight. Kazu blocks falling debris. Kazu sighs in annoyance. Massive clawed feet land. The old man's face twists into a monstrous grin while he revels in his newfound and divine physical strength. Apparently, he declares the start of a new genesis while facing the siblings with his terrifyingly transformed physical body. Finally, Kazu scoffs at the villain's grand declaration while maintaining his calm and completely unfazed combat stance. The transformed leader revels in his inhuman strength while claiming to have finally reached a state of true divinity. He declares himself a living god while Kazu watches the four-armed monstrosity with a look of pure, bored indifference. Apparently, he boasts about the perfect fusion of human and variant, while Kazu dismisses the grand and arrogant claims. In response, a beastly silhouette looms near the shrine as the leader continues to praise his own stolen power. Kazu points a finger and mockingly asks if this supposed divine form is the absolute best he can do. Shortly after, Kazu considers the situation with a skeptical look. While wondering if the organization has any more surprises, the monster laughs maniacally. He gathers a massive orb of energy between his hands while demanding that the siblings witness his divine might. Futaba screams for Kazu. Kazu focuses intensely. Energy beams collide. Blinding light erupts. Ground shatters violently. Futaba remains safely protected behind a hexagonal magic barrier, while watching the catastrophic explosion unfold right before her eyes. Kazu stands firm while the smoke clears, and the results of the massive magical exchange are finally revealed. In response, the villain expresses total disbelief that his fusion of 100 variants could be matched so easily. Kazu and Futaba begin walking away, while the leader realizes his power has been surpassed by a mere human. The stunned monster questions how one person could withstand such a strike, while a sharp blade suddenly appears. He realizes his error. Suddenly, black spikes erupt from the monster's chest as he is brutally impaled by an unexpected and internal force. Kazu remains completely calm while watching his opponent's gruesome transformation. Shortly after, the monster leader gasps in pain as blood sprays from his fresh wounds. Apparently, he attempts to use his divine power to make the injuries never happen. Kazu watches closely while realizing the enemy is trying to reverse the flow of causality. In response, Kazu notes that this is far more advanced than a simple recovery spell. He starts walking. Kazu strikes again. Shortly after, Kazu dismisses the leader's supposed inhuman strength as nothing more than a cheap trick. He claims there are countless ways to kill someone with high-speed regeneration abilities. Futaba watches silently. Kazu suggests cutting him eternally until every drop of his mana and life force is gone. The monster chuckles. In response, the leader laughs maniacally while praising Kazu's ferocious and overwhelming combat power. Apparently, he acknowledges Kazu as the strongest hero to ever hold the title of Takaru. His eyes glow, so the leader declares he will prove his status as the one true living god. He brings his four hands together while challenging Kazu to resist his ultimate technique. Absolute God activates. Suddenly, Kazu gasps in shock as the space around him begins to fracture and warp. Finally, he realizes with horror that the enemy is attempting a truly forbidden maneuver. Kazu is struck hard. However, the monster clarifies that his technique is fundamentally different and far superior to the gods. In response, he prepares to unleash a divine curse that targets the very essence of Kazu's existence. The monster commands Kazu to remain motionless, while his voice carries the weight of an absolute divine law. Suddenly, Kazu is frozen. Kazu groans in frustration while struggling against the invisible force that has paralyzed his entire body. Shortly after, he realizes his physical form has been locked by a high-level manipulation of local reality. He desperately tries to flex his fingers, but finds that every muscle is frozen by the divine curse. The monster revels in his victory while mockingly asking Kazu how it feels to be truly helpless. Apparently, he explains that he has rewritten reality to ensure that Kazu remains permanently unable to move. Futaba screams for her brother and charges toward the monster with her weapon raised in a desperate attack. In response, the monster activates his divine domain to repel the young girl's reckless and emotional interference. He unleashes a powerful shockwave that carries a divine command to blow away everything in its path. Futaba is sent flying. She crashes down hard. Kazu's eyes widen as he witnesses his sister's suffering while being unable to lift a single finger. The monster chuckles while noting that even the strongest hero cannot solve this divine and absolute puzzle. Futaba lies motionless on the ground while the weight of the monster's overwhelming power fills the forest. Kazu grits his teeth while struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of the magic being used against him. Finally, he realizes this is a high-level causality manipulation spell that rivals the power of the gods. The monster leader smirks while a strange and sudden pulse ripples through his transformed physical body. Shortly after, a massive spiritual pressure erupts as the name of Susanoo fills the entire area. Kazu holds Futaba while Yui watches the divine energy react to the leader's unstable and monstrous form. Kazu remains silent while the monster acknowledges him as the strongest anomaly among all the human heroes. Apparently, he repeats Susanoo's final wish for Kazu to save their weak and suffering divine kind. The leader revels in his power while the dark silhouette of Susanoo looms over the battered hero. Kazu watches in shock while realizing the god's presence has been merged into his enemy's soul. Shortly after, the face of Susanoo appears within the energy as the monster's true nature is revealed. Kazu demands to know why the god has been turned into a part of this artificial creature. In response, the monster laughs while mockingly asking if Kazu is surprised by their divine fusion. Apparently, the organization discovered a gateway between worlds while researching the origins of the powerful variants. A different god watches the door while the old man explains their discovery of the interdimensional path. He reveals that gods returning to their realm can be intercepted and captured by their secret magic. Kazu listens with a grim expression as the dark truth of the organization's experiments finally comes out. So the leader holds a jar containing a captured divine soul while boasting about their absolute control. Researchers performed countless gruesome experiments under the government's protection to harness the power of captured gods. Apparently, the conversation turns to Kushinada while a vision of her tragic and lonely death is shown. Kazu realizes with horror that Susanoo's beloved wife was also a victim of their heartless research. Susanoo was a powerful god among his kind, yet he could not escape the organization's reaching hands. Finally, the monster explains that Susanoo's immense power was the key to achieving their ultimate dark goal. The monster smirks while asking Kazu if the truth of the situation has finally become clear. Apparently, the organization took Susanoo's pregnant wife hostage to force the god into their cruel experiments. Kazu reacts with pure, unadulterated shock upon hearing about the existence of Susanoo's unborn child. Shortly after, Kagutsuchi is revealed to be a mere tool used to lure Kazu into this trap. Masked operatives confirm that every horrific event was orchestrated solely to harvest Susanoo's powerful divine soul, so he clenches his fist. In response, he tells Kazu that anyone who faced Susanoo should understand the necessity of this power. The monster boasts about his ability to manipulate the fabric of reality according to his own twisted will. Shortly after, he gestures mockingly. Apparently, their research has led them to a higher dimensional power known as the Word of God curse. He grins wickedly while explaining that his words can now completely overwrite the reality of any chosen target. So Kazu struggles fiercely. The monster notes that a normal human's heart and blood would have stopped instantly under this divine pressure. Instead, Kazu glares intensely. In response, the villain offers Kazu one final opportunity to join the organization instead of facing certain death. Futaba remains collapsed on the grass, while the weight of the divine curse continues to crush her body. The monster threatens to tear Kazu's beloved sister apart right before his eyes if he continues to resist. So Kazu grits his teeth. The villain laughs maniacally at the hero's suffering while Kazu lets out a roar of pure, frustrated agony. Finally, the monster acknowledges Kazu's incredible fighting spirit, but dismisses it as a completely futile effort. The monster commands reality to twist Kazu's body with a single, devastating divine word. Shortly after, Futaba collapses in agony as the invisible force begins to mangle her fragile frame. She screams in pain while Kazu watches helplessly as his sister is tortured by the divine curse. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts while a mysterious voice asks if Kazu truly has someone precious to protect. In response, Susanu's spiritual form begins to manifest from the monster's chest to protect the siblings. The monster stares at its own arm in total confusion as its physical body begins to rebel. Suddenly, a spectral hand grabs the monster's face with a grip of pure divine fury. It rips head away. Kazu's paralysis breaks. He crashes down. Apparently, the monster's absolute paralysis curse has finally been broken by Susanu's internal rebellion. Kazu looks up with a battered but determined expression while catching his breath in the clearing. A divine eye glares. The monster trembles in disbelief that Susanu's soul is still fighting from within its own stolen vessel. Nearby, Futaba sits safely on the grass while the immediate threat of the twisting curse fades away. She watches wide-eyed. Shortly after, Kazu rushes to his sister's side and asks if she is all right after the horrific ordeal. He remains uncertain about the true nature of the miracle that just saved their lives in the forest. Kazu contemplates the tragic connection between Susanu and Futaba while staring at the chaotic battlefield. Finally, the monster claims the word of God while the severed head falls into the tall grass. The villain declares he has no further use for Kazu's corpse, while the siblings watch him with grim determination. Shortly after, the multi-armed monster demands Kazu's total obedience while towering over the battered and exhausted duo. Apparently, the creature revels in its stolen power, while blood stains its twisted and fanged mouth. In response, Kazu leans in and calls out to Futaba while she looks back at him in total confusion. Suddenly, Kazu grips his own arm and activates a massive agility enhancement spell to push his speed further. He stands glowing with divine energy while asking Futaba to trust his instructions for a final, risky plan. Futaba agrees to follow his lead despite her fear while questioning what specific actions she needs to take. So Kazu leans forward and whispers the details of his secret strategy directly into his sister's ear. Futaba reacts with absolute shock and disbelief while claiming that his impossible request is simply beyond her abilities. Meanwhile, the monster initiates its divine domain while preparing to unleash another world-altering and lethal spell. Kazu and the beast glare at each other as the deadly word of God curse begins to manifest. The monster starts to chant a command to paralyze Kazu, while its eyes glow with a sinister light. In response, Kazu grips his weapon and pushes his agility enhancement to a staggering 30 million times. Kazu moves with impossible speed while slashing through the monster's physical form multiple times in a single second. The monster stands completely stunned while realizing that Kazu is moving far too fast for its divine perception. Kazu notes the enemy's incredible durability while preparing a follow-up strike to finish the job once and for all. He delivers a devastating blow while vowing to never give the monster another chance to chant its curses. Shortly after, the monster's body begins to fracture under the sheer force of Kazu's relentless and high-speed assault. A final, absolute command to tear apart echoes through the air as the divine power reaches its peak. Finally, Kazu screams for Futaba to act now, while the battle reaches its ultimate and decisive turning point. Futaba focuses her mind while a brilliant sphere of energy begins to manifest at her center. Shortly after, the monster reacts with pure shock at the unexpected surge of mana from the girl. Apparently, he realizes that a mere human is somehow successfully channeling the raw power of a god. Futaba remains calm, while the name of the ancient princess echoes through the air during this critical moment of awakening. She remembers healing her brother with magic that far surpassed the skills of any ordinary human practitioner. So she performs a seal. In response, she wonders if she is truly the hostage child mentioned in the god's tragic past. Kazu eyes the target. Together they stand firm against the divine domain, while the surrounding atmosphere begins to fracture and crack. The monster yells in rage while demanding to know the true identity of this mysterious human girl. Futaba manifests godlike power while maintaining her human form against all laws of magical theory and logic. The beast stands stunned. In response, the villain attempts to chant another curse to stop their combined and overwhelming offensive. Space shatters violently. Futaba unleashes a wave of pure energy that completely neutralizes the monster's dark and oppressive divine influence. She gasps in awe. The monster realizes with horror that his absolute divine curse was just countered by a child's interference. Kazu confirms the result. Finally, Futaba notes that she just performed a forbidden technique that was strictly outlawed by the organization. Futaba stares at her hand in disbelief while wondering how she managed to perform such a feat. Kazu remains silent while observing his sister with a heavy and thoughtful expression. He recalls instructing her to strongly deny the enemy's words to overwrite the fabric of reality. Shortly after, Kazu places a steadying hand on her shoulder to offer his silent support. In response, he promises they will talk more after this monster is finally defeated. So he narrows his eyes while focusing his intent on the wounded enemy before them. Apparently, he wonders if the creature still retains any consciousness after its head was severed. Suddenly, the monster screams in pure, unadulterated rage at the siblings' defiance. He clutches his face while refusing to let a mere girl ruin his grand plan for creation. Kazu and Futaba charge forward together as the final phase of the battle begins. The beast unleashes a desperate barrage of dark energy tendrils to stop their advance. In response, Kazu activates a massive agility enhancement, while Futaba maintains her protective divine barrier. He focuses a 100,000-fold physical reinforcement into his arm for a decisive finishing blow. Kazu executes his ultimate lightspeed sword technique and carves through the monster's physical form. The monster screams in absolute agony as its body is torn apart by the hero's strike. Shortly after, a massive explosion erupts as the beast is slammed violently into the dirt. The villain gasps in disbelief that his supposed divine power is being completely overwhelmed by humans. A heavy silence falls over the clearing as the dust from the impact begins to settle. Suddenly, a mysterious figure pins the monster to the ground while he struggles in total shock. Finally, Futaba watches wide-eyed as the defeated beast lets out one last, pained roar. Susanu's spirit appears with a calm expression while the monster screams his name in pure, desperate agony. Shortly after, Futaba clings to Kazu's shirt while they watch the defeated villain begin to burn away. In response, the monster leader laments his failure to control the gods as flames consume his broken body. Apparently, the self-proclaimed living god continues to deny his absolute defeat while he slowly vanishes into smoke. So, Futaba asks if they truly managed to take down the powerful leader of the Yamato organization. Kazu remains silent while staring at the spot where their formidable enemy finally met his gruesome end. Shortly after, he turns toward the spiritual presence of Susanoo, standing near the flickering remains of the fire. In response, Susanu's soul offers a faint and knowing smile while watching the two siblings in the clearing. Apparently, the god greets Kazu while noting how quickly they have reunited after their previous and intense battle. So Kazu sighs while commenting on how the deity remains incredibly talkative, even in his current ethereal state. In response, Susanoo expresses his sincere gratitude to the human hero for fulfilling his final, dying request. Shortly after, the god's spirit begins to fade away, while he asks Kazu to keep protecting young Futaba. Kazu looks away and insists that his actions were never meant for the god's personal sake or benefit. Suddenly, Futaba looks up in total confusion and asks her brother who on earth he is talking to. Apparently, she cannot see the divine spirit that stands silently before them in the middle of the forest. Kazu pauses while realizing the deep and hidden connection between his sister and the ancient war deity. In response, Susanoo notes that it is much better for the girl to remain ignorant of the truth. Kazu closes his eyes while acknowledging the heavy weight of the secrets he must now carry alone. Shortly after, he realizes that Susanoo was truly the one who shielded Futaba from the monster's lethal curse. Finally, Kazu offers a genuine smile and thanks the departing god for saving his precious younger sister. Susanoo smiles gently while his spiritual form begins to glow with a soft and peaceful light. Shortly after, the forest clearing is momentarily enveloped in a mysterious and deep spiritual darkness. Apparently, the god reflects on how even a mere imitation can eventually transform into something truly real. In response, he contemplates the nature of family while the wind rustles through the ancient trees. A vision of his beloved Kushinada appears, while she smiles warmly at her husband and child. Susanoo wonders if he was finally able to act like a proper father during this final encounter. Kazu remains silent while observing the profound and emotional farewell of the ancient war deity. Shortly after, Susanoo begins to walk away into the depths of the forest while the time runs out. He offers a final gift to Futaba while asking Kazu for permission to perform one last miracle. Kazu tells him to do as he pleases while maintaining his usual stoic and calm demeanor. So the god reaches out his hand while offering his sincere and final thanks to the hero. A blinding light erupts as Susanoo's spiritual essence begins to dissolve into thousands of glowing petals. Futaba looks up in absolute wonder as the shimmering light falls around her like a gentle rain. Shortly after, she asks about the mysterious light while Kazu watches the god's presence finally vanish. Apparently, the glowing fragments are absorbed directly into Futaba's body as she stares at her hands. In response, the spirits of Susanoo and Kushinada offer a final farewell to their precious daughter. Futaba feels a strange and sudden sensation of warmth, while the light completely disappears from the clearing. She begins to cry uncontrollably while describing an overwhelming feeling of deep and painful nostalgia. So Kazu realizes that Susanoo protected his sister's soul even after losing his own physical form. Finally, Kazu watches the remaining petals drift away while the heavy atmosphere of battle finally dissipates. Masked Yamato operatives tremble in fear while realizing their powerful leader has been completely annihilated. Shortly after, Kazu realizes he completely forgot about the remaining subordinates still lurking in the forest. In response, a masked operative prepares to act while the tension in the clearing remains high. Suddenly, a new force intervenes by catching the operative's arm before he can make a move. Apparently, a blonde man from the Nordic Anti-Variant Organization arrives to take control of the situation, so he announces that the group Yggdrasil will now handle the disposal of the remaining Yamato members. Shortly after, Yui arrives with her own elite squad while the siblings watch in total surprise. Yui approaches Kazu with a confident smile while noting that her timing was absolutely perfect today. In response, she scolds Kazu for getting injured again, despite her warning to wait for backup. Futaba recognizes the popular heiress while Kazu tries to explain his battered and bloody physical state. Wa explains that her organization uncovered Yamato's illegal research and secret collusion with the Japanese government. So she declares that Yggdrasil is freezing all of Yamato's authority and taking them into custody. A masked operative is restrained while being told that his final punishment will be decided later. Shortly after, Yui turns back to Kazu and asks if this resolution is finally acceptable to him. In response, Kazu smiles warmly and confirms that the outcome is indeed perfect for everyone involved. Apparently, he reflects on the long journey shared with Susanoo, while the immediate threat finally fades. So the curtain finally closes on the violent and chaotic series of events involving the Yamato organization. Several days pass. Shortly after, the school festival begins as students gather in costumes under a bright and clear sky. Finally, students welcome visitors to the festival, while Kazu and Yui walk peacefully through the crowded grounds. Kazu walks through the school festival while reflecting on the blinding and nostalgic light of his youth. Futaba excitedly pulls him toward a food stall, while the siblings enjoy their newfound peace under Yggdrasil. Kazu realizes that Yui's secret influence is the only reason they can still live these normal lives. Shortly after, Futaba asks to visit his classroom next while Kazu casually agrees to her energetic request. Inside the classroom, the representative slams her hand down while stressing over the unfinished festival plans. In response, the students argue loudly about using a majority vote to settle their ongoing creative dispute. Yu turns to Kazu and asks if he has any interesting ideas to help the class decide. She looks at him expectantly. Apparently, Kazu casually suggests opening a maid cafe without realizing the cultural implications of the current year. The representative reacts with total shock. Shortly after, a classmate asks for a definition of a maid, while the entire room falls silent. Kazu suddenly panics internally. He realizes that maid cafes are not yet mainstream in 1997 and regrets his futuristic slip of tongue. Yui asks if he is all right while Kazu frantically tries to laugh off his very awkward mistake. Suddenly, a girl with glasses stands up and declares her full support for Kazu's unusual cafe proposal. She expresses her genuine excitement while claiming that the concept of a maid cafe is actually quite wonderful. Another student agrees with the idea while the class representative begins to reconsider the potential plan. Apparently, the girl with glasses offers to handle the costume design since she has been studying fashion. Kazu watches the scene. Finally, he raises his hand to address the representative while the class discussion continues to gain momentum. Kazu offers to assist with selecting the base garments for the new costume designs. In response, Yui watches him closely with a look of quiet curiosity and wonder. Apparently, Kazu feels obligated to help since he was the one who initially proposed the idea. The class representative formally approves the maid cafe plan after seeing no further objections from students. Shortly after, she entrusts the project to them, while Kazu remains lost in his own thoughts. Usano Mimi accepts the responsibility with a shy smile and a determined nod of her head. She looks genuinely happy as the class begins to prepare for the upcoming school festival. Kazu reflects on the sudden turn of events while wondering if his interference changed the timeline. Suddenly, Yui appears in a stunning maid outfit and catches Kazu completely off guard with her appearance. The cafe becomes an immediate sensation as crowds of excited students gather to see the popular heiress. In response, Kazu apologizes for his late arrival after picking up Futaba from her own classroom. Yui credits the success to Kazu's vision, while he privately acknowledges her overwhelming popularity as the cause. Shortly after, Usano Mimi approaches Kazu, while Yui continues to serve the many waiting customers. She offers her sincere thanks to Kazu for making the class project such a wonderful success. Apparently, she found the specific references Kazu provided to be incredibly helpful for her costume designs. Usano notes how much Kazu has changed from the quiet boy he used to be recently. In response, she frantically clarifies that she always found him to be a wonderful person. Kazu casually asks why she isn't wearing a maid outfit herself, since it would surely suit her. Usano blushes deeply while considering his request just as someone calls out for Kazu's immediate attention. Finally, Kazu bids her a quick farewell and leaves Usano standing alone in the busy classroom. Kazu carries boxes through the busy maid cafe while Yui continues to serve customers with a smile. Shortly after, Kazu pauses for a moment while a slight blush creeps onto his tired face. Feet click on the floor. Meanwhile, the school grounds remain filled with the lively and noisy energy of the ongoing cultural festival. Kazu washes dishes while an exhausted Yui leans on a table, and Futaba helps with the tea. So he observes his sister and notes how much she has opened up since the Yamato incident. Apparently, he recalls Susanu's final spiritual presence and the mysterious gift intended for his younger sister. While continuing his chores, Kazu watches Futaba handle her tasks with a bright and energetic expression. He wonders what Susanu truly gave her. Kazu remains silent while contemplating the hidden legacy left behind by the ancient war deity's spirit. He concludes that whatever the gift was, it certainly wouldn't bring any harm to her life. Suddenly, Yui calls out to Kazu and draws his attention toward a very surprising new development. Futaba stands embarrassed in a maid outfit while Yui proudly shows off her latest costume styling work. Kazu stands frozen. In response, he stares at his sister, while she shyly asks for his honest opinion on her appearance. Futaba looks up with a blush, while a small cat sits nearby in the quiet preparation area. Kazu's nose bleeds. Apparently, he is overwhelmed by the sheer destructive power of his younger sister's unexpected and extreme cuteness. Tea is prepared. Finally, Yui offers Kazu a warm cup of tea while acknowledging his hard work during the festival. Kazu and Futaba look at the menu while she insists he probably doesn't appreciate the taste of tea. Shortly after, Yui and Futaba begin a playful argument over whether he should drink tea or melon soda. Shouts fill the air. Apparently, they eventually settle down to take a commemorative photo, while Kazu remains visibly exhausted by their high energy. She pulls her collar. Shortly after, she looks down with a concerned expression while checking the fit of her elaborate festival costume. Kazu watches her while casually eating a snack as the busy atmosphere of the classroom cafe surrounds them. In response, Yui asks Kazu if he has seen Usano Mimi recently, since she seems to have vanished. Kazu replies that she was present just a few moments ago while looking around the crowded schoolroom. A sharp vibration sounds. Kazu checks the device. The screen warns variant. Detection magic triggers now. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces of Usano Mimi struggling with a sudden and intense physical distress in private. Usano collapses in agony. Shortly after, strange glowing patterns erupt in the darkness, while her consciousness begins to fracture and fade away. In a flashback, a classmate praises her impressive computer skills, while she bashfully downplays her own natural talent. Apparently, she feels insecure about her otaku hobbies and worries they make her seem less feminine to others. In response, the boy tells her not to worry about such trivial things while standing by her side. Finally, he offers a warm smile and insists that having a true passion is something to be proud of. Usano Mimi whispers Namba's name, while her heart fills with a complex and hidden longing for his kindness. Apparently, she remembers a playful conversation where she offered to teach a classmate about computer games and technology. Back in the present, she collapses in the hallway, while dark liquid drips from her mouth in agony. A student carrying festival supplies walks past and notices her distressed state near the decorated classroom door. Shortly after, he approaches the kneeling girl and asks if she is feeling all right or needs medical assistance. He reaches out. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupts from her body and sends the boy crashing into the school hallway wall. He bleeds painfully. In response, the student lies broken on the floor, while Usano stands amidst the wreckage of the festival decorations. Yui readies magic. She summons lightning. Kazu and Futaba rush toward the scene while staring in absolute horror at the unfolding supernatural disaster. Shortly after, they realize with dread that Usano has become a physical doorway for a new powerful variant. Kazu glares sharply. In response, Usano weeps in pain while the monstrous presence begins to consume her human soul and consciousness. She calls out to Kazu one last time while her physical form continues to distort into something inhuman. Futaba gasps upon realizing that her classmate is still desperately fighting to maintain her original human identity. So Yui declares that they might still be able to save her if they act immediately with precision. Yui's clothes rip. Finally, Kazu reacts with extreme embarrassment to the wardrobe malfunction, while Futaba watches with a look of pure disgust. Yui stares in absolute shock while trying to process the embarrassing wardrobe malfunction from just a moment ago. Shortly after, she stomps her foot in anger, while cursing the hero's accidental and inappropriate gaze. In response, she covers her chest while Kazu lies defeated on the floor after her swift punishment. They eventually compose themselves and rush into the hallway to find their missing and distressed classmate. Apparently, they discover Usano crouching near the stairs while dark energy begins to swirl around her. Kazu looks on with concern while Futaba follows closely behind him during the urgent search. Usano clutches her head in agony while whispering Namba's name through a thick haze of pain. Dark liquid stains her face as she begs for someone to finally notice her true feelings. Kazu shouts out in a panic while Futaba trembles at the sight of the horrific transformation. Suddenly, a mysterious and powerful divine presence begins to manifest within the dark and swirling energy. A beautiful goddess appears and mockingly asks who will be the first offering for Lord Erd. Shortly after, a brief memory of Usano's shy and gentle smile flashes through Kazu's mind. In response, the suffering girl groans while the monstrous entity continues to take over her body. A terrifying black aura erupts and fills the hallway while the siblings stand their ground. Kazu desperately screams Usano's name once more as the situation turns into a deadly nightmare. The white-robed enemy floats amidst blood-stained walls while observing the humans with a cold gaze. Kazu glares with murderous intent while vowing to make the intruder pay for hurting his friend. Apparently, the goddess simply smirks while finding the hero's intense and fiery spirit quite amusing. Kazu lunges forward. Finally, he strikes. The goddess remains unfazed as Kazu's blade comes dangerously close to her slender neck. Futaba watches the exchange with a look of pure terror while clutching her maid apron. Suddenly, Kazu is forced back, while Futaba gasps in total confusion at the strange turn of events. In response, he grits his teeth and demands to know what trick the enemy just performed. Apparently, the intruder is utilizing high-level time manipulation magic to control the flow of the battle. She chuckles softly while acknowledging Kazu's realization of her true and absolute divine power. So, the goddess mentions Thor's previous complaints about a human who was actively hunting their kind. Kazu briefly recalls the arrogant god he defeated while struggling to understand the opponent's motives. She admits his brute strength is impressive, but claims it is useless against her chronokinetic abilities. In response, Kazu and Futaba stand together while the weight of the enemy's pressure fills the hallway. Shortly after, the goddess smiles with a cold and detached amusement at their futile resistance. She declares that all efforts are meaningless before the absolute authority of the goddess Erd. Kazu pulls Futaba close while desperately shouting for her to stay by his side no matter what. Suddenly, she teleports behind them and whispers a chilling farewell into the hero's ear. In response, she commands the siblings to be blown away together into the dark abyss. They hit water. The goddess watches. Kazu's eyes widen. Apparently, she revels in her easy victory while the siblings disappear into the dark depths. A hand reaches out. Kazu and Futaba suddenly find themselves back at the school festival while struggling to understand their current location. Apparently, they see a familiar banner welcoming visitors to the very same cultural event they were just attending. Shortly after, they realize they are standing right at the school's front gate under the bright morning sun. In response, they observe the bustling food stalls as if the entire day is starting all over again. Kazu grits his teeth while Futaba calls out to him near the school's large outdoor clock tower. The clock glows. Kazu realizes with total shock that the time has somehow reverted all the way back to early morning. In response, he frantically tries to process the impossible situation, while Futaba looks on with growing confusion. They walk on. Suddenly, they spot their own past selves walking through the crowd and realize they are not alone. Futaba screams in terror upon seeing a second version of herself, while Kazu deduces they are in a loop. Apparently, Kazu compares their bizarre situation to a classic sci-fi romantic comedy film from his original era. He clenches his fist while struggling to maintain his composure during this high-stakes, supernatural crisis. So Kazu warns Futaba that they must immediately avoid any crowded areas to prevent a timeline disaster. He explains that meeting their past selves is strictly against the rules of time travel theory. Shortly after, they find a secluded spot behind the school buildings to discuss their next move in private. Futaba puts on a fox mask while marveling at the incredible reality of their sudden time leap. Kazu dons a Tengu mask and confirms that they have indeed been sent back into the past. Apparently, he realizes that the goddess Erd used her variant powers to reset the entire day. Finally, Kazu uses a diagram to explain the complicated and dangerous nature of time paradoxes to his sister. Kazu explains that Erd didn't reset time, but instead sent their consciousness back to the past. Consequently, he warns that their presence in this era has already created multiple dangerous temporal paradoxes. Futaba asks about their past selves, while Kazu assumes Erd removed them to suit her own agenda. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes Kazu as he considers the current state of their surrounding reality. He reminds Futaba that Usano Mimi must still be present in the school during this specific time. So Futaba realizes that preventing Usano's transformation here might finally allow them to rewrite the future. Apparently, she hopes to change the tragic fate of their friend by intervening before the goddess acts. Loud cheers from the festival echo, while the masked siblings observe the crowded hallway from a distance. Kazu notes the cafe's immense popularity, while realizing the chaos provides the perfect cover for their investigation. Shortly after, he prepares to follow the sequence of events that led to Usano's sudden disappearance earlier. Past Usano leaves the busy classroom while looking visibly distressed and lonely amidst the festivities. She walks away with a heavy heart, while the weight of her hidden insecurities continues to haunt her. In response, Futaba angrily scolds Kazu while demanding to know what he did to upset her friend. Apparently, past Kazu and Usano share a moment where she hesitates to accept his casual costume suggestion. Past Kazu offers a brief and awkward apology before walking away to leave Usano alone in thought. Futaba calls him a heartless womanizer, while Kazu desperately tries to defend his past self's clumsy actions. Present Kazu watches her depart while feeling a deep sense of regret for the pain he unknowingly caused. Meanwhile, past Usano walks through the quiet area of the school while the festival noise fades away. She lets out a long and weary sigh while struggling to process her conflicting and painful emotions. Finally, she questions why she feels so depressed while the sun shines down on the unsuspecting school grounds. While his past self enjoys the festival with Yui and Futaba under a bright and sparkling sky, past Usano remains alone in the quiet hallway while struggling with a sudden and intense headache. Present Kazu calls out to her as she watches her hand begin to dissolve into glowing magical particles. He checks his detection device while maintaining his Tengu mask disguise to avoid being recognized by anyone. In response, he approaches the distressed girl and asks if she is all right during this critical moment. Kazu removes his mask to reveal his face while Usano stares at him in absolute and pure shock. He asks her why she is crying, while she struggles to understand why he is suddenly here. Shortly after, Kazu scratches his neck and admits that he simply wanted to have a proper talk. Usano reacts with pure disbelief while wondering why he would choose to spend time with someone like her. Meanwhile, Futaba watches their interaction from the shadows while feeling a complex mixture of jealousy and concern. Apparently, she decides to forgive her brother's reckless behavior just this once, for the sake of her friend. Usano looks up and asks what he wanted to discuss while the festival noise continues in the distance. In response, Kazu excitedly mentions their shared interests in anime and films from his 40-year-old perspective. Usano smiles gently while noting that he was always the only one who truly listened to her hobbies. Shortly after, Kazu admits that she was the one who first introduced him to the wonderful world of otaku. Suddenly, he is struck by a sharp and painful realization about his own long-forgotten and precious past memories. He remembers lying in his room while becoming completely absorbed in the stories and worlds she showed him. A series of happy memories flash by of them playing games and visiting arcades together during their youth. Kazu realizes with a heavy heart that Usano was indeed his very first and most important childhood friend. Finally, he asks if she truly finds the current version of himself to be so incredible and amazing. Kazu smiles warmly while promising Usano that his fundamental nature as her friend will never truly change. Shortly after, Usano blushes deeply while struggling to respond to his unexpected and sincere words of comfort. In response, Kazu beams and proudly declares that they are officially fellow otaku friends from this day forward. So Usano bows her head in embarrassment while softly repeating the word otaku with a faint, happy smile. Apparently, she feels a profound sense of relief while finally accepting their unique and precious bond of friendship. Suddenly, Futaba charges in and kicks Kazu while screaming that he is a total and complete idiot. Meanwhile, Usano collapses. She screams loudly, so Kazu realizes with horror that the variant transformation has already begun to consume her human body. Usano weeps while whispering Namba's name through the overwhelming and agonizing pressure of the dark divine energy. She clutches her head. Shortly after, Futaba notes a strange sense of deja vu while witnessing the tragic scene repeat once again. Kazu stares in despair while realizing they are heading toward the exact same outcome as the previous timeline. In response, he remembers Susanu's final words regarding the mysterious gift he bestowed upon his precious younger sister. Light shimmers brightly. So the spirit of the ancient god appears while preparing to reveal the true nature of his power. Apparently, he reaches out to offer a final and decisive miracle to save the suffering human girl. Usano watches in wonder as a warm and divine light begins to enter her very own soul. Kazu grabs Futaba. Finally, he shakes her and declares he has one last desperate plan to save their dying friend. Kazu recalls checking on Futaba's divine barrier training while she rested in her bedroom earlier. Shortly after, Kazu commands Futaba to visualize their original timeline while facing the goddess Urd. In response, Futaba focuses all her concentration on the barrier, despite her fear and confusion. Apparently, the secret of Susanu's legendary ability is finally beginning to be revealed to the hero. Kazu realizes that Susanu possessed a form of perfect teleportation that was considered impossible everywhere. He recalls his brutal encounter with the god while reflecting on the nature of their power. Shortly after, the memory of Susanu being betrayed and impaled flashes vividly through his mind. Apparently, he considers the possibility of combining their unique magical attributes to rewrite the current reality. Kazu prepares to synchronize his light speed with Futaba's specialized space manipulation for a final gambit. Meanwhile, a peaceful memory of their high school days surfaces amidst the chaos of the battle. Usano Mimi approaches Kazu with a bright smile while they share a quiet moment in class. They discuss a classic sci-fi OVA, while Usano praises its incredible and emotional storytelling. Shortly after, she excitedly describes the impact of the final episode's dramatic and tragic conclusion. Apparently, she explains the concept of time dilation in space while scenes of galactic warfare play out. The vision of exploding starships emphasizes the vast scale of the stories they once loved together. Usano notes that the theory of relativity is a real and heart-wrenching phenomenon in the universe. Back in the present, Futaba activates her divine domain. While a massive surge of mana erupts, Kazu catches the transforming Usano while acknowledging her as the one who showed him true passion. Suddenly, a hand reaches. Finally, Futaba looks back in total surprise as someone suddenly grabs her shoulder from the shadows. In a flashback, Kazu admits his otaku knowledge might be shallow, while Usano listens with a gentle expression. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shoots into the sky from the heart of the modern city. While Usano offers a hopeful smile and vows to definitely save everyone in the future, back in the present, Kazu holds his companions as they prepare for a light-speed move that exceeds time. Blinding light consumes Kazu. Shortly after, a swirling vortex of energy marks their transition through the fractured fabric of reality. Kazu floats in a dark void while encountering a mysterious and naked reflection of himself. Bubbles drift through darkness. Meanwhile, the goddess Urd smirks with a cold and satisfied expression while watching her plan unfold. In response, she looms behind Kazu in the abyss while reveling in her overwhelming divine superiority. The siblings are submerged in a watery void as the goddess commands them to be blown away together. Back at the school, Urd walks through blood-stained hallways while the festival continues outside. She chuckles softly. Apparently, she dismisses the concept of variant hunting as a trivial and boring game for mortals. She pauses by a window. While looking down at the unsuspecting students enjoying the festival in the sunny schoolyard below, Urd smiles maliciously. In response, she notes the abundance of fresh meat available for her to consume at the festival, so she contemplates which human to taste first, while the air around her vibrates with dark mana. Finally, the goddess gasps in shock as an unexpected presence disrupts her cold and calculated feast. Kazu lunges forward with a powerful sword strike while shattering the surrounding space into fragments. Shortly after, he slashes through Erd's chest and sends black blood spraying across the air. In response, he reaches out and firmly grips the goddess as her divine power begins to falter. Kazu unleashes a massive burst of energy while holding a glowing sphere high above his head. Apparently, the enemy's spiritual essence dissipates into smoke as Kazu stands exhausted amidst the cooling embers. Suddenly, he collapses backward onto the floor, while Futaba and Usano watch him with wide-eyed shock. He lies on the ground gasping for air as Futaba rushes to check on his condition. Kazu confirms their victory, while Futaba scolds him for taking such a dangerous and reckless risk. Shortly after, he turns his attention toward Usano to check if the transformation has truly ended. Usano Mimi remains silent while her eyes finally return to their normal human state and color. In response, she looks up at Kazu and asks what happened with a dazed and confused expression. Kazu and Futaba share a relieved look while realizing their desperate plan actually worked perfectly. Futaba excitedly points out that the terrifying variant transformation has been completely and successfully halted. So she hugs Usano tightly while crying with pure joy and relief over her friend's survival. Kazu lets out a long and weary sigh while the weight of the battle finally lifts. Shortly after, he struggles to his feet while catching his breath in the quiet school hallway. Apparently, he deduces that defeating Erd while bringing past Usano forward effectively rewrote the timeline. Kazu smiles while noting that his supposedly useless otaku knowledge played a vital role in their victory. Usano watches him with a deep blush while Futaba continues to cling to her in celebration. Finally, Kazu tells Usano that everything is okay now and thanks her for her incredible strength. Usano Mimi whispers Kazu's name while staring at him with a look of deep and quiet admiration. Shortly after, Futaba comforts her while Kazu remains puzzled by the strange atmosphere between the two girls. Kazu ponders the consequences. Apparently, he considers how his intervention in the past timeline successfully prevented Usano's tragic and sudden disappearance. So he realizes that in the original timeline, Usano would have remained lost to everyone forever. Kazu scratches his head. In response, he notes that her continued existence in the present is a direct result of their victory. Kazu laughs awkwardly while explaining the confusing logic of time paradoxes to his very skeptical sister. Festival preparations resume. Suddenly, Usano Mimi appears in a maid outfit while the entire class bursts into loud cheers. Shortly after, the class representative praises how perfectly the costume fits her, while Usano blushes deeply. Apparently, Usano only agreed to wear the outfit because Kazu expressed a desire to actually see it. They share a moment. Usano shyly asks for his honest opinion, while looking down with a look of pure and innocent embarrassment. Kazu looks away. In response, he admits to himself that she looks incredibly cute while his face turns bright red. The classmates roar with laughter while Usano stands frozen in a state of absolute and total shock. Suddenly, she faints from the overwhelming embarrassment, while the class representative rushes to catch her falling body. Yui and Futaba watch the chaotic scene in silence, while the festival spirit fills the schoolroom. Finally, Yui offers a knowing smile, while Futaba glares at her brother with a look of pure annoyance. Futaba and Yui corner Kazu while looking at him with deep suspicion and annoyance. Suddenly, they both scream that he is a total womanizer, while he reacts with absolute shock. Meanwhile, a luxury car pulls up to the school gate as a servant addresses his master. Shortly after, a man in expensive shoes steps out of the vehicle and prepares to enter. Apparently, he adjusts his formal suit while maintaining a cold and imposing aura of authority. He wonders where his daughter and Kazu are, while looking around with a stern expression. Shortly after, summer vacation officially begins as Kazu wipes sweat from his forehead under the sun. He arrives at a crowded beach while the heat of the season fills the vibrant air. Suddenly, Yui calls out as she prepares to serve a ball during a game of volleyball. She plays fiercely in her swimsuit while utilizing a modified form of her divine artifact. In response, the surrounding crowd watches in awe as the girls dominate the beach volleyball match. The ball soars high. Futaba prepares to strike. She smiles brightly while enjoying the rare moment of peace and fun away from the monsters. Kazu watches them from the shade while remaining silent and lost in his own deep thoughts. Apparently, he is moved to tears by the simple joy of experiencing a normal teenage summer. He quickly shakes his head to remind himself to stay focused on the dangers still lurking. So he sits back while contemplating a massive and mysterious event that is approaching soon. He recalls the image of Yu's father while sensing a new shift in the political landscape. Finally, he stares into the distance while preparing for the next inevitable and difficult challenge. Kazu walks along the sandy shore while reminding himself to never let his guard down this summer. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name and causes him to turn around with a curious look. Usano Mimi approaches while shyly apologizing for taking so long to change into her new white swimsuit. Kazu stares in surprise. Nearby, Yui and Futaba enjoy a lively game of beach volleyball in the shallow and refreshing ocean water. The girls laugh together while the bright sun shines down on their peaceful and carefree summer vacation day. Kazu struggles to maintain his composure while witnessing his friend's overwhelming and radiant beauty under the sun. Shortly after, he sits under an umbrella and sighs while seagulls fly over the distant and sparkling horizon. In response, Yui approaches him from behind and calls out his name with a soft and gentle voice. Kazu admits he feels slightly exhausted by the overwhelming and high energy of the younger students around him. Yui playfully pats his head while mockingly comparing his tired and weary attitude to that of an old man. Apparently, Kazu questions if she should be here instead of dealing with her father's complicated and heavy situation. Yui remains silent. In response, she explains that the current uncertainty makes her want to treasure these precious moments with everyone. She gazes at the ocean while expressing her deep desire to protect the time they spend together now. Kazu watches her. Shortly after, he notices a distant and lonely expression on her face that makes him feel strangely uneasy. He is suddenly struck by a terrifying premonition that she is silently preparing for her own inevitable death. Suddenly, Futaba runs toward them, while excitedly holding a large watermelon and suggesting they start a splitting game. Finally, she accidentally slips on the sand and sends the heavy watermelon flying directly toward the resting pair. The fruit hurtles toward them. Watermelon strikes Kazu's head. Shortly after, Kazu sits in stunned silence while sticky juice drips slowly down his face. Futaba covers her mouth in absolute shock and frantically apologizes for her clumsy mistake. In response, Kazu laughs and jokes that she saved him the trouble of a blindfold. Shortly after, the group relaxes under the umbrella while Yui offers him a dry towel. Nearby, a mysterious camera lens watches them from the dense foliage of the beach. Surveillance operatives report that no abnormalities have been detected at the target's location. A figure swims rapidly. Futaba and Usano float peacefully on their tubes while enjoying the cool, refreshing water. Usano adjusts her goggles and smiles warmly while basking in the peaceful summer atmosphere. Futaba watches her friend closely while her expression turns unexpectedly serious and contemplative. Shortly after, Futaba calls out to Usano to ask a very personal and direct question. She boldly asks if Usano has actually fallen in love with her older brother. Usano reacts with extreme embarrassment and frantically denies the claim while splashing water. Futaba leans on her tube and wonders why her friend is being so defensive. Apparently, she notes that Kazu has been acting strangely distant since the school festival ended. Usano looks back with a pained expression while the weight of the question lingers. Futaba continues to speculate if romantic feelings are the cause of her brother's distraction. Finally, she questions who the specific target of his hidden affection might actually be. A regal blonde woman sits upon a throne while her legendary beauty and status are formally introduced. Suddenly, a colossal wave erupts from the ocean as a powerful and overwhelming presence is finally sensed nearby. Yui watches in total shock as a massive explosion of water shatters the peace of the beach. Shortly after, Yui pauses with her ice cream while reacting to the sudden and strange disturbance. In response, Kazu remains alert while holding his own cone and sensing a dangerous shift in the air. Yui calls out his name with a worried expression as the tension continues to rise between them. Apparently, Kazu confirms the presence of a massive magical reaction occurring just a short distance away. Suddenly, a mysterious foot steps onto the water's surface, while Yui screams a warning to the hero. Kazu lunges across the splashing waves as a strange and rhythmic sound begins to echo. He glares intensely while focusing his divine senses on the source of the unnatural sound. A massive sea god named Poseidon rises from the depths and declares the girls his next meal. In response, Kazu identifies the Greek deity while the monster questions if he belongs to the organization. Apparently, Kazu recalls the school festival incident while realizing that Greek-style variants are now invading. He demands to know why these foreign entities have suddenly started appearing within the borders of Japan. Poseidon explains that a powerful individual in the Vatican has driven him away from his usual feeding grounds. Kazu reacts with confusion while wondering about the identity of the mysterious person the god mentioned. Shortly after, he considers if this situation is connected to the warnings previously given by Yui's father. Poseidon raises a hand as water drips from his fingers to signal the start of his feast. The god opens his mouth wide to devour the terrified Usano while shouting a boisterous declaration. Finally, Kazu draws his blade and strikes with a roar to prevent the monster's lethal attack. Suddenly, Kazu is trapped in a swirling vortex while Poseidon laughs about him falling for the trap. Shortly after, he realizes this is high-precision water spirit magic as the bubble tightens around him. In response, Poseidon mocks him for being reckless enough to challenge a sea god on open water. Apparently, Kazu remains unfazed while dismissing the divine shockwave as nothing more than a simple breeze. He stands firm on the waves. Nearby, a hidden sniper locks onto the target and prepares to commence a coordinated high-tech attack. Energy beams strike Poseidon. Poseidon screams in pain while Kazu wonders who these mysterious new combatants could possibly be. He watches the soldiers. Shortly after, Kazu swings his sword through a massive wave while Poseidon bleeds heavily from his wounds. In response, Kazu scolds the clumsy army for firing so recklessly near his sister and friend. Meanwhile, technicians monitor Poseidon's status and note a massive drop in his physical maintenance rate. A composed leader observes the data and considers if this power can finally rival the Vatican's influence. Poseidon collapses in agony while fearing he will be forced back to Olympus in this weakened state. He begs for help. Suddenly, a desperate scream for "Brother!" echoes while alarms begin blaring throughout the secret control room. Dark clouds gather. Kazu looks up in total confusion while wondering about the source of this new and terrifying phenomenon. Apparently, he recalls how high-level variants with Demon King class magic have been appearing more frequently. Finally, he reflects that Susanoo was the only one possessing magic power that rivaled a true god. Kazu stares intensely while sensing a presence that feels far more dangerous than anything he has faced before. Shortly after, Poseidon calls out to his brother to quickly slaughter the humans in the interfering military forces. In response, technicians identify the new threat as the Greek god of death, Hades, from their control room. Suddenly, a massive shockwave shatters the atmosphere as a terrifying new power is unleashed upon the battlefield. Hades descends from the sky like a dark omen while wielding a massive and lethal divine scythe. The soldiers scream in pure terror as a colossal wave sweeps them away into the churning ocean depths. Kazu creates a small water dome to protect the girls while Hades looms ominously in the air above. He watches in disbelief while noting that the god caused such destruction with a single swing of his arm. In response, the commander orders an immediate retreat to land before his entire squad is completely wiped out. The soldiers scramble through the surf while desperately trying to escape the overwhelming divine pressure of the two gods. Kazu warns that the enemy will never allow them to simply walk away from this fight. Usano trembles in fear while struggling to believe that this supernatural nightmare is actually her current reality. Kazu reaches out a comforting hand and tells her not to worry about the chaos surrounding them. Shortly after, he tries to calm her by claiming the entire incident is just a vivid and strange dream. Apparently, he asks Futaba to use her teleportation magic to take Usano to a much safer location immediately. Futaba hesitates while asking what her brother intends to do against two powerful gods by himself. In response, Kazu offers a quick apology before preparing to face the divine threat head-on. Steel strikes ground. Hades launches a devastating aerial assault while Poseidon watches from below with a look of pure shock. Finally, Poseidon screams in terror as his own brother's reckless attack begins to consume him as well. The commander explains that the current variant is an incarnation that has resided on Earth for years. Apparently, these entities manifest through a door and eventually take on a grotesque and muscular physical form. In response, the leader reveals that this monster has survived by continuously devouring humans for a long time. While Kazu listens intently, he begins processing the dark history of the creatures hidden among human society. Shortly after, the commander notes that variants are heavily influenced by the human medium used for their summoning. So he questions if the god's power is diminished when using a vessel instead of divine weapons. Apparently, he uses the Susanoo incarnation as a primary example to explain the limitations of their physical manifestations. Kazu acknowledges the explanation while maintaining his combat stance against the two powerful and aggressive Greek deities. In response, the leader mentions that Susanoo had significantly weakened after he eventually stopped consuming human souls. Suddenly, Poseidon roars in fury while accusing the humans of ignoring the divine presence of the two brothers. The sea god then unleashes a massive and explosive vortex of water toward the hero in a sudden assault. So Kazu clicks his tongue while narrowly avoiding the high-pressure water blast that tears through the ocean air. Meanwhile, Hades stands motionless while calling out to his brother as the battle continues to escalate in violence. The god of death remains eerily calm while his dark aura begins to suffocate the surrounding beach area. Suddenly, a surveillance drone is obliterated by a stray magical blast and plummets toward the churning sea. In response, technicians in the control room panic as they lose all visual communication with the active battlefield. Poseidon laughs hysterically while demanding that everyone bow down to their combined and overwhelming brotherly divine power. Shortly after, Hades remains silent while the sound of his brother's mocking laughter echoes across the shore. Kazu stands firm while mockingly repeating the god's strange catchphrase as he prepares his final counterattack. Finally, Kazu activates a 30 million-fold agility enhancement to move far beyond the speed of any living god. Kazu strikes Hades fast. Steel cuts flesh. Kazu lands safely. In response, Poseidon stares in disbelief. Shortly after, Hades readies himself. Blades clash violently. Kazu swings hard. Meanwhile, commanders order evacuation. So, citizens panic now. Shortly after, Yui finds Futaba. Futaba explains the situation while Yui listens with a look of pure and absolute internal shock. Yui calls Kazu an idiot while the weight of his sacrifice begins to settle on her. Suddenly, Poseidon's laughter echoes. The beast charges. Wet identifies the variant while Futaba questions her brother's safety with a look of pure and absolute terror. Soldiers aim weapons. In response, the commander orders fire. Poseidon runs laughing. Poseidon rides waves. Poseidon mocks their efforts while Yui desperately carries her friend toward the safety of the higher ground. Poseidon threatens to devour everyone while Yui prepares her own counterattack. Shortly after, Yui leaps into the air and strikes the god with a blinding flash. In response, she unleashes the devastating ultimate technique known as the Blade of the War God. The massive energy blast consumes the area while the shockwave ripples across the ocean surface. Meanwhile, the organization leader watches the monitor while analyzing the incredible power of the divine artifact. Poseidon collapses into the water while the smoke from the explosive strike begins to clear slowly. Wei lands gracefully on the waves while the remnants of the magical energy drift away. Apparently, she resolves to use her full strength from the very beginning of the next encounter. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the sea while the wounded god struggles to rise. Futaba prepares her specialized talismans while vowing to quickly return to her brother's side. In response, the two girls stand together and command the enemy to prepare for their final judgment. Poseidon trembles in rage while the commander observes the god's rapidly deteriorating physical condition. Suddenly, a colossal shark variant erupts from the depths and brutally bites into the weakened sea god. Yu and Futaba watch in absolute horror while questioning the nature of this new and terrifying predator. The shark's massive fin cuts through the water as the chaos on the beach continues to escalate. Shortly after, the girls discuss the sudden appearance of the giant monster while remaining on high alert. Yui quickly carries Futaba away from the shoreline while the ocean becomes a scene of carnage. The shark swallows Poseidon whole while Futaba screams out for her brother in a state of panic. Surveillance operatives wonder if this is internal strife among the different variant factions. Finally, technicians confirm that Poseidon has been completely annihilated and returned to the divine realm. The organization leader sighs while expressing his deep frustration with the actions of his troublesome superior. Shortly after, the coastal landscape remains silent under the weight of the ongoing supernatural battle. Meanwhile, a massive shark variant splashes violently near the shore, while terrified beachgoers watch from a distance. In response, Yui notes the creature is certainly not an ally while discussing their next move. Suddenly, blinding light erupts. While Kazu battles Hades, apparently Kazu realizes with shock that the god is actually matching his incredible 30 million-fold agility enhancement. Shortly after, Hades strikes. So Kazu screams a desperate warning as the god suddenly changes targets toward the defenseless young girls. Suddenly, his leg fails. In response, he realizes with horror that he pushed his teenage body far beyond its limits. Shortly after, he falls. Meanwhile, soldiers disperse quickly. So Yui stands her ground while a colossal explosion of water shatters the peace of the shoreline. Apparently, she activates edge mode. Shortly after she strikes, suddenly a massive fin looms behind Yui while a frantic voice screams for her to look back. While Futaba watches, The tail slams down. Finally, Yui looks back in shock as the force of the impact narrowly misses her physical form. Hades unleashes his ultimate technique, the Darkness Bident, while divine energy surges violently. Shortly after, a massive explosion shatters the area while someone cries out in total disbelief. In response, Yui stares in shock as the giant shark variant is annihilated by one strike. Meanwhile, a mysterious hooded figure riding a divine wolf watches while commenting on the defeat. The stranger maintains a calm and superior aura while observing the chaotic battlefield from above. Suddenly, Kazu drifts into a dark and silent void while questioning his current physical location. He sinks into the abyss while a mysterious voice asks about his failing strength and resolve. In a flashback, young Kazu discusses his failed magic training with his mentor by a tree. He clutches a small bottle while lamenting his complete lack of talent for elemental magic. Shortly after, memory fragments flicker. While his mentor watches him with a patient and knowing expression during their time in the other world, darkness consumes the vision. So Kazu remembers his grueling days working at a black company before his first reincarnation occurred. Back in the past, his mentor offers him words of comfort despite his many clumsy failures. Light shimmers through darkness. As memories continue to fracture, young Kazu reacts with pure confusion as his mentor begins to offer him very specific advice. She smiles warmly and insists that there is a power only he can truly achieve. Apparently, she explains that he doesn't need to master every type of magic to be strong. Finally, she commands him to master just one single thing to reach the pinnacle of strength. The void shimmers with static as Kazu remains trapped within the depths of his own consciousness. Shortly after, he stares at the healing potion while remembering his mentor's final and most important lesson. The memory fades back into darkness as he continues to search for the strength to wake up. Apparently, young Kazu decides to focus entirely on basic agility enhancement magic, despite his mentor's playful laughter. Static fills his vision once again, while the weight of his past decisions begins to pull him back. In response, his mentor praises his choice while Kazu initiates his specialized high-speed movement magic once more. He pushes his agility enhancement to 30 million times, while his resolve burns with a new intensity. Suddenly, Kazu stands firm on the water while declaring that he cannot afford to fall here today. He charges forward with impossible speed while vowing to reach his precious friends before it is too late. Meanwhile, a massive explosion of divine energy shatters the area as Yui unleashes her most powerful technique. Shortly after, a colossal bolt of lightning strikes down while the girls struggle against the overwhelming divine pressure. Yui gasps for breath while Futaba calls out to her amidst the swirling smoke and dark shadows. Suddenly, she senses a lethal presence and prepares to move despite her extreme physical and mental exhaustion. Hades strikes with a massive wave of dark energy that threatens to consume everything in its path. In response, Yui realizes with despair that the god's strength is on a completely different level than expected. Hades then activates his divine domain absolute boundary while pointing his lethal weapon toward the trembling humans. Yui and Futaba watch in absolute horror as the space around them begins to fracture and collapse. So Yui screams for the soldiers to run while the god prepares to deliver a final blow. Kazu's voice echoes through the chaos while the weight of his promise to protect them finally manifests. Finally, Kazu suddenly intervenes with a roar and commands the god to never touch his friends again. Kazu lunges from above and strikes Hades with a powerful blow that draws dark divine blood. Shortly after, he unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks while shouting a fierce battle cry. In response, Kazu continues his high-speed assault as the surrounding atmosphere vibrates with his intense power. Apparently, he declares that he will sacrifice his own flesh and spirit to win this battle. He grips his weapon with absolute determination while focusing every ounce of his remaining mana. Shortly after, Kazu vows to crush the god of death right here and now. A massive explosion of energy erupts as the divine domain is suddenly and violently shattered. In response, Kazu grits his teeth while pushing his physical form far beyond its natural limits. Hades is sent reeling backward as the force of the Darkness Helm technique finally manifests. Shortly after, the two combatants catch their breath while staring each other down amidst the wreckage. Suddenly, the mysterious hooded figure performs a complex hand sign to activate a powerful binding spell. In response, Hades is instantly restrained by a glowing ring of pure and absolute magical energy. The god of death looks up in total shock while struggling against the unexpected divine intervention. Kazu collapses from exhaustion into Yui's arms, while technicians monitor the sudden shift in energy. Apparently, the organization leader notes with a smirk that a major player has finally entered the fray. The hooded stranger watches from a distance, while the immediate threat of the battle begins to subside. She looks down with a cold gaze while calling the defeated god a pathetic and weak disgrace. In response, Yui supports her battered childhood friend, while he watches the new arrival with weary eyes. Hades seethes with unbridled rage while cursing the person who dared to interfere with his divine hunt. Finally, the god raises his weapon once more to defy the binding as the tension reaches its peak. The hooded figure reveals her identity as Himiko, while maintaining a calm and authoritative posture. Hades activates his divine domain with a smirk. Shortly after, Himiko performs a complex hand seal. Hades is overwhelmed by the seventh gate magic. The immediate threat of the god finally vanishes. Yui holds the battered and bloody kazoo while questioning the sudden appearance of multiple variants. Shortly after, she looks toward the sky while monitoring the god's rapidly vanishing spiritual presence. Meanwhile, the organization leader watches the screen with a look of pure and absolute intrigue. Himiko gazes at the horizon while reflecting on the legendary power of the ancient Queen Himiko. In response, she speaks with a wisdom that far surpasses her young and delicate physical appearance. Kazu stares in shock while hearing her mention his previous and intense battle with Susanoo. Apparently, she dismisses his fighting style as nothing more than a display of clumsy brute force. We remains silent while processing the mysterious stranger's true intentions and her overwhelming magical strength. Suddenly, Himiko reaches out a hand and invites Namba Kazu to form a new alliance. Kazu and Yui react with total and complete confusion to the stranger's unexpected and direct proposal. Nearby, soldiers discuss the situation while addressing the mysterious hooded girl with the highest respect. So Himiko turns away while mentioning a specific name that carries a heavy and mysterious weight. The survivors gather on the beach while the chaos of the divine battle finally ends. Futaba watches the scene with a dazed expression while wondering what on earth just happened here. Finally, night falls over the city as the focus shifts toward a massive and imposing building. Shortly after, the leader opens a specialized metal briefcase to reveal its mysterious contents to the group. Kazu stares intensely at the glowing object known as a fragment of the legendary creator's core. In response, the organization leader remains silent while observing Kazu's reaction to the divine artifact's presence. Kazu looks up and asks if this power is fundamentally different from that of a god. Himiko sips her tea while explaining that gods are merely one of many entities the creator produced. Yui and Futaba listen in absolute shock as the true scale of the universe is finally revealed. Apparently, she uses sugar cubes to illustrate how the human, divine, and other worlds are interconnected. She describes the entire system as a perpetual motion machine designed to maintain a perfect cosmic balance. However, the leader explains that certain individuals are now plotting to disrupt this intricate and ancient design. So the sudden appearance of variants is causing the delicate balance between the worlds to finally collapse. In response, he compares these monstrous anomalies to a fatal bug within the world's governing system. Kazu realizes this explanation is almost identical to the story his sister previously told him in private. Apparently, the creator utilized the core to manifest a specific countermeasure against these growing supernatural threats. Kazu learns that a Holy Mother was created to serve as a correction program for the world. Shortly after, the leader details both short-term and long-term strategies for dealing with the variant invasion. He explains that the Holy Mother provided humans with artifact replicas to combat the monsters immediately. Himiko adds that the long-term plan involved forging a singular point like Kazu in the Otherworld. Kazu remembers his time in the Otherworld and his fateful meeting with the mysterious Sistina. Suddenly, Kazu shouts in horror as a terrible realization about his past companions begins to take hold. Finally, he remembers his old comrades while realizing they were likely just virtual existences within the system. Himiko watches Kazu while noting that accepting the truth of the system is entirely his own choice. In response, Kazu remains silent while processing the weight of her cryptic words about his own future. Shortly after, he grits his teeth while the painful memories of his lost companions continue to haunt him. So he forces a small smile to reassure Futaba while she watches him with a look of concern. Meanwhile, Yui looks down with a heavy heart while the group continues their high-stakes discussion in the office. Kazu then turns to the leader while declaring that he still has many unanswered questions about the situation. Specifically, he asks about Yui's connection to the organization while staring directly at the composed man. Shortly after, a gourmet meal of grilled beef is served as the scene shifts to a new location. Kazu sits in a luxurious cabin while a flight attendant provides him with high-class service and fine dining. Apparently, the hero is now traveling to a new destination, while the story enters its next major phase. In response, Kazu looks around the private jet in total disbelief at the level of extreme luxury provided. He shouts in surprise upon realizing that this is merely a routine in-flight meal for the elite group. While Futaba happily enjoys the delicious food, Kazu frantically tells her to maintain some level of decorum. Yui notes that food tastes better on land while Kazu marvels at the sheer wealth of her family. Shortly after, Kazu sighs while admitting that he hasn't had a single moment of peace lately. The private jet streaks through the clouds while carrying the group toward their important mission in Europe. Suddenly, an announcement confirms they will soon land at the international airport in the historic city of Rome. Futaba looks out the window in absolute wonder as the Italian landscape finally comes into her view. Apparently, she excitedly points at the beautiful cityscape while marveling at the unique architecture of the capital. Finally, Kazu notes that the real other world was far less stylish and much more primitive than this. Yui studies a map while explaining that their true destination is Vatican City. Apparently, they plan to travel by land to reach the historic St. Peter's Basilica. In response, Kazu asks if they will be taking a public bus for transportation. Yui confirms a private limousine is waiting, while Kazu reacts to her extreme wealth. Shortly after, Kazu sips coffee while reflecting on the heavy mission currently ahead of them. He realizes that visiting the Vatican is the only way to answer his lingering doubts. The leader commands him to go there to uncover the secrets of the organization. Kazu ponders the mystery of Sistina while staring out at the vast European sky. Meanwhile, Yui reads in silence while Kazu considers her deep connection to this war. Suddenly, Kazu senses a suspicious presence and notes a strange feeling in the air. He narrows his eyes while focusing his divine senses on the area outside the jet. Dozens of winged silhouettes appear in the distance and rapidly close in on the plane. A monstrous harpy variant suddenly slams against the window with a terrifying and feral screech. In response, Kazu shouts in alarm as the mid-air ambush finally begins in earnest. A violent explosion shatters the wing while the private jet begins a terrifying descent. Futaba screams in pure terror as the cabin loses pressure and fills with smoke. Kazu glares at the attackers while cursing the disadvantage of fighting in the sky. Swarms of bird-like variants surround the falling aircraft while preparing for a final feast. Wei quickly tends to the injured crew while the plane continues to spiral downward. Finally, Kazu moves toward the exit while Futaba desperately calls out his name. Futaba stares in dazed silence while the chaos of the mid-air ambush unfolds around her. Shortly after, Kazu suddenly jumps out. He slices harpies mid-air. Apparently, he notes that while air combat is troublesome, these specific monsters are merely weaklings. Kazu looks around confused. He stands amidst falling feathers while realizing that something else has intervened in the battle. He turns sharply now. A colossal pillar of light descends from the heavens toward the city of Rome below. Kazu watches in absolute disbelief at the overwhelming and impossible amount of mana filling the sky. Elsewhere, a young girl in a white dress stands silently on a balcony overlooking the capital. The city remains quiet under the vast sky while the divine intervention continues to manifest. She commands the strike. The Holy Spirit erupts. Kazu remains stunned while acknowledging that this destructive power easily rivals that of a high-ranking god. Apparently, he wonders if this is truly the power of the Vatican's strongest artifact user, Sistina. Kazu reaches the door. In response, Futaba panics about the impending crash, while the aircraft continues its violent and terrifying descent. Kazu clicks his tongue while realizing that simply defeating the variants won't save the plane. Apparently, he questions if the world's strongest hero will finally assist with the urgent and necessary life-saving mission. Finally, Kazu commands Futaba to prepare herself while he readies a massive magical barrier to soften the impact. Kazu explains he will use his divine domain to teleport the entire aircraft to a safe location. Shortly after, Futaba screams in terror at her brother's latest and most unreasonable demand yet. She calls him a complete idiot, while Kazu prepares to initiate the massive teleportation spell. Suddenly, the divine domain absolute boundary envelops the falling jet in a blinding sphere of white light. The aircraft vanishes instantly from the sky, while only a faint trace of mana remains behind. Meanwhile, a tall obelisk stands firm under the bright sun in the heart of Vatican City. Inside a grand basilica, a mysterious priest stands before a large painting and praises a recent feat. This man, Carlos, smiles warmly while acknowledging the arrival of the elite warriors from Japan. He stands tall in his formal robes while waiting for his guests to settle into the hall. In response, Kazu looks around the ornate interior and asks to clarify one urgent matter immediately. Carlo politely agrees to listen while maintaining his calm and composed demeanor within the holy sanctuary. So Kazu points toward the lingering smoke outside and questions why the organization allowed such destruction. Apparently, Kazu bluntly calls the Vatican's anti-variant headquarters surprisingly sloppy for such a world-renowned organization. Carlo smiles awkwardly while admitting that even the church has its own complicated and difficult internal circumstances. He insists they did their best to minimize the damage while Yui and Futaba watch the exchange. Shortly after, Carlo addresses Yui as the Shiratori heiress, while Kazu remains skeptical of his excuses. In response, the priest gestures for silence while preparing to offer a more formal and proper welcome. He bows deeply and introduces himself as Carlo, the current head of the Vatican's secret operations. The atmosphere grows heavy as the formal introductions continue within the silent and vast stone chamber. Finally, Kazu stares in shock as a mysterious, long-haired girl is introduced as their final companion. Carlo presents the girl as the Vatican's greatest military force and ultimate trump card. Shortly after, the young girl maintains a solemn and unreadable expression under his heavy hand. In response, she is formally introduced as Sistina, the world's strongest divine artifact user. So Yui watches her with a mixture of intense curiosity and growing concern. Futaba trembles while struggling to believe such a small girl possesses such terrifying power. Apparently, Himiko notes that Kazu has already encountered Sistina during his time elsewhere. Kazu reacts with absolute shock while trying to reconcile his past with this new reality. Shortly after, he notices that Sistina's features bear a haunting resemblance to his old friend. A sudden vision of a gentle girl from the other world flashes through his mind. She smiles warmly at him, while the memory of their shared bond briefly resurfaces. Apparently, he remembers her laughing peacefully under the shade of a large, flowering tree. Yui calls out to him while noticing his dazed and distant expression during the meeting. Carlo then introduces Kazu as a fellow ally of the mysterious organization known as Eden. Sistina whispers his name with a voice that sounds completely hollow and devoid of emotion. In response, Kazu feels a cold shiver while staring into her empty and vacant eyes. Carlo offers a quick apology for her behavior, while Sistina remains perfectly still and silent. He explains that she is mentally drained from the endless cycle of fighting high-level variants. Shortly after, a young attendant enters the chamber to deliver an urgent message to Carlo. Carlo announces that they must immediately proceed with a ceremony called the Rite of Baptism. Finally, Kazu and his companions question the true nature of this mysterious and holy ritual. Robed figures walk through the grand hall while discussing the guidance of the Holy Mother and Sistina. Shortly after, Kazu and Futaba stare in absolute bewilderment at the mysterious procession unfolding before them. A priest initiates a blessing on a blindfolded man while invoking the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. In response, Kazu watches the ritual from the pews while questioning the true nature of the ceremony. Carlo watches the man solemnly while the weight of the ritual fills the room. So Kazu shouts out and demands to know exactly what the priest is doing to those innocent people. Apparently, Carlo continues the prayer for forgiveness, while Sistina watches the proceedings with a cold, vacant gaze. Carlo activates his divine domain. Kazu gasps in shock. The ritual reaches its climax, while the priest whispers a final command for the man's soul to be completely and utterly rewritten. The man's body erupts. Suddenly, the believer transforms into the monstrous holy wolf of original sin, while letting out a pained roar. Kazu and Yui recoil in horror upon realizing that a human has been turned into a beast. In response, Carlo calmly explains that the organization uses its faithful followers as vessels for divine power. Futaba trembles in terror. Apparently, the goal is to forcibly drag gods down from the divine realm into the human world. Carlo stands proudly beside the creature, while detailing the church's cruel method of summoning powerful supernatural entities. The beast snarls fiercely. Finally, Kazu realizes with dread that even the harpies who attacked the plane were once ordinary human beings. Carlo smiles and tells the group to rest assured, while the tension remains high in the basilica. Shortly after, he introduces the silent and stoic Sistina, while standing proudly behind the young and powerful girl. Suddenly, Sistina points her finger forward as her eyes glow with an intense and terrifying divine light. In response, a massive and explosive strike completely obliterates the transformed Holy Wolf within a single second. Shortly after, a simple wooden cross falls onto the cold stone floor amidst the settling dust and debris. The monster lies defeated while Carlo notes the efficiency of the girl's overwhelming and absolute purifying power. Apparently, he explains that Sistina purifies the soul to prevent the variant from returning to the divine realm. So he claims they can now completely erase any trace of a variant from the world's existence forever. In response, Carlo declares this the beginning of their unchanging creation, while Kazu watches with a grim expression. Yui and Futaba look on in horror while struggling to process the priest's cruel and twisted ideology. Shortly after, Kazu notes that the priest's grand declaration sounds strangely familiar to words he heard before. Meanwhile, a group of blindfolded believers continues to pray fervently to the Holy Mother and Lady Sistina. So Carlo prepares another move, while the atmosphere in the Grand Hall becomes increasingly heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, he activates the divine domain stigma of original sin as a blinding light consumes the entire chamber. Shortly after, the praying believers are engulfed by the massive surge of divine energy radiating from the priest. Kazu reacts with pure shock, while Yui frantically calls out his name during the sudden and violent display. In response, Kazu confronts Carlo and bluntly calls his method of using people a disgusting way of doing things. He vows not to overlook such cruelty, while Sistina reaches out her hand toward the defiant human hero. Apparently, Carlo warns the girl to stop while mockingly reminding her that Kazu is supposed to be their friend. Finally, Sistina snaps her fingers and Kazu is instantly crushed into the floor by an invisible divine force. Wei and Futaba rush to Kazu's side while he struggles to stand after the divine impact. In response, Yui stares in absolute disbelief that Kazu was defeated within a single and effortless strike. Blood stains Kazu's clothing as the weight of the girl's overwhelming power finally begins to sink in. Yi trembles while questioning the true identity of the Vatican's strongest and most terrifying divine artifact user. Sistina maintains a cold and indifferent expression while staring down the battered and blood-stained human hero. Shortly after, Yui gasps in shock as she senses an unnatural and dangerous shift in the atmosphere. Kazu groans in pain while mockingly addressing the priest Carlo with a pained and defiant expression. Apparently, he notes a disgusting similarity between the Vatican and the dark organization he faced previously. Carlo chuckles softly while acknowledging the hero's comparison to the Japanese anti-variant group known as Yamato. He explains that while they shared technology, their fundamental ideologies were actually quite different from each other. In response, he describes their ultimate goal as achieving true liberation and independence from the creator's design. Kazu clicks his tongue in frustration while struggling to comprehend the priest's cryptic and long-winded explanation. Carlo then declares his intent to assimilate with God to finally replace the current divine world order. He stands before a crucifix while claiming that only their ancestral God truly deserves such a title. Apparently, he plans to use his own faithful followers as doors to summon and purify ancient gods. Suddenly, Sistina readies another attack while Carlo offers his sincere thanks for the hero's involuntary cooperation. Multiple energy beams erupt and strike a group of monstrous variants lurking within the Grand Hall. Kazu and his friends are suddenly trapped behind a massive and impenetrable cage of dark divine energy. Carlo then asks a heavy question about whether a weak and pathetic humanity truly deserves salvation. Finally, Kazu screams in pure rage and commands the priest to stop this madness at once. Kazu pushes his agility enhancement to 30 million times, while Sistina readies her holy spear. He executes his ultimate light-speed sword technique, Clayum Soleil, as he charges toward the girl. Futaba screams in terror, while the shockwave of their massive and divine collision shatters the sanctuary. A colossal explosion of energy erupts from the basilica and pierces through the night sky of Rome. Yu shields her eyes while the sheer force of the magical blast levels the surrounding stone structures. Static and darkness fill the air as the aftermath of the catastrophic clash settles over the ruins. The landscape remains silent while the remnants of the divine power slowly dissipate into the cold night. In a distant memory, young Kazu discovers a small girl crying, alone in a quiet, secluded park. The girl whispers for her mother, while Kazu offers her a handkerchief with a look of concern. He gently asks if she is all right while the sun shines down on their very first fateful encounter. The young girl looks up with tearful eyes and offers a soft thank you for his kindness. The vision fades back into the dark and silent void of his fractured and forgotten past memories. Young Kazu then invites the girl to play with him while asking for her real name. Darkness consumes the memory once again, while the weight of the past continues to haunt the hero. Back in the present, Kazu gasps for air while struggling to regain his composure amidst the wreckage. Wei frantically calls out his name while noticing the severe and bloody wounds covering his battered body. She asks if he can still stand, while Carlo and Sistina watch them from the shadows. Kazu stands firm while staring down the priest and the girl with a look of grim determination. Apparently, he realizes that Yui's father intentionally set this entire conflict into motion for his own goals. Finally, Carlo praises Kazu as a singular point who was once hailed as the world's true messiah. Carlo declares that deceptions are no longer necessary while staring intensely at the defiant human hero. Shortly after, he invites Kazu to join their mission to systematically destroy all existing gods together. In response, Kazu smirks and admits that while he agrees with the goal, he remains skeptical. So he firmly rejects their offer while openly criticizing their cruel and heartless methods of operation. Carlo listens in silence while the weight of Kazu's defiance settles over the ruined holy sanctuary. Kazu then vows to personally crush the organization if they continue their reckless and selfish games. Apparently, Carlo expresses his deep regret that such a promising friend must now be handled differently. Sistina remains stoic as she prepares to execute the priest's final and lethal command for judgment. Her eyes sharpen while she whispers a word of condemnation toward the hero and his companions. Suddenly, she activates the Holy Spear Longinus Edge mode as a massive surge of mana erupts. Sistina begins to float while her physical form is enveloped in a terrifying and blinding white light. In response, Yui gasps in shock upon realizing the weapon's similarity to her own divine artifact. Kazu notes the girl's overwhelming output while she manifests a pair of colossal and radiant wings. A massive explosion rocks the Vatican as the girl's true and absolute power is finally unleashed. Shortly after, the shockwave ripples through the city while the scale of the destruction becomes clear. Meanwhile, technicians report a high-density energy spike while losing contact with their surveillance drones immediately. The organization leader watches the data while noting that the girl is finally showing her true value. Chaos ensues within the square. As the aftermath of the divine strike settles over the ancient city, the leader stares intently while mentioning Yui's name amidst the ongoing and intense process of judgment. Finally, the overwhelming power that has shielded humanity for 2 millennia leaves the basilica in ruins. Shortly after, the battle leaves the group battered amidst the smoking ruins of the ancient city. Kazu collapses to the ground while Yui and Futaba watch in horror at his severe injuries. In response, the rubble of the sanctuary stands silent as the weight of the defeat sinks in. Apparently, smoke rises into the dark sky while the divine pressure continues to crush the area. Kazu glares through the pain while Carlo acknowledges him as the strongest anomaly of this era. Shortly after, Kazu's expression contorts as he struggles to maintain consciousness despite his internal damage. Suddenly, he coughs up a massive spray of blood while the girls scream his name in panic. Sistina lands softly on the debris while maintaining her cold and indifferent divine posture. Carlo looks down mockingly while reminding the hero that he is ultimately just a mere human. Apparently, Sistina stands victorious while divine feathers drift peacefully around her small and terrifying frame. Yui desperately holds Kazu while Futaba kneels beside them in a state of absolute despair. In response, Kazu weakly commands his sister and friend to leave this dangerous place immediately. Carlo turns his back while preparing to continue his dark and world-altering ritual. So the priest orders the resumption of the rite of baptism, despite the hero's resistance. Yui remains silent while her eyes reflect a sudden and firm resolve to protect her friends. Shortly after, she asks Futaba to take over the responsibility of healing her brother's wounds. Apparently, Yui stands up and vows to buy them enough time to escape the basilica. Futaba watches her with a look of pure shock as the heiress prepares for combat. Kazu tries to stop her while reaching out a blood-stained hand in a desperate plea. Finally, Yui offers a sad smile and reassures them that everything will be all right. Yui declares herself Kazu's partner while tightening her gloves and preparing to face the divine girl. Shortly after, she lunges forward with a powerful aerial kick aimed directly at the stoic Sistina. In response, Yui continues her relentless high-speed assault while shattering the surrounding stone floor with impact. Sistina watches the human's movements with a cold and detached gaze as feathers drift around her. So Yui unleashes the Gjallarhorn strike while channeling every ounce of her remaining magical energy. A massive explosion of dust and debris consumes the battlefield after the heavy and direct collision. Suddenly, Sistina's eyes widen slightly as she senses the true intensity behind Yui's desperate and fiery resolve. In response, the girl effortlessly repels the attack while the force shatters Yui's momentum instantly. White's thrown back while Sistina remains standing, completely unmoved amidst the swirling and thick smoke. So Yui activates Gungnir Edge mode to push her artifact's power to its absolute and lethal limit. She focuses her full power for one final decisive strike, while the atmosphere vibrates with intense mana, which executes her ultimate Ragnarok break technique and delivers a devastating blow directly to the divine girl. A colossal beam of energy tears through the ruins, while the shockwave ripples across the entire city. Meanwhile, Futaba continues to heal Kazu while praising Yui's incredible and overwhelming display of strength. Carlo stands silently in the background while watching the conclusion of the high-stakes battle with indifference. We gasps for air while desperately hoping that her most powerful attack was finally enough to win. Suddenly, Sistina's body twitches on the ground, while the dust from the massive explosion begins to settle. Sistina sits up completely unharmed while Yui stares in absolute horror at her opponent's total lack of injuries. In response, Sistina points her finger once more, while preparing to unleash a final and definitive judgment. Finally, Yui stands frozen in shock while realizing the impossible gap between human effort and divine power. Wi lunges forward with desperate speed to continue her assault, but Kazu begs her to flee while clutching his bloodied chest. Shortly after, Yui winces as a fresh wound erupts across her shoulder. Apparently, she remembers how Kazu treated her as a normal girl, rather than an heiress. She recalls the childhood days when his presence helped her survive the grueling artifact training. In response, she realizes her only desire is to live a normal life by his side. While remembering the warmth of his smile from a time before the war began, so she stands tall with a fierce determination to protect the person she loves. Apparently, she declares her absolute synchronization with the Gungnir replica as her eyes glow. A massive pillar of light erupts as she prepares to face Sistina once more. Sistina watches the transformation with a cold and hollow gaze. In response, Kazu and Futaba stare in awe at the overwhelming brilliance of the energy, while Carlo observes the resonance with a look of twisted and calm satisfaction. Elsewhere, the organization leader notes that the true resonance between the artifacts has finally begun. He monitors the energy levels as they surge far beyond the predicted critical limit. Shortly after, Himiko mockingly calls him a cruel man for forcing his daughter down this path. Apparently, she remembers a mother walking through the city streets with her young children. In response, a mysterious woman passes by while the past continues to haunt the air. Himiko reacts to the memory with a look of sudden and sharp recognition. Finally, she questions if such a woman could ever truly be called a mother. Kazu and Futaba watch in horror as an impossible amount of mana fills the air, while Yui stands tall in her final Ragnarok form. In response, Carlo laughs maniacally at the sight of such magnificent and ominous energy. So he prepares to deliver divine judgment upon those who dare defy him. He commands Sistina to strike back against the surging power. Shortly after, Yui pushes her artifact into edge mode for a final clash. Kazu realizes with dread that the magical circuits he once stabilized are being forcibly overwritten. Suddenly, his body fails as the mana begins to run completely out of control. He realizes with horror that using the artifact now will surely destroy Yui's physical body. The two warriors collide in a blinding explosion of divine energy. Suddenly, a memory fractures the chaos as a young voice calls for her mother. A small child weeps alone in the darkness while searching for a lost warmth. A mysterious figure approaches the crying girl in the silent void. Sistina looks up through her tears as gentle hands reach out to comfort her. In response, she is promised that they will never have to be apart again. While a young Yui watches from the edge of the fading dream, the child stares at her own hand as the past begins to blur. Her mother whispers a final, heavy request regarding the girl's father. She smiles gently while begging her daughter not to hold on to hatred. Finally, the vision fades as the young girl stands alone against the vast horizon. Yi stands amidst the settling dust while looking down with a heavy and weary expression. Shortly after, Kazu calls out her name with a look of pure and absolute shock. Yi collapses down. Suddenly, her body fractures. The battle reaches a fever pitch, while the weight of the divine struggle consumes the sanctuary. Fragments of childhood memories flash as they recall a distant and precious pinky promise. Apparently, they remember promising to stay together and fight for their shared future forever. So, they recall a peaceful moment of dancing together before the war tore their lives apart. Feet hit ground. Kazu screams for Yui, while Futaba watches the tragic scene unfold with tears of absolute despair in her eyes. Kazu catches Yui, In response, technicians in the control room report that all magical activity has finally stopped. Himiko offers to take responsibility for the next phase, while the leader watches in silence. The leader agrees. Suddenly, a rift opens. Projectiles fly fast. In response, Kazu holds her tightly while glaring at the enemies with a look of pure rage. Static fills air. Finally, Carlo realizes their mutual resonance was the true goal of this entire and bloody struggle. Carlo smirks while noting the clever use of a singular point as a mere tactical bluff. Shortly after, Sistina stands dazed as her divine wings begin to fade into the cold air. In response, Sistina reacts with shock as her internal mana becomes dangerously unstable and fractured. While Kazu holds Yui tightly, a massive, monstrous presence looms in the foreground of the ruins. Carlo contemplates how Sistina has been exhausted to such a degree for the first time in millennia. So Kazu looks down at the unconscious Yui with a face filled with grim and silent determination. Suddenly, Carlo declares the start of his true mission, while channeling a massive surge of divine energy. Apparently, the priest transforms into a winged entity while manifesting the terrifying stigma of original sin. Kazu stares in absolute disbelief upon seeing the priest undergo a forced and horrific variant transformation. Suddenly, Himiko manifests beside the hero while activating the second gate of the ghost path technique. In response, Kazu looks at the mysterious girl with a mixture of intense curiosity and deep suspicion. Meanwhile, a divine white wolf approaches the weeping Futaba to offer its silent and protective presence. Himiko offers a playful and confident smile while apologizing for her fashionably late arrival to the battle. Shortly after, she unleashes the night parade of 100 demons to swarm the shattered holy sanctuary. Carlo recognizes her as the previous singular point, while Himiko maintains her calm and superior aura. So the priest declares his intent to achieve a new genesis while floating above the summoned beasts. Apparently, Himiko notes his ability to use variants as servants while preparing her own powerful countermove. The battlefield turns into absolute chaos as the monsters clash violently under the dark Roman sky. In response, Himiko asks Kazu if he is finally ready to accept her earlier and difficult proposal. Finally, Kazu glares at her while vowing to ask his final question one more time. Himiko reaches out her hand and invites Kazu to form a new and powerful alliance. Shortly after, Carlo glares with intense hatred while refusing to let Himiko's insolence go unpunished. In response, Himiko warns that the world is now on the verge of absolute collapse. Apparently, she asks Kazu if he truly desires to save the girl he holds. Kazu reacts with shock. Shortly after, Himiko reminds him that the outcome depends entirely on his own difficult choice. In response, she demands a final answer from the world's strongest human hero. Kazu grasps her hand, so he vows to sacrifice his life to save Yui, no matter the cost. Himiko smirks wickedly. Shortly after, Carlo watches the exchange with a look of mild and calculated surprise. Apparently, the resonance between the artifacts begins to manifest a terrifying new power. So the two singular points stand together, while the air vibrates with immense mana. Kazu realizes the ownership of Gungnir has been transferred to him during the battle. In response, Himiko explains that these conditions will finally trigger a new genesis. Carlo remains silent while processing the terrifying implications of Himiko's words about the system. Apparently, Himiko reveals the key to reconstructing the world is now in her hands. Kazu watches her with concern while realizing the weight of her world-altering plan. Carlo screams in agony. Finally, the priest bellows that only he can bring about miracles in God's name. Futaba looks on while the text reveals the true nature of their divine lineage and the creator's role. Carlo shouts a desperate plea for the creator to use his own body as a physical vessel. A massive explosion occurs as the priest initiates a forbidden Trinity fusion within the holy ruins. A terrifying and divine presence begins to descend through the fractured fabric of reality. Kazu watches the unfolding nightmare with a look of pure exhaustion and grim realization. The absolute creator. Tetragrammaton finally descends while manifesting a colossal and multi-winged form. Futaba struggles to maintain her footing while the protective white wolf remains by her side. Himiko smiles confidently while announcing that the true critical moment of the battle has finally arrived. Shortly after, Himiko addresses Futaba as a princess and commands her to deploy her specialized divine domain. Apparently, the power inherited from Susanoo serves as the final legacy for those who oppose the gods. In response, Himiko explains that their combined strength is humanity's only way to resist the creator. A hand reaches into the void while a divine command for light echoes through the darkness. The creator floats within a cosmic abyss as space-time begins to warp and distort violently. Himiko notes that causality is collapsing and realizes the current world cannot withstand this divine pressure. Shortly after, Kazu and Futaba react with total confusion, while Himiko prepares her ultimate countermove. Himiko tells Kazu to stop overthinking as they begin a war to rewrite the entire world. Kazu remembers Yui's gentle smile while reflecting on her question about his ideal future world. Suddenly, the divine artifact of the chief god begins to pulse with an overwhelming and ancient power. The creator's core manifests with a blinding brilliance that illuminates the entire shattered battlefield. Finally, hands reach toward the light as the divine domain absolute boundary is activated for the final struggle. Kazu stands amidst a vast cosmic void while the ancient concepts of heaven and earth begin to converge. Shortly after, the absolute creator Tetragrammaton looms silently within the dark and starry expanse of the universe. Soccer ball flies fast. Kazu hits the ground. Nearby students burst into mocking laughter while shouting insults at Kazu's clumsy and pathetic display on the field. Apparently, the arrogant bully offers a sarcastic apology, while Kazu struggles to wipe the fresh blood from his nose. Suddenly, a voice calls. Usano Mimi approaches with a worried expression while offering him a bandage for his sudden and messy injury. So, the next chapter begins as Kazu finds himself drifting through the fractured echoes of various parallel worlds. While staring at Usano, Kazu experiences a sudden and intense sense of déjà vu regarding this specific moment. In response, Usano insists they head to the school nurse's office immediately to treat his bleeding face properly. Shortly after, bullies leave. Usano tells him not to mind their cruel words while Kazu remains lost in his own deep thoughts. Apparently, Kazu feels a strange and persistent sense of wrongness while looking down at his own trembling hands. He realizes that he has forgotten something incredibly important while struggling to grasp his own fading memories. Now the field stands empty. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure sits silently within a white and endless void, while observing the flow of time. Himiko watches the world with a knowing smile while the fabric of reality continues to shift and change. Bandage is finally applied. Finally, Kazu reassures her that he is perfectly fine despite the lingering and unsettling feeling in his mind. Usano scolds him for hitting his head and acting incredibly strange just a few minutes ago. Kazu laughs off her concern while claiming she is being far too dramatic about his small injury. Kazu looks up with a surprised expression. Usano removes her glasses while admitting that he briefly looked like a completely different person to her. Shortly after, Kazu reaches out his hand toward her in the quiet and secluded school infirmary. Usano looks down with a blushing face. In response, Kazu's heart skips a beat as he stares at his childhood friend with newfound intensity. Usano whispers that she has something strange to tell him, while the atmosphere between them grows heavy. Apparently, she admits feeling as though they have both forgotten something incredibly vital to their existence. Kazu agrees, while wondering about the source of the persistent and hollow feeling within his own chest. 20 years pass as the scene shifts to a bustling modern city under a clear evening sky. A tired salaryman climbs stairs. Shortly after, an adult Kazu enters his apartment while sighing about the exhaustion of another long workday. An adult Usano Mimi welcomes him home with a warm smile and announces that dinner's ready. Kazu notes he sent a message telling her to sleep, but she dismisses it with a chuckle. Apparently, she insists that she truly wanted to wait for him to return home before eating dinner. Kazu smiles warmly. They sit together. Kazu eats happily. Finally, Kazu declares that her home cooking is the absolute best in the entire world. Usano pets their white rabbit while mentioning that a simple meal is perfectly fine for tonight. Kazu continues eating in silence until his wife suddenly calls out his name across the dinner table. Shortly after, Usano confesses her deep happiness, while Kazu asks what caused this sudden emotional outburst. Apparently, they reminisce about their shared journey from school graduation to their wedding and into middle age. Kazu stares at her with a gentle expression while softly repeating her name during their quiet evening. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and interrupts their peaceful conversation, while Kazu wonders who could be visiting. In response, Usano insists on answering the door herself so that Kazu can finish his warm meal. Kazu reflects on his grueling life as an overworked salaryman while sitting alone at the kitchen table. Apparently, he realizes that his wife's presence is the only thing making his difficult life worth living. He dismisses popular stories of otherworld reincarnation while vowing to stay in this reality with her. Suddenly, a strange noise erupts from the entrance and causes Kazu to look up in immediate confusion. Shortly after, Kazu calls out to his wife while asking what is wrong at the front door. In response, a frantic voice demands that someone leave the house immediately as the tension rises. Kazu stands up while a sudden and sharp feeling of dread begins to tighten around his heart. Suddenly, Usano screams in terror while Kazu desperately reaches for the handle to open the hallway door. A heavy thud echoes through the apartment while Kazu asks what is happening on the other side. In response, he bursts into the hallway with a look of pure and absolute shock on his face. He discovers their pet rabbit sitting near a dark and ominous trail of fresh blood on the floor. Kazu's eyes widen. Finally, he stands paralyzed with horror while staring at his wife's blood-stained body lying motionless before him. Kazu stands frozen in absolute silence while trying to process the gruesome scene before him. Shortly after, he collapses to his knees and unleashes a heart-wrenching scream of pure agony. In response, he clutches his head in a panic while desperately asking why this is happening. Suddenly, a twisted and sadistic laughter echoes from the shadows while Kazu looks up in shock. Apparently, a blood-stained man in a suit kneels nearby while mockingly demanding money for his deeds. Kazu stares in total disbelief while trying to identify the mysterious and deranged intruder. In response, the man reveals a terrifying and bloodshot gaze while mocking Kazu's pathetic weakness. Shortly after, a memory of the high school bully Kagakawa flashes through Kazu's mind. Kazu realizes the intruder is his former bully, while Kagakawa continues to laugh hysterically. Suddenly, Kagakawa contorts his body into an unnatural shape, while letting out a piercing and inhuman roar. While Kazu watches, blood sprays across his face as the reality of the situation turns violent. In response, Kazu's expression hardens despite the gore, while his hidden instincts begin to surface. Shortly after, a monstrous girl with fangs and claws crouches menacingly on the blood-stained floor. Kazu recoils in terror while shouting that a monster has appeared in his very own home. Apparently, the creature is identified as a dark Valkyrie while it prepares to finish its hunt. Suddenly, a sharp pain ripples through Kazu's mind as his current reality begins to fracture. In response, Kazu clutches his head while struggling to understand the strange memories flashing through him. Shortly after, the surrounding atmosphere becomes distorted as the fabric of time and space begins to warp. The monster girl lunges forward with lethal intent, while Kazu remains distracted by his intense mental agony. Finally, she lets out a feral scream while Kazu's face is suddenly splattered with fresh blood. The monster girl lunges. Kazu stands dazed. Shortly after, he laughs maniacally while the defeated creature lies motionless behind him. In response, he clutches his head while desperately trying to convince himself this is a dream. He stares at Usano's broken body while the weight of the tragedy finally breaks his mind. He reaches out. Apparently, he remembers her final words of happiness while blood stains his white shirt. He winces in agony. Shortly after, he screams into the void as his current reality begins to dissolve into white light. A foot appears. Kazu looks up. He discovers Himiko sitting peacefully within a vast and endless white space. In response, she mockingly dismisses his grief over the death of a single human woman. Kazu glares intensely. Apparently, she grows tired of his constant screaming and prepares to depart from the void. Kazu demands her identity while she casually bids him farewell with a cold smile. Shortly after, she reaches out and asks him what kind of world he truly desires to inhabit. She watches him. Apparently, the system prepares to reset the timeline back to his 17th year once again. Finally, she stands before him while asking who he truly intends to be in this new world. Kazu stares in shock while questioning if the girl standing before him is truly Himiko. Shortly after, the small figure remains distant within the vast and shimmering white void of this space. Apparently, the mysterious voice repeats the heavy question regarding the world he truly desires to create. In response, Himiko offers a knowing smile while the surrounding atmosphere begins to shift. So she explains that his current perception determines the form she takes before his eyes. In response, Kazu reacts with pure confusion while struggling to comprehend the logic of this realm. So she gestures toward the emptiness while offering to demonstrate her point through a vision. Suddenly, Yui's father appears. Shortly after, Kazu gasps in absolute shock upon seeing the familiar figure standing right before him. Apparently, he recognizes the man as Yui's father, while the tension in the void rises. In response, Kazu turns away and demands to know the meaning behind this strange transformation. Apparently, the man smiles while noting that Kazu's confusion is perfectly natural under these circumstances. Shortly after, he walks forward while explaining that his physical appearance is actually quite meaningless. Apparently, he claims he can manifest as any person Kazu holds within his own mind. Suddenly, Kagokawa manifests. In response, Kazu spins around in total disbelief upon seeing Kagokawa standing amidst the white void. Shortly after, the old leader of Yamato appears while Kazu curses the man under his breath. In response, a female figure stands in the distance, while the memories continue to haunt him. Suddenly, Thor grabs his shoulder. Finally, Kazu's eyes widen in terror as the weight of his past truly begins to consume him. Futaba appears and asks Kazu what kind of world would be ideal for their future. Shortly after, Kazu stares in shock while softly whispering his younger sister's name in the white void. In response, Yui appears and reminds him of the countless battles he fought against gods and monsters. Apparently, she believes he already holds the answer for how the next world should truly look. So Kazu repeats her words with a look of pure and absolute confusion. Shortly after, visions of past enemies and his long journey flash through the swirling white abyss. So he sees legendary heroes and his sister while contemplating the collapse of all worlds. Apparently, a vision of the strongest hero appears alongside a horned demon from his memories. In response, Yui's father places a hand on Kazu's shoulder while mentioning the Holy Mother. Shortly after, a mysterious figure manifests within a sea of light as the creator's legend is told. Apparently, the scenery begins to shift as the boundaries of the void start to blur. In response, text describes his creation by the absolute creator, while Kazu watches with intense eyes. Shortly after, a blurry and ethereal vision of a woman manifests within the shimmering white space. So the image of a girl with wild hair flickers briefly before his dazed eyes. Apparently, more fragments of his forgotten past begin to resurface amidst the divine energy. In response, the text highlights the Vatican's pride in their ultimate and most powerful military force. Shortly after, a split vision shows Kazu's serious face alongside a monster's manic and blood-stained laughter. Apparently, Sistina's voice echoes while warning of the dark plots moving against their mission. Shortly after, a close-up of a mysterious face appears as the reality continues to fracture. Finally, Yui offers a warm and gentle smile that fills the entire void with hope. Futaba leans in and asks Kazu what kind of ideal world he truly wishes to create now. 2742. Shortly after, Kazu stares at his sister in absolute shock while softly whispering her name in the void. 2743. In response, Yui appears in her divine armor and reminds him of his power to repel even gods. 2744. Apparently, she believes Kazu already holds the definitive answer for the form the next world should take. 2745. So Kazu stands bewildered in the white abyss while questioning the true meaning of the next world. 2746. Shortly after, a montage of past enemies and legendary figures flashes through the swirling white space around him. 2747. In response, the visions mention names like Heracles and Arthur, while labeling him the ultimate masterpiece. 2748. Apparently, the Scroll of Memories declares him the strongest Takeru to ever exist in human history. 2749. Suddenly, Yui's father leans over Kazu while bringing up the mysterious names of Sistina and the Holy Mother. 2750. Shortly after, a divine silhouette appears amidst the stars as the legend of the creator is finally revealed. 2751. Apparently, a close-up of a chin and mouth appears as the void begins to change once more. 2752. In response, a text box emphasizes that he was specifically brought into existence by the absolute creator. 2753. Shortly after, a faint and ethereal vision of Sistina in a dress manifests within the shimmering space. 2754. So the image of a younger Yui in her school uniform flickers briefly before his dazed eyes. 2755. Apparently, a close-up of a white dress appears, while more fragments of his past resurface. 2756. In response, the text highlights the Vatican's immense pride in their most powerful and ultimate military force. 2757. Shortly after, a split vision shows Kazu's serious expression alongside a monster's manic and blood-stained laughter. 2758. Apparently, the voice of Sistina echoes while warning of the dark schemes moving against their holy mission. 2759. Shortly after, a close-up of flowing hair appears as the fabric of his reality continues to fracture. 2760. Finally, Yui offers a warm and gentle smile that fills the entire void with a sense of hope. Kazu stares intensely while his resolve hardens during this final spiritual confrontation. Shortly after, hands reach out to grasp one another amidst the swirling white void. In response, Carlo addresses Kazu as the Messiah while demanding a definitive answer from him. So Kazu bows his head in silence while the weight of the priest's words settles. Apparently, Carlo questions if the absolute creator is merely testing humanity's worth through these trials. Kazu contemplates the fate of the human race while standing alone in the empty space. Shortly after, the scenery shifts to a vast field under a cloudy sky to judge suitability. In response, Carlo smiles softly while the true nature of the divine plan begins surfacing. Suddenly, a face begins to dissolve while a voice asks Kazu what he will do. Kazu faces a colossal, formless entity while being told he is merely a simple sample. So he looks up in absolute shock upon hearing the entity's cold and clinical assessment. Apparently, the being reveals that everything Kazu experienced was part of its grand divine experiment. Suddenly, Yui appears and embraces Kazu, while the entity explains the creator's true ultimate goal. Shortly after, she whispers about an eternal dream that even a god cannot easily fulfill. In response, the entity explains that the creator is constantly seeking new ideas from humanity. Kazu places a steadying hand on Yui's shoulder while preparing for the world's next transformation. Apparently, he reflects on the complex relationship between humans, gods, and the mysterious Holy Mother. Yui smiles while claiming that these experiences will provide the idea for the next world. So Kazu realizes that the system has been exploiting his status as a singular point. Finally, the entity reveals that the monstrous variants were actually another divine entity's failed idea. Himiko stares at her hand while explaining that her actions were meant to bring eternity closer. Shortly after, Kazu looks up in absolute shock upon learning that Himiko created the monstrous variants herself. Apparently, the formless entity remains silent while observing the hero's intense internal struggle within the void. In response, the entity demands that Kazu provide the idea for the world's next major reconstruction. Suddenly, a vision of two warriors amidst the smoking ruins of a city flashes before Kazu. Shortly after, a split vision shows a young girl smiling alongside a fierce and determined female warrior. Apparently, the entity mockingly compares Kazu's long and painful journey to a mere and trivial fantasy story. In response, Kazu's expression turns cold, while the weight of the divine mockery begins to settle. Suddenly, a vision of Kazu's former otherworld companions appears while they relax amidst some rocky ruins. Shortly after, Kazu's eyes widen in pure rage as the entity continues to trivialize their sacrifices. In response, Yui appears and calls his name, while the surrounding white void begins to fracture. Apparently, she asks if he truly has anyone precious enough to protect in this dying world. So Kazu draws his blade and stands firm against the absolute creator in the empty space. Shortly after, the entity watches with a cold and detached gaze as the hero prepares to strike. In response, Kazu's aura begins to surge violently, while he fully embraces his role as the Messiah. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a white kimono appears, while holding a sharp and glowing weapon. Apparently, the text announces the activation of the ultimate god-slaying technique, known as supernova mode. Shortly after, the void is consumed by a blinding and explosive flash of pure divine energy. In response, a close-up of a determined eye appears as the final battle reaches its climax. Finally, Kazu smirks wickedly while vowing to become the god of destruction to end the experiment. The next chapter begins as Kazu prepares to defy the divine order of the universe. Kazu lunges forward. Shortly after, explosion erupts. Kazu pushes through energy. He maintains a look of pure determination while the surrounding reality begins to dissolve. Suddenly, the creator screams in terror upon realizing that its entire universe is collapsing. In response, the entity bellows in rage while questioning if Kazu understands the consequences. Kazu begins to speak about his own capabilities while the white void continues to tremble. He focuses his intent while repeating that he will do exactly what he is capable of. Apparently, a vision of Yui appears to remind him that mastering one thing is a valid option. Agility enhancement activates. The creator desperately commands him to stop while the divine realm shatters like glass. The white space shatters. Suddenly, the student version of Kazu appears in the darkness and screams for him to stop. In response, the warrior Kazu stands silently with his back turned toward his high school self. So student Kazu seethes with anger while facing the person who holds the power to destroy everything. Apparently, he warns that destroying the universe will erase their friends, family, and very existence. Shortly after, the warrior Kazu scoffs at the warning while maintaining a surprisingly playful demeanor. Then he reveals his ridiculous motivation by claiming he actually forgot to record his favorite anime. Finally, student Kazu stares in absolute and total bewilderment at the hero's absurd reason. Warrior Kazu looks back while noting that decades have passed since he last recorded that anime. Adult Kazu looks down with a pained expression while finally remembering the details of his first life. In response, Warrior Kazu smirks while admitting he was simply too busy to record the show. Student Kazu stares in absolute disbelief upon hearing such a trivial reason for his world-altering decision. Warrior Kazu then mockingly asks if his younger self truly doesn't understand the motivation. Suddenly, a vision of Kazu being struck by a truck during his first life appears. Student Kazu reacts with pure shock as the dark truth of his origins is finally revealed. Warrior Kazu explains that having such a small goal was the only thing keeping him going. Adult Kazu looks on with tears while hearing that the world's end is finally near. Shortly after, Warrior Kazu grips his chest as his divine energy begins to reach its limit. Agility enhancement increases. Student Kazu lunges forward with a desperate roar to stop his older self from acting. Suddenly, multiple versions of Student Kazu appear to surround and restrain the powerful warrior. Warrior Kazu laughs maniacally while noting that his younger self is trying to save the world. The clones of Student Kazu prepare their weapons for a final and coordinated assault against him. They all charge forward together with a collective scream that echoes through the dark void. Warrior Kazu easily deflects the onslaught while maintaining his superior and confident combat stance. Shortly after, he smirks and prepares to unleash his own final and devastating counterattack. Energy beams erupt. Finally, Warrior Kazu laughs hysterically while declaring that a mere copy can never defeat the original. Student Kazu shouts, "Warrior Kazu bleeds." In response, Student Kazu declares that the absolute creator's biggest miscalculation is finally about to be revealed to everyone. Warrior Kazu is struck. He smiles through the blood while realizing that he has truly been turned into the world's messiah. Light strikes creator. Shortly after, Student Kazu stares in awe as the overwhelming brilliance of the final strike consumes the dark void. So he drifts through a peaceful mental landscape while reflecting on the low value of his original life. Visions of Yui and his many friends flash by as he contemplates his journey across multiple worlds. Apparently, Kazu smiles peacefully while finally letting go of the heavy burdens he carried for so many years. A mysterious voice calls out his name from within the vast and shimmering white light of eternity. In response, a familiar figure appears and asks if he truly has someone precious to protect in this world. Warrior Kazu stands silently under the starlit sky, while softly confirming his deep feelings for his friends. They hold hands. Suddenly, a massive energy spike is detected at St. Peter's Square as the reality begins to stabilize. Shortly after, Kazu chuckles softly while the weight of the divine struggle finally begins to lift from his shoulders. Himiko watches from the ruins and notes that Kazu has successfully returned from the very end of infinity. Kazu stands battered. Elsewhere, the organization leader watches the monitors while wondering if Kazu has finally accomplished his heavy mission. Finally, Kazu stands alone in a new world without a creator while contemplating the start of a new genesis. Kazu frantically asks for Yui's location while looking around the devastated battlefield with a worried expression. Shortly after, the scene shifts back to the beginning of time billions of years in the past. Apparently, a mysterious presence awakens in a pitch-black void where absolutely nothing exists for eternity. In response, the consciousness yearns for a single spark of light to fill the empty darkness. Suddenly, brilliant light erupts. Apparently, every wish made by the primordial entity began to manifest into reality one by one. Shortly after, light rains down upon a primordial landscape as the first world is slowly forged. Stars fill sky. Apparently, the entity grew happy and continued to create more complex desires for its new world. Cities rise up. In response, the creator wonders why its creations eventually crumble and fail to last forever. So it designs a world that can self-sustain and continue its existence for all eternity. Apparently, a mechanism was established to ensure the world would constantly update and renew itself automatically. People eventually began to worship this system as the divine figure known as Holy Mother Sistina. Energy erupts violently. Back in the present, Himiko notes Kazu's return while watching the light fade from the ruins. Kazu and Futaba stand amidst the wreckage while the immediate threat of the creator finally vanishes. Shortly after, Himiko calls out Kazu's name while he stands in a daze from the battle. In response, Kazu desperately asks about Yui's safety while ignoring his own severe and bloody injuries. Finally, Futaba screams in despair while kneeling over Yui's motionless and pale body on the ground. Kazu rushes to Yui's side while Futaba cradles her motionless body amidst the rubble of the battlefield. Yu remains completely unresponsive while her face takes on a deathly pale and hollow appearance. Suddenly, Yui's legs begin to fracture and turn into cold stone as the artifact's backlash takes hold. Kazu remembers his younger self's promise to protect his most precious friends during this final moment. Futaba weeps uncontrollably while questioning why this tragedy had to happen to her dear friend. Himiko watches the scene with a heavy silence, while Kazu struggles to accept the grim reality. In response, Kazu grits his teeth in pure frustration while cursing his own inability to change fate. He cries out in absolute agony while lamenting his failure to protect the person he loves most. Suddenly, Himiko senses an ominous presence and turns her gaze toward a new threat in the ruins. Kazu looks up with a fierce and burning intensity while the air begins to vibrate with power. The divine white wolf growls menacingly as a mysterious energy starts to manifest within the area. Himiko unleashes a massive wave of fire to shield her companions from an incoming magical assault. Shortly after, she focuses her mana to create a swirling vortex of energy to counter the enemy. The portal expands violently while the surrounding space-time begins to fracture and warp under the pressure. A shadowy figure emerges from the blinding light while addressing the heroes with a cold voice. Carlo appears with a shattered physical form, while mockingly laughing at Kazu's supposed unforgivable sins. In response, Kazu glares at the priest and demands to know how he survived the previous blast. Carlo continues his fanatical ranting about the creator while preparing to unleash a final divine judgment. Himiko collapses to her knees from exhaustion while struggling to maintain her protective magical barriers. Finally, the priest screams a prayer for condemnation while light erupts from his twisted and broken body. A mysterious figure in a white dress stands silently within the shimmering void. Suddenly, Carlo is struck by a massive and blinding pillar of pure white light. Sistina watches the destruction with a calm and detached expression while standing in the ruins. Carlo collapses amidst the rocks while staring in absolute disbelief at the girl's overwhelming power. Shortly after, Sistina slowly approaches her battered and bleeding companions with a steady and firm gait. In response, Carlo realizes his defeat while his physical body begins to fracture and dissolve. Kazu and Futaba watch in total shock as the fanatical priest finally vanishes from existence. Suddenly, Sistina stops and looks directly at Kazu with a pair of intense, glowing eyes. Carlo asks a final and desperate question while his consciousness begins to fade into the light. Himiko smiles mockingly while noting that the priest has finally been freed from his eternal chains. Shortly after, the priest offers a faint and knowing smile before his spirit departs forever. In response, Sistina's eyes reflect the deep and ancient power of the Holy Mother within her. She unleashes a final wave of energy that completely purifies the entire and broken battlefield. Meanwhile, technicians in the Vatican headquarters report the sudden and total loss of Carlo's signal. Sistina stands alone under the starlit sky while the weight of her mission finally settles. Kazu and Futaba watch her with a mixture of fear and awe during this moment. Shortly after, Sistina's gaze softens while she prepares to reveal her own true and hidden feelings. In response, she whispers a soft confession of love to Namba Kazu in the quiet ruins. Himiko and the Divine Wolf watch the exchange with a look of pure and absolute silence. Finally, Kazu and Futaba stare in absolute bewilderment at the girl's sudden and unexpected declaration. Sistina reaches out to hold Yui's hand while whispering that they will now be together forever. Shortly after, the group remains together in the ruins, while Sistina watches them with a quiet gaze. In response, Yui slowly begins to regain consciousness as the warmth of life returns to her body. Sistina then commands Kazu to play with Yui, because she has been crying for a long time. Kazu reacts with pure surprise. Feathers drift around them. Sistina declares that she will personally grant Yui's deepest wish before departing from this world forever. Kazu shouts in alarm as Sistina begins to float away while asking him to play with her. Light sparkles fill eyes. Sistina offers a final smile. Magic particles vanish now. Suddenly, Futaba calls out to her brother while the morning sun begins to rise over the ruins. Kazu turns around slowly. Long hair sways gently. Yu stands tall once more. Suddenly, she hugs him. Kazu stands frozen in shock as Yui softly whispers his name against his battered and bloody chest. They share a tender moment. Ui looks up peacefully. Finally, Futaba joins the emotional embrace, while Himiko watches the trio from a distance with her wolf. Himiko sits in a cafe while asking Kazu about his powers. Kazu stirs his coffee while admitting that everything feels different now. In response, he reflects on the decades spent in another world. Apparently, he feels his entire life was just a long dream. Himiko remains silent while staring at the peaceful city street outside. Shortly after, she notes that losing such power is a pity. Elsewhere, Yui enters her family's car while her father waits inside. Apparently, Sistina's final act of divine power successfully managed to rewrite reality. So the variant phenomenon is silenced to ensure peace for humanity? In response, Kazu looks at his hand while contemplating Sistina's words. While deep in thought, he realizes he still carries lost memories. Apparently, Yui dreams of a normal world without any more monsters. Shortly after, Kazu looks up with a look of quiet surprise. Kazu waves to someone. So Kazu prepares to depart while bidding a farewell to Himiko. In response, Himiko warns that some incarnations still remain on Earth. Shortly after, she hands Kazu a mysterious object as an amulet. Kazu accepts the item while questioning its strange and hidden purpose. A small spirit emerges. Finally, Kazu smiles at the spirit while accepting his new reality. Kazu tells Yui he's finally had enough of fighting while they walk through the quiet streets. Shortly after, Yui's father stands alone while contemplating the overwhelming scale of the recent divine battle. Apparently, a woman's voice interrupts his solitary thoughts by suggesting he take a much-needed rest. In response, Tetsugan stares at the night sky while apologizing for his constant and heavy preoccupation. He notes that the divine artifact replicas still require significant improvements to ensure humanity's future safety. Shortly after, he asks Maria about her physical condition, while she watches him with a gentle gaze. In response, Maria reassures him that she is perfectly fine despite the weight of their current situation. Tetsugan then asks about Yui, while Maria confirms that their daughter has finally fallen into a deep sleep. Apparently, he remains deep in thought while the silence of the night surrounds their peaceful home. Maria watches over the sleeping child while lamenting the cycle of suffering her daughter must eventually face. In response, Tetsugan explains that he rescued them from the Vatican facility to end this endless war. Shortly after, they share a quiet moment of mutual understanding while facing the uncertain future together. Apparently, Maria expresses her sincere desire for them to live together as a real and happy family. So she smiles warmly, while the heavy atmosphere of the secret organization briefly begins to fade away. Suddenly, Tetsugan reports the successful capture of a powerful incarnation while maintaining his cold and professional demeanor. Elsewhere, Himiko walks through the city while noting that the threat of the variants remains very real. Apparently, she warns that these monstrous entities will never truly disappear from the fabric of human history. Tetsugan remains silent while processing the weight of her words under the dim light of the street. In response, Himiko mockingly questions who is truly responsible for the current state of their broken world. Finally, Tetsugan asks for her continued cooperation to protect the remaining peace they have managed to secure. A mysterious girl stands alone while gazing at the towering urban skyline under a vast cloudy sky. Apparently, she contemplates the nature of the human world, while a clear reflection shines within her eye. Shortly after, a man smiles while questioning if a world without supernatural entities would be truly boring. Two people walk together. In response, Tetsugan adjusts his collar, while silently asking Maria to watch over his next move. The city remains quiet. Kazu turns back to Yui and suggests going to see a movie for their date together. Yui reacts with pure excitement while mentioning a specific theater she has been wanting to visit. They arrive at the theater. Kazu looks bewildered upon realizing Yui wants to watch a niche and gritty classic Yakuza film. They buy popcorn. Shortly after, they browse a local bookstore and spend a peaceful moment petting a friendly dog outside. Kazu searches the shelves. Yui finds a book. Kazu notes with a sigh that a certain manga series still hasn't finished even 20 years later. They sit at a cafe. Was surprised he likes eggplant now, while Kazu explains that his tastes change with his age. They finish their meal. Night falls over city. Finally, Kazu carries their bags while noting how nostalgic this peaceful walk home feels to him. They arrive at the quiet park, where a lone slide stands under the dark, starlit night sky. Shortly after, they playfully run toward the playground while reminiscing about the many years they spent together. Kazu remembers that this is the exact spot where he first met a young Yui during their childhood. Apparently, he also recalls confessing the truth about his otherworld journey to her in this very same park. He sits on a swing while marveling at how much has happened in just the last half year. In response, he looks down with a heavy expression and calls out her name to start a serious conversation. He asks her about her current physical condition, while the chains of the swings creak softly in the night. Yu looks back with a solemn gaze and asks why he is suddenly so concerned about her health. Kazu looks away while admitting his lingering guilt over failing to protect her during their most recent battle. He worries that she is pushing herself too hard by continuing to take on dangerous missions for the organization. Yai reveals that her father offered her a chance to retire, but she still fears the arrival of incarnations. She stares into the distance while declaring her firm resolve to continue fighting by her own choice. A heavy silence falls between them while she looks down with her eyes hidden behind her long hair. Kazu watches her with a look of deep concern while softly whispering her name in the quiet park. Suddenly, Yui stands up and places a gentle hand on his chest to reassure him of her strength. He reaches out to touch her hand while she tells him that everything will be perfectly fine. She smiles warmly while mentioning the miracle of her resurrection that was granted by Sistina's final wish. Apparently, she feels Sistina's presence dwelling within her soul and providing her with an endless supply of divine power. Kazu looks worried while struggling to find the right words to express his deep and lingering anxieties. Finally, Yui gazes at him with a calm and peaceful expression while reaching out toward his hand. Kazu clenches his fist while realizing that he can no longer fight alongside her. He hangs his head in defeat while Yui stands before him in the silent darkness. Suddenly, hands grab his face. Shortly after, Yui playfully squishes his cheeks while scolding him for having such a gloomy expression. Apparently, she tells him that he has already fought more than enough for everyone's sake. She stands confidently while explaining that the organization no longer requires his constant intervention. In response, Kazu remembers Susanu's mocking words while questioning the strength of their remaining allies. Shadows deepen around them. So Kazu shouts that he was the one who was supposed to protect her all along. Kazu stands stunned. Shortly after, Yui leans in close and scolds him for always trying to shoulder every burden alone. They share a serious gaze while contemplating the true meaning of his wish to protect everyone. Kazu looks toward the distant structures while Yui prepares to reveal her own deepest desire. Apparently, her only wish is to simply stay by Kazu's side for the rest of her life. She blushes deeply. In response, she stammers while trying to find the courage to finish her heartfelt confession. Suddenly, Kazu interrupts. Shortly after, he frantically shouts that she is moving too fast and ruining the natural romantic progression. In response, Kazu's expression turns incredibly serious as he calls out her name with absolute conviction. Finally, Kazu shocks her by shouting a desperate and passionate marriage proposal in the middle of the park. Yu stands completely paralyzed while steam literally erupts from her head due to the sudden marriage proposal. Shortly after, Kazu realizes with a blank stare that he probably should have asked her father first. In response, he breaks into a nervous sweat while laughing awkwardly to hide his immense internal embarrassment. He clutches his head in total shame while wishing he could simply vanish into a deep hole. Apparently, Yui begins to smile softly while her long hair hides the expression in her eyes. Suddenly, she bursts into uncontrollable laughter while Kazu remains kneeling on the ground in a daze. In response, Kazu joins her laughter as the heavy tension of the night finally begins to dissipate. Time skips forward to graduation day while students celebrate their hard-earned freedom in the sunny schoolyard. Shortly after, the graduates mingle outside while the final traces of the supernatural war fade into history. Apparently, the remaining variants are quietly handled while the world returns to a state of total normalcy. Usano Mimi offers a gentle smile while finally enjoying the peaceful life she always truly desired. In response, Kazu bows to his classmates while fully embracing his role as a normal high school student. Elsewhere, Futaba sits quietly in the forest while reminiscing about the many sacrifices that brought this peace. Suddenly, she lunges forward to give Usano a celebratory hug while shouting words of genuine encouragement. Usano looks surprised yet deeply happy while being embraced by her precious and loyal friends. A peaceful vision follows while the text confirms that supernatural incidents have finally ceased to occur. Later on, Kazu stands in the kitchen while Futaba prepares to leave for her morning classes. A small spirit creature watches the breakfast table while the siblings enjoy a quiet, domestic moment. Shortly after, the simple joy of a home-cooked meal highlights the beauty of their new reality. Finally, Futaba puts on her shoes while telling Kazu she will be home late from school today. Futaba smiles while bidding her brother a cheerful farewell as she heads off to her morning school classes. Kazu watches her depart with a warm smile while wishing her a safe and wonderful day ahead. Apparently, rumors spread about peaceful variants finally finding a secret sanctuary away from the reach of human society. The city glows at night. Shortly after, the terrifying events of the past begin to fade into nothing more than mere urban legends. A silent silhouette watches. Crowds fill the streets. People walk together. In response, an adult Kazoo answers his phone while a mysterious bearded man passes by in the crowd. He continues walking through the bustling city while reflecting on the normal life he has finally achieved. Kazu stands under the stars while holding his work documents and a modern smartphone in the quiet night. Finally, he offers a peaceful smile while treasuring the ordinary but irreplaceable life he fought to protect.